Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansaletta.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Double kill. Triple kill. Rampage.
The first week was setting the stage. The second was a story of upsets. And now with the third in the horizon, we will not only see how patch 2.4 shapes Group A and B with our second round robin, but at the end of the weekend, we'll witness 4 teams move to the playoffs, and we say goodbye to 4. Welcome to the Wild Rift C Icon Series Philippines Fall Season Group Stages. Rico over here, joined by Ottiluz and Osiris, and this is where the pressure begins. This is where the teams will be put to a test. We cannot wait to see the conclusion of Groups A and B. Ottiluz, I know you're super excited. You're like, oh my God. Share us your thoughts. I mean, not fully your thoughts, but how are you feeling today?
Excited and scared at the same time. You said it right. We are on a new patch for Groups A and B. We know a couple of these teams are very, I would say, innovative when it comes to drafts and meta. So I'm definitely excited to see these 8 teams, but I'm scared, right? We will see 4 teams be eliminated and not continue on to the next step, which is basically the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm also scared of losing Ottiluz again on the panel, but good to hear that he is back. But yeah, I mean, everything right now is really experimental. We just taste 1 week of patch 2.4, and this time it will be on a different caliber of teams. You know that most of the groups from A and B are also star-studded. So there's so many things that you want to consider for now. And I believe, yes, this might be the goodbye stage. But I'm also excited for next week for the reason that many champions will be opened. So many storylines coming in every week. So it's just, we are ready for more.
Yeah, we're absolutely ready for more. What will the teams do when pushed to their limits, especially this weekend? But of course, before we proceed to our tournament proper, we'd like to thank our sponsors for making this possible. You know, this tournament wouldn't be possible without our, of course, them. Big thanks to Globe Telecom, Messi Philippines, and as well as Riot Games for hosting and organizing this tournament. You know, with Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with a new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill baubles, and a whole lot more. Get it now, download it now on your phones via the Gcash app and Globe One app as well.
Right, go time. Right?
Right, go time.
Right,
it's
go
go time. It's right, go time.
Yeah, and of course, we would like to give credit to our official mobile partner in Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 inches Full HD plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 milliamperes and 30 watts VOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo ang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Doom Master all-in-one clay face wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, thank you very much to our official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrests, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace, secure that win, secure those ranked games. And yes, thank you again very much to our amazing sponsors. But of course, we are excited to get into the action. But before we proceed, let's take a look at what happened last week at the highlights as we, talked about what stood out, what matches were our favorite from last week. Let's start from you, Otaluz.
Oh, wait, is this the highlight of? Oh, okay. I thought we're going
This is
straight
it.
to that climax, but this is the game between Omega Esports and Chasing Dreams, and I think this was the debut of a Ryzen on Omega Esports. A very good showing for him. Remember, Omega Esports just acquired the Star Baron laner for themselves prior to the split. Not only that, they also got a recent addition in the coaching department in Claysock. So that's also a very good addition for them. On the other side, as we look now, Jamie's Esports going against DR Esports. Such a revelation for DR Esports, right? DR Esports, who expected them to be the first in the group? Well, they did.
Yeah.
Right? They did. They're number one right now and currently is undefeated.
Yeah, and you can see next one, of course, the Final Adversity versus Mirmo Esports. Mirmo Esports, this is the first time that they let out the Misfortune, but Misfortune came as Final Adversity was able to pin them down. I'm not sure with the draft because you have a Rengar and it's not really a good idea to have an immobile champion. So at that point, it was really Mirmo on the disadvantage. And of course, one of the best fight that we saw also Lacan versus Leon Knights Esports. But Lacan fairly showing that they are one of the teams to beat, asserting their own dominance. And one good thing about this is Tante on that Riven. He is showing a lot of potential onto that champion. Chasing Dreams versus Jamie's Esports. This is a close 2-1, and I believe this is the
30-minute game.
not the 30-minute game. This is a 100,000 gold advantage from Jamie's, and I believe there's someone secured the Elder and Baron, but not entirely finished the game, so it kind of took them so long. And cherry on top, of course, Omega versus DR Esports and their lovely play after their victory. And of course, look at those play from Edaf. It was really a treat to watch from last week, and a good ender for our Group C and D.
Yeah, we get to see new contenders at the top spot for sure. I mean, Omega, we've known them to be such a scary team back in the South Luzon group stages, and now they're basically here getting challenged by DR Esports. They are, just as you mentioned, top one, and these are all the highlights that we saw last week from Group C and D. And now we take a little bit, but before, this is the best, one of the best highlights for sure, is them doing a little bit of skit. They're holding their emotions in, and then, okay, cue in the celebration after the skit. So, yeah, DR Esports are definitely one of the teams to watch out for, especially when they win, because they do a bunch of different and very amusing skits there. But of course, let's take a look at where we're at right now in the group standings and see who's in the lead, who needs to rack up points, who has the most pressure of it all for sure. Because again, we're looking at a air quote do or die situation where there's only 2 round robins. And now we're taking a look at groups A and B as we see RQ at the tippity top with 3-0 with 225,000 Globe Cup points, followed by BREN 2-1 with 150,000. And Liyab Esports 75,000 with 3rd place at the moment, as GrindSky has yet to still score some points. So that means, again, all 3 days must count. Moving over to Group B, though, UCFC, of course, 2-1. This is the triple tie, Otaluz, that you mentioned last week, where it's Team Secret, UCFC, Galaxy Racer, 150,000 apiece, 2-1, triple tie. This is going to be very, very hot later on. Action PH, the same as GrindSky, is yet to score a point, so this is going to be very important for them to catch up and rack up those GCPs. Now, Otaluz, what do you think about this current standings that we have at the moment?
I'm just so scared for what's going to happen for Group B, right? On paper, we expected Team Secret to top this group, but after their first showing in subbing out their captain, the General Hamiz himself, well, we are now in a predicament that we have a rock, paper, and scissors. Again, Team Secret is the one that is beating UCFC over Galaxy Racer, and then Galaxy Racer is the one beating Team Secret. You know what? After all this, Action PH actually has a decent chance, because if Action PH does go undefeated for this particular week, I think they have a shot on at least reaching the playoffs.
Yeah, and this is one of the interesting parts of the double round robin, because yes, we have a triple tie, and this is the last day to rack up some points. So one of the must watch is who's going to enter Group B. I mean, it's pretty decisive for Group A. With the RRQ on top one, so it's just that BREN Esports, Liyab, and GrindSky needs to battle for that second slot. As for Group B, there's so many questions, and all of them are they got the caliber to really secure their own spot. So I'm really expecting more from Group B.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there 100%. I mean, Group B is basically what? A mini reunion of the North Luzon group stages. And I cannot wait to see how this will end. I mean, Team Secret was the first, finished first basically last time, but it's looking pretty close now. And that is one of the spiciest things in the fall season. Let us take a look at today's schedule, of course, with Group A and B follow suit for today. And of course, match one will be Team Secret versus Action PH. That is going to be a tall order for Action PH, but Team Secret has shown weaknesses here and there last week. Match number 2, though, we've got UCFC Esports versus Galaxy Racer, followed by GrindSky Esports versus Liyab. And to cap off the night, we've got BREN Esports versus RRQ. Otalus, which match for tonight are you looking forward to?
Originally, I was rooting and I was feeling match number 4, BREN Esports versus RRQ, but I changed my mind, right? I think I have to stick with Group B. And UCFC Esports versus Galaxy Racer has a more impact of a game, I would say, because whoever wins that will always have the upper hand in this three-way race that we have in Group B. It's going to be very close to call. And I think we have to be ready to get our predictions wrong multiple times throughout the day.
Yeah. Prediction rate is going down.
It's going down for us because I mean we've already had basically a foundation from our summer season, but it's completely different. I mean, last week we had a lot of upsets, and let's take a look at the system as well about the Globe Cup points. What are they fighting for? What are they here for? Aside from again the glory, the bragging rights of being one of the top teams in the Philippines, and we're taking a look at the group stage first with 48 matches being played as well. We are already at week 3. There's still one more week to go after this weekend, but of course each series will earn a team 75,000 Globe Cup points, so it's extremely important to win every single series, of course racking those points up. In total it will be 3.6 million Globe Cup points in the group stage total. Take note, 1 Globe Cup point is equal to 1 peso, so that is definitely a lot of prize to be won.
A lot of money and more Globe Cup points for everyone that will be included in the top 8 teams. Again, for the lower bracket, they are fighting for 100,000 Globe Cup points. And for the upper bracket, Osiris?
Yeah, you're going to have 1 million Globe Cup points for the upper bracket total. Woo! So if you are on a roll, you're getting those rewards, and you wanted that 1 million Globe Cup points, as 1 Globe Cup point is equal to 1 peso, right?
Yep. That's a lot. That's 5 million Globe Cup points for the entire fall season.
I want that too.
Time to be pro players, I suppose. But with that said, there's just, again, a lot at stake. The playoffs is just so much spicier. You win a lot in group stages, and then you win a lot as well during the playoffs. And of course, we talked about our initial thoughts. Just want to put it out there that you can tweet your thoughts for the audiences watching from their homes, from their PC screens, from their phone screens, wherever you're watching from. You can join the conversation. Share us your thoughts. Who do you think is your favorite team? Who do you think is going to be the flavor of the weekend when it comes to champion picks? Tweet your thoughts using the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH and #DominateTheRift, and who knows, we might feature your tweet and we get to react together and discuss together later on. But of course, before we proceed to the first match of the day, which is going to be Team Secret and as well as versus Action PH, we're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, it's game on for the match number 1.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back to the panel, everybody. My name is Riku. Together with me is Otoluz and Osiris. It is still us, don't worry. But before we proceed to our first match of the day, I know we're very, very excited to see that in action. You audience out there can get to win something while watching, you know, the Wild Rift Icon series. Osiris, what can they win?
Yes, of course. And you can win 790 wild cores because we know you love to share your fearless forecast with us, and now is your time to express yourselves and bring out the game analyst in you and be one of the 15 lucky winners of 790 wild cores. Here's how. Make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. Like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SISPH, #SISPH playoffs, #CIcon Series PH, and #PPGL Wild Rift. During the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your Riot ID on the stream chat. The best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced on the last day of the broadcast week.
Yep. We also have one more giveaway. This is for
Wow.
the grand prize, by the way. So drum
Wow.
roll ready, please. For you, the biggest PPGL fan, you could be one of our Secret Lab Gaming Share winners. There's actually one. So just follow the mechanics. Number one, make sure to like and follow PPGL and Secret Lab's official Facebook pages. Number two, like and share the live stream with the hashtags that you see on the screen. Number three, after the end of the broadcast week, a link to the weekly Icon Series quiz will be shared in the stream chat, which you need to answer. This will count as your raffle entry. Just a piece of advice to our viewers out there. The link to the quiz will also be posted on the Discord PPGL that we've been promoting for quite some time now. One winner will be drawn and announced at the end of the fall season PH playoffs broadcast on August 29, 2021.
Yeah, mark your dates, everybody. August 29 is going to be the announcement period. So, yeah, you get to watch and witness so many amazing matches here at the Wild Rift Icon Series. And you get a chance to win amazing prizes as well. But of course, we are almost set and ready to check out the first match of the day. It's Team Secret versus Action PH from Group A. And of course, it's going to be a very, very exciting round. Again, Team Secret has solidified their dominance back in the summer season. They have that international experience as a team. They've been together since, I believe, January as well. So the synergy is just so intact. And of course, Otoluz, as we take a look at the roster of Team Secret, share with us, what do you think are their biggest strengths coming into the fall season?
Strength in numbers. All this time, we know that Team Secret, individually, we know that they are very good. But when they are together, when they play cohesive, it's not just a sixth-man advantage or seven-man advantage. It's really a different aspect or different dimension. The Team Secret will just own the Rift when it comes to the mid-game fights, late-game fights even. And again, Team Secret just posted this, right? Are you feeling deja vu? Or are you feeling deja vu? Because currently, we have Team Secret and APH once again with Team Secret here in the fold. This is actually a very interesting group because they are last in terms of the first blood percentage. So they don't really go for the solo kills. However, they are first in tower ticks so far in this group. So that just goes to show that they will really not rely on their mechanics to outplay you individually, but rather go for the team play and get those advantage on the map, on the Rift, and everywhere else.
Of course, for the solo player highlight, though, we wanted to put the spotlight on the general himself. When he was away, everything felt different. I mean, yes, everybody functioned, but it's just that, of course, who's calling the shots, who's the one who's keeping everyone on check. It will be, of course, General James with a KDA of 6.67 and a participation of 63%, fairly high. And most used champions is Galio, Nami, and Rakan. We saw him mostly on Galio right now, and it feels like it is working well with the composition that they wanted to run from previous season. We saw him on most of the Janam or most of the on the Sona control mages, I must say. But this time around, he is exploring a different part of his world, and he is going for those high initiation type of champions. And it's really great for them because whenever the General James is there, it's time to go in. They don't have those kinds of hesitations and just play with the game.
Yeah, this is James 100%. Such a versatile player. Just as you mentioned, Osiris, he's able to play, the Enchantress from the summer season, and now has been expanding to a lot of these heavy engaged, tanky champions like the Rakan, like the Galio. And it's just so exciting to see what they bring to the table because Team Secret, we've known them for their cheese as well from the summer season. And 2.4 has definitely brought up a lot of changes, and it's going to be so exciting to see what's going to happen for sure. I don't know, because Team Secret, again, has solidified their, their foundation is very incredibly strong, especially when we look at the fall season. Mm-hmm. But of course, let's check out their opponents. I believe it is going to be Action PH. Gotta ask you, Otoluz, this is looking like the classic David and Goliath matchup. How do you think, which lane should they play around with to get that edge up against Team Secret?
I think when we talk about Action PH, always has been in the Baron lane, right? But I have to sidestep a bit and focus on a player that I believe will be a key condition for Action PH to just win this matchup, and that's Ellie. Ellie is actually a rookie and was drafted from the rank games, straight from the rank games. But if we remember 2 weeks ago, he had a very good performance. He was very promising. So with Action PH, I dubbed them as the Hunger Games team, right? They're always hungry, and they're now at the brink of elimination with backs against the wall. This could be the most dangerous team that we will ever see here in Group B.
Yeah, and of course, for the solo player highlight, I wanted to touch in, of course, their jungler, Ryzen. And we all know that Trevor on the other end of the spectrum is really performing a lot for Team Secret, but this time around, it needs to be on par with Ryzen to keep the ball rolling in the hands of Action PH. You can see that clear, solid kill participation, 91%. This man knows where to go and when is the go time for everyone with the damage taken per minute. That's 1,312.
That's huge.
Which is
A
fairly
lot.
high. It means that this guy is the frontliner. And indeed, Ryzen is hungry for those wins. J4, Olaf, and Pantheon, you can sense the high presence felt all across the board.
We can definitely sense this high aggression style.
Yeah.
Jarvan 4, Olaf, and Pantheon. You can expect him to be, again, just as you mentioned, Osiris, being that lead in the front lines and just hammering down anyone that comes across his way. And it's going to be very exciting to see how this will pan out, especially, maybe they've managed to cook up something interesting from the break that they have experienced before this weekend. But of course, let's take a look at the Globe Key player clash and see what the matchup is. I believe it's going to be Yamada and Azar as well at the Baron lane. And I gotta ask you first, Otalus, how do you think this matchup at top side is going to go?
A classic, right? When we talk about Azar and Yamada, we have to really remember them being on the top of their game when it comes to mechanics. They're going to outskill you, outwit you. And mechanics-wise, I think these are two of the best Baron laners that we have here in the Philippines. So it's always exciting to see both of them. But the question is, Azar has a Lucian. And last week, Mirmo Esports did win using the Sona and Seraphine. And with Azar being able to play Lucian, I don't like the chances of Yamada in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you can also reflect on that one as the other side of Mirmo. Team Secret can really execute that kind of approach. And then for Yamada, we saw him play Akali mostly. He still got that kind of a caliber towards the Baron. And it's just that teams are having a hard time on his follow-ups. He is not really on a good KDA as of now, but you can see the kill participation that this guy keeps the ball rolling into their favor. And we are receiving a lot of attention towards the Rift Herald. So we are talking about more of the spotlight towards the Baron lane, and having Azar and Yamada fight for that spot, this will be huge. And it will be, once again, going back to Ryzen and Trevor and their pathing who's going to take that objective.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting as well because it's just one of those situations whether or not you want to go bruiser versus bruiser, you want to go duel versus duel, or will one throw the gauntlet and say, I'm gonna play Garen. I'm not gonna fight you. I'm just gonna play Garen. I'll be fine.
I just spin.
But right.
Let's
It
see
could be
Marksman, right? How about Vayne versus Lucian in the Baron lane? How about that? That's going to be
That is
exciting.
very spicy. I think it's possible. We've seen again Kaisa top, I believe, last week. So I feel like we might see so many, not so many, couple of chances that we might get a glimpse of more marksmans in Group B. But of course, our dreaded question for this matchup, how do you think this is going to go? Predictions time. Atlus, I will put the spotlight on you first.
I believe the Team Secret is still very solid. Now that General is back, everything is back to normal. Again, they're not going to outclass you with individual outplays. Rather, they will play as a team, and Action PH's weakness so far has been the team coordination. So it's going to be a clean 2-0 in favor of Team Secret.
Well, no questions asked, of course. It will be a Team Secret for now.
Team Secret for now. I gotta join you guys as well on the Team Secret wagon. It is going to be 2-1. I feel like 2.4 is there for a lot of shakeups for sure. So I feel like Action PH can win one game up against Team Secret. So it is going to be 2-1 in favor of them. And this match is going to be incredibly important. Again, Team Secret wants to get out of that triple way tie. So they must win this game. Action PH, they want to win every single game to make sure that they're not eliminated on their run towards the playoffs. And of course, if you want to join in the excitement as well, join the discussion, become the fourth panelist of the day. Don't forget to tweet your thoughts, your reactions on Twitter, of course. Don't forget to include the hashtags #SeeIconSeriesPH and #Dominate the Rift. And maybe we get to feature your tweet here on the broadcast and we get to talk about it like we're having a conversation here on the stream. But I guess there's nothing left to be said but proceed to our first match of the day, Team Secret versus Action PH. Here we go. Casters, you're up.
Minions have spawned.
Welcome back, everyone, and once again, we're here at the third week of the fall season Icon series, and magically, Rico is here together with us in the caster's desk. My name is Infinity, of course, joined alongside with Rico for the cast today, because right now, the panelists has talked about a while ago, wherein the stakes are going to be high, matches are going to be intense, and also the roundups are pretty much going to be heated, and I am excited for the series.
I know I'm going to echo what the host said earlier. This match is incredibly important. Team Secret has to win this, must escape the triple way tie from last weekend. And of course, you've got Action PH hoping to win every single game to stay in the run for that playoff slot. And it's going to be a very, very interesting run for sure as we take a look at the rosters of both of these teams. I mean, we've managed to discuss a lot of the important stuff, like where do you think they're going to play around with the Rift Herald changes for sure, how it's going to affect the Baron lane. And I'm excited. Do we get to see again Garen picks just to try and neutralize and call the lane a day? Or maybe we get to see more Aurelius, more Rivens, more of the duelists at top side, basically.
Might be, right? We might see these champions because a lot of changes, and I think these teams have pretty much 2 weeks, 1 week to adjust into the patch 2.4, right? In the first week, they have played in patch 2.3C, patch 2.3B. These are sort of the traditional stages. But now, things have changed. You have the Rift Herald, you have the Dragon now coming up in 4 minutes. What will be the priority of these teams? And I'm actually really, really excited. And you already said it, right, a while ago. You are echoing the host a while ago as well, which is you. Which is you. Wherein really the changes in the patch 2.4 can affect how much teams you get, and both Ash and PH can play today. Are we gonna see the Vayne champion today? Are we gonna see these ADCs that are prior not that great in patch 2.3 and even prior to that can now come up in patch 2.4?
Yeah, maybe top lane AD carries. I believe, Kai'Sa has been floating up the popularity here and there, but maybe not as popular as Lucian now. I feel like he is the king of the AD carries with the new items coming in with 100% crit rate, and as well as a lot of cooldowns on the board, and ability haste, especially if you add in a Nami support when they build the Staff of Flowing Water. And I'm excited to see what the priorities are going to be in this draft.
Well, it looks like we're here into the draft. Champion select by Riot. Go. Olaf, Camille, Lucian banned away by Action PH and Team Secret. Counter enact with Agraga, Senna, and Pantheon ban. Galio being locked in by Action PH.
Is this going to be a Lee Sin, perhaps? Oh, wait. If they do lock in that Irelia, then it could be, an Irelia in the mid lane, possibly, or maybe towards Azar. But they're going to be going for this Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao, we've seen this in a couple of, in the lane as well. Not primarily focused more on the jungle, so we'll have to see if that's going to be for Trevor. Akali, though, getting picked up, possibly towards Yamada. And Kazuya is going to be on the Twisted Fate. So I imagine level 5s are going to be very important in this matchup.
Yeah, a lot of global ults for Action PH. So at that, they can really respond onto getting those first bloods and getting those early ganks up and running for their team. And when it comes to those team fights, I think Action PH has that edge. But Team Secret is answering with a Braum and a Varus so that they can play onto the back end and Xin Zhao as well to typically really just have that early aggression against Action PH.
Look at that. Yeah, Varus. We haven't seen Varus in a while. I believe the last time we saw Varus was in the summer season, which was picked up by Liyab, picked up by RRQ, and as well as Team Secret. And now we get to see Ellie on this Corki and as well as a Wukong. This is a big wombo combo. They've had everything, actually. Single target as well as AoE. So this is going to be very scary composition so far from Action. Team Secret, though, look at them. Katarina for Tatsuri over here. That is a possibility. We're going to see the setup possibly from Chewy's ult on the Varus, and then you come with the ult from Katarina as well.
I mean, Tatsuri is very proficient in using this champion. I think this was the only one, if not the only one, that got the pentakill in the summer season, the summer season Icon series, right? And I think Tatsuri can replicate that into defeating Action PH, because if you're looking at the draft composition, Action PH doesn't really have that much tank aside from Gaio, which I presume is going for a support role onto Corki.
Yeah, I suppose so too. So this is gonna be, they're gonna be a little bit squishy, I suppose, but Ryzen at least is there as the Wukong. Excited to see how this is going to go, because there's a lot of layering of CCs involved in Action PH. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, CC-wise, they do have Hamis here on the Braum to possibly set up for Tatsuri, and if ever Chewy manages to get someone as well with a Chain of Corruptions.
Yeah, and right now Team Secret is just going for the 1-3-1. And this is traditionally not what we see, but there is a pattern recently wherein the dual lane comes in mid, clears out the wave, have that fast clear, so that mid lane can actually roam, and the bot side can have that much gold, can have that extra XP to gain that edge against the enemy dual lanes.
Yes, that is exactly true. Helping get priority over the lane. Sometimes the top lane does that. Sometimes the dual lane. In this case, it was the dual lane. But this is gonna be a tough lane for Tatsuri, at least because of the melee and range matchup. Good thing though, Tatsuri has a bit of the skill set to farm from far away. But when it comes to priority in lane, for sure, Kazuya will be in the lead for now, as we get to see him rather getting priority.
Right, and I think it's just because of the early pressure. You have the golden card to match it up against Katarina. If Katarina doesn't have that dagger in, he doesn't really have that extra prowess to really just burst down Kazuya. So we need to wait later stages, later minutes for the Katarina to scale up. Though I like the early aggression here for both teams. You saw Ryzen come in mid to have that support up and running. You also have Xin Zhao going for the early aggression. And I think this really reflects how much early engaged dual champions that both these teams have secured for this team. For their team.
Yeah, this skirmish comp from Team Secret is looking pretty scary. So we are expecting double Scuttler secure, but looking at bot side, Team Secret doesn't have priority, so they do not have a choice but to sort of not.
PH dives under the turret top side of the map, but Yabazar also getting the trade off because Yamada overextended under the turret. So pretty much that will not give Action PH a huge edge. But I think this is the statement that Action PH wants to say against Team Secret, that we want to match your early aggression and get the lead.
Yeah, we talked about the Rift Herald changes as well. So this Baron lane is extremely important. Who gets ahead in that lane? And so far, with that first blood, there's a little bit of extra gold in Yamada's pocket over here. But look at this. Ryzen doing a very sneaky lane gank with Chinelas as well.
Azar has no idea. There's Green Man looking to kill him. Now it's going to be the Cyclone coming up. The knock-up is there. The Dawn to follow through. The CC chain is flawless. And Action PH gets one more.
Really well done by Action. They timed this perfectly. They're the ones that reset it first. Basically, Ellie is going to be all alone in the lane. He's going to be fine farming on his own, just freezing that out. And then Chinelas was just there. That means, you know, they're able to get another kill for Yamada, and Yamada is going to be such a problem later on. So it is going to be, you know, interesting assassin versus assassin matchup. Not necessarily Baron lane versus Baron lane, but of course Tatsuri wants to step it up and see if he can find opportunities to get ahead as well.
Yeah, and that is the expectations from the draft alone coming into the series. At level 5, it's going to be a massacre for Action PH. You have a lot of global ultimates, and even though the 3-man roam did not successfully go through for Action PH, you still have Twisted Fate at level 5 with the Destiny. So I think that is the assurance for Action PH that we can get the kill no matter what. And now into the bottom lane, though, we have the 2v2 once again. You have Galio, bit of an overextension, but Team Secret respects that they have the advantage, and they're now coming back.
Yeah, they're able to at least... Oh, they're not going to reset. They want to clear this wave before anything else, I suppose. Rift Scuttler, though, in favor of Action PH, so they do get a little bit of that vision control over in the Dragon portion. Now for Team Secret, looking at their moves right now, they want to get a pick first from Yamada or maybe Duward in the river. And then that's the time they can open up the map once they have secured this Rift Herald. Yamada spots this, though.
Though huge consideration, I think why Team Secret is starting this, regardless if Yamada's there, is because they have information that there's a 3-man roam from Action PH, make it 4, that they want to get the Dragon. And Team Secret has the idea that, you know what, Mountain Dragon is not that high of a priority in our list. So we're now going to take onto the Rift Herald, as Rift Herald will be same for Team Secret now. It's going to be the Glacial Fisher, 2-man knockup. Team Secret wants to take the kill. Katarina now jumps in with Shumpo, but he will get slain instead. Gali with a knockup though on Twisted Fate as he tries to make it back. Trevor is trying to get that security onto a kill, but he will die instead. That's gonna be the 2-for-1 in favor of Team Secret as Braum will survive 1 HP, but Yamada just jumps in with a double kill and they get 3 kills in the end.
What a fight! It was Team Secret wanting to disengage. They wanted that sandwich, and because the pressure, Tatsuri.
That Lotus, that was massive damage. Shunpo comes in, but he will still not get the secured kill onto the rest, as Yamada will be the only one to get that trade off into 1-for-1.
What is happening? I mean, Kazuya earlier, really nice timing on the exhaust.
Azar wants to get the turret. The exhaust, yep. You know what? That's just a summoner spell. They just want to get that trade. Team Secret wants to get the security in topside turret because they understand they're really just in a deficit right now.
Yeah, they're aiming to open up as much as they can. I mean, I believe they didn't even need to use the Rift Herald in getting First Blood Tower. And now they're opting to see whether or not they can put more kills towards Tatsuri. I believe, again, because Yamada was getting ahead in that portion of things. So he could possibly be a little bit scary. Tatsuri, though, 1 level ahead. So we'll have to see where Team Secret decides to fall.
Can this level advantage get them the lead as Team Secret has the information that there is a Pharaohman roam for Action PH, and Ryzen is on the lead of the pack as they want to get that team fight running. They have the advantage, they have the 2k gold lead. If they get this through, this can be pretty massive, but Team Secret is still hovering on the respective safety in their respective lanes, as now it's Action PH trying to get a tier 1 turret into the bot side of the map.
They can fight. The thing about Action PH's composition, they don't have disengage. So with that, I feel like Team Secret, since I suppose the hesitation comes from they didn't get the lead.
Destiny? That's gonna be TP. Mid lane, stun onto Renekton as Renekton tries to run away. It's gonna be the flash in. That's gonna be the taunt onto Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao with the ultimate actually goes for it as to remove those projectiles in. It's 5-man cyclone from Ryzen. That's gonna be massive as Team Secret is now kneeling against Action PH. It's now gonna be 3-4-2 as Action will take the lead in that fight.
Look at Action PH. Look at their confidence. They are just going at it. They know that they got the lead on, again, those 2 kills for Yamada. Look at him now. He's already 4 kills. 3-1-4 already towards Ryzen. And all these kills are going to the right targets. And we get to see Lichbane, double Lichbane pick up for Yamada and Kazuya. Now, I'm so looking forward to this, again, newfound confidence in this week 3 rather, of the Wild Rift Icon Series Fall season. And I wonder what Team Secret is going to do, because they are definitely hungry for these kills. Of course, they want Azar as well to get kills. They want especially Tatsuri, because again, the dots, the AoE coming from Tatsuri should hurt, but they haven't found any opportunity to use that just yet.
Right, as now Ryzen goes in, that's gonna be a pretty much good damage. Azar tries to go for the defense as Hammers will now come through. He is gonna be frontlining the damage away from Action PH as they will return, as that's gonna be the 5v5 and Action doesn't want that.
They know again that they don't have that disengage to help them in case things get a little bit too sticky, so they just decide to back away instead. Now, Rift Herald already finally unleashed into the Rift, now starting in a very, very far away place. Now, the second dragon has spawned. This could be a very full-on 5v5, but a little bit worried because there's just so much CCs from Action PH to stop the ult from Tatsuri.
Might possibly be a 5v5s. Now Team Secret is pressuring in mid lane, right? And Action PH is pretty much scattered in this map. As now it's gonna be a 5-man cyclone, pretty huge for Ryzen. Glacial Fisher from Hammers to go and delay the fight. Is Ryzen coming in once again, tries to kill on Tatsuri, but he will be killed instead. Akali will fall down, Corki will come into the fray,
1v1?
deals out massive amounts of damage, and Varus will fall down. Katarina to the backside, though that's gonna be an exhaust, putting him in a slow, and Sinja will survive with 1 HP, and Eli will be the only one remaining for Action PH. And that will be the 1-for-4 in favor for Team Secret.
And there we go. That is the fight that they were looking forward to. Just a 1k gold deficit now after all that. And gotta give props to Hammers. I mean, he used the flash earlier to see if he can use the unbreakable, because there was a mini 1v1 that we saw earlier. It was Ellie and as well as Chewy doing a little bit of 1v1 in the mid lane. Hammers tried to join in, but his AD carry fell anyways. But Action, you gotta be a little bit worried here. I mean, actually no, because as long as Yamada gets to survive, especially maybe he gets the Zhonya's enchant, he can survive a little bit more when he dives into the fight.
Yeah, and you have a lot of assassins for Action PH. So I think if they utilize that, punish onto Chewy, punish onto Tatsuri, they will be in a huge lead. But if they don't, if they let this free for Team Secret, it's going to be a huge deficit for them to really just dominate that team fight. As now, Action PH looks to go for the contest. That's going to be a 5-man cycle once again. Ryzen is doing work here as Team Secret will fall back. Yamada is on to the backside, goes for the assassination, but he will be assassinated instead. Tatsuri will now come in. Corki will be the next target, as Tatsuri went in for the golden, as he will delay some HP. Destiny will give information for Action PH and ready for the teleports, as Kazuya will not force that through, and Team Secret will go away with a 2-for-1.
The biggest challenge for Yamada when he goes in is the Braum. Hammers here just lands in the stuns. It's just so easy to get those passives on the board and instantly punish Yamada. He needs something for him to survive. He definitely needs the flash, the barrier in fights for him to stay longer. And we talked about the Zhonya's as well. Most likely wanna formulate first another second item aside from the Lich Bane before anything else is what I would assume. And now, though, this is going to be scary. You know, Muramana already fully stacked for the side of Chewy, so he is definitely going to hurt more. His pokes are definitely going to hurt a little bit more. But on the other side of the spectrum, we've got Ellie already with the Essence Reaver and as well as the Zhonya. So he can just pop that golden state, and while Tatsuri is on his ult and not cancelled. So there are ways for Action PH to win again the 5v5s that they want. But the biggest question is, will Team Secret deny once more Yamada on his assassination attempt? So that's a mouthful. Just because of the disengage in the way, because Hammers is there.
Yeah, and just so much AoE CC the Team Secret needs to punish. Because if they don't, you have a lot of wombo combo potential. Ryzen, time and time again in those team fights, have that 5-man cyclone that keeps on connecting. And it's a matter of responding from that for Team Secret and also the follow-up from Action PH so that they could get the advantage. But right now, everything's even. Only a difference of 400 gold when it comes to turrets. When it comes to dragons, it's pretty much close as well. So I think the next clash will dictate on who really will get the advantage in this game.
Yeah, you can tell Tatsuri wants that advantage, wants that Rabadon's advantage. He is so close, though. That's the reason why he gets Team Farm.
That will be forced for the Renekton. Azar will be backing away. Destiny will be away as well for Kazuya. The golden card will be there, but the huge response from Team Secret pushes them back away.
Is Team Secret escaping? They had baited out the Destiny at least, so with just one summoner spell consumed in exchange, which is Azar. And now, though, this is it. Tatsuri has Rabadon, so once he gets his ult down, as long as the setup is there.
Chinelas, 2-man taunt. That's gonna be Team Secret trying to run away. Exhaust will be forced by Chinelas as well. But Action PH, you know what? We're gonna go back. It's a prank. We don't want to fight.
They were hoping that they could bait out a fight there, I suppose, but there's not a lot of information to work with. Look at the map, especially at the jungle side of Team Secret. It's pretty dark for Action, so it is going to be a little bit risky and an understandable hesitation to back away instead. They were hoping to get a pick, maybe punish James being a little bit forward, but it is still a big question mark.
Gaio with a 3-man taunt. That's gonna be massive follow through with a Cyclone, and Team Secret will have that one member disadvantage as James will fall down, but 1-for-1 will be there. Ryzen will fall down as well. Kazuya will retreat, but he will get slain as Team Secret will get a kill. Yamada is wrecking havoc into the backside, getting the flag under rock as they will get the 4 kills for Action PH, and Trevor will be slain, and that's gonna be the ace for Action PH.
What a fight! We talked about this. The Zonya's Hourglass will be the key in the fights. The stall, whenever Tatsuri will try to go in, be aggressive, you buy time. And that's what we saw. Yamada, what a star player. He played that fight so well, timed everything so well. He was able to survive despite how low he was. And at the end of the day, Action PH has won that team fight.
And we talked about in the next clash, who will get the win will get to dictate what happens in the game. And Action PH has won that. They are currently at the 3K gold lead with two objectives available in the map. I think they can really manipulate on how they will push this through. They need to have that information, but either way, both Team Secret and Action PH doesn't have any. So I think who will get that information really will be crucial into the next phase of the game, into the late game. Everything will depend on it.
It is gonna be very sticky for sure. The late game, Destiny.
Destiny will be there, forced away. That's gonna be stunned onto Azar. Azar will be pinned down as he will get knocked up. Taunt CC as Azar will go golden for now to delay the fight. But Katarina will fall in as he will get the kill. Chinelas will fall down. That's gonna be the 1-for-0. Team Secret is dominating the return call against Action PH as Yamada is low HP and Trevor is trying to catch up, but he will look for another objective instead into the mid lane as Team Secret will get the lead and is looking for the Baron.
Yeah, this is a straight line to the Baron, and there's no way Action can contest this. There are 3 members alive rather, no tanks alive. We'll see what Yamada decides to do. That Baron is actually going a little bit slower.
James will be there, zones out the enemy team. That's gonna be that Lotus putting him away. With a blink of an eye, he's gone. That's 45 seconds remaining for Action PH to put away Yamada back into the game. And Team Secret has the easy time of their life to get the Baron Nashor down, and they will get the lead instead.
34 seconds for Yamada to spawn. So this is a 4-man roam and as well as attempt to get this dragon. We'll see if Team Secret will decide to deny that as we get to look as Chinelas already zoning the rest of the members. This is a fast dragon though.
I don't think they're gonna give this for free as Action PH though will get the Cloud Dragon. But they try to contest this. Team Secret will not be that fast to put it away from Action PH, as they will scour around against Action PH to try to get some kills. But for now, pressure is the name of the game rather for Team Secret as they push in mid lane.
Yeah, this is really hard to defend too. You are very prone to dive, so might as well fall back into the tower.
Yamada comes in, that's gonna be smoke out. Shroud will keep him alive. That's gonna be the extra kill. Chu will now fall down. Destiny in, that's information for the side of Action PH as they're trying to make it back. That's gonna be that Lotus flash away, and Team Secret will slowly but surely fall down, but they are making it a comeback. That's gonna be triple kill, quadra kill for Tetsuri as he eviscerates Action PH, and they're looking for the inhibitor turret mid lane.
I bet Tatsuri wants the pentakill. Look at Ryzen, he's lingering around.
They're rushing in, that's gonna be the fake in, that's a decoy. As Tatsuri, that Lotus, that's the pentakill. Second in the tournament, fall season Icon series. That's gonna be this game 1 from series number 1 for week 3, taken away by Team Secret.
What a way to end this game number 1. And what a way to open up week 3, by the way. Team Secret with Tatsuri's pentakill finish. And this is the Team Secret we we saw back in the North Luzon group stages. These are the picks. Katarina making a return, and we were worried about the setup. There's no, Cyclone. There's no Galio to help set up for the Katarina. It didn't really matter. No CCs. We have Hamas there on the Braum. It's totally fine. And as well as, Chewy's chain of corruptions as well. And it all worked out in the end.
Right. They're just waiting for the right moment, right? They're waiting for the right moment to shine. They're waiting for the debut in this game number 1. And I think that all changed when they were forcing away, baiting out the Baron Nashor. They came in with a counterattack, brought down Action PH, and when they got the Baron, it's pretty much over for Team Secret.
It was a straight line to victory after that Baron, just as you said. It was actually, when we look at this match, it is much closer than we anticipated, and Action PH showing a lot of signs of life when it comes to the early game. But Team Secret, once Tatsuri got that Rabadons, he was like, okay, it's go time. I can be more aggressive. It doesn't really matter. I can just dive in and no fear. Action PH though had a little bit of chance at the end with them winning that team fight with Yamada and Ellie surviving, but when they fight in fights where they don't have vision, they don't have information, it looks really, really hard for them to maneuver around with.
Right, and let's have emphasis on those points in this as we look at the Oppo A94 play of the game number 1.
I think this was the one of the instances where Ryzen had a beautiful Cyclone there with the Hero's entrance as well. Team Secret decides to disperse. I mean, that's the reason why they had that Braum pick in the first place. Yamada into deep. This is the point where he didn't have Zhonya's just yet. So even though he wanted to chunk so many people at the back line of Team Secret, it was still very, very difficult because, again, you get greeted by what? Hamet, you get greeted by Trevor. All these melees just making things so much harder for you to assassinate, especially if your target are, again, Tatsuri and as well as Chewy.
Right, and it's really just the mechanical play, right? Team Secret understands that the ultimates have been gone, so they can counterattack onto these engages. And once again, we see and highlight Ryzen's 5-man Cyclone, or 4-man Cyclone, because Renekton was not there, or Zard was not there, but rather, those big of plays are really just massive, but the problem is, where's the follow-up, right? You have Chinelas going for the Hero's entrance, but it was too late. Team Secret was already scattered a bit, so the Hero's entrance will not really that connecting against those enemy team. They will get the window in those fights, but where happens next is this particular mini games from Team Secret that they keep on winning.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to catch up. It's kind of like having an Olaf in your team where Ryzen is first, Chinelas comes second, but how can you follow up after Yamada dives into the backline? How can you try to catch up? I mean, Kazuya has that destiny, but I think it might be a little bit too late as you get to see the destiny pops in after Yamada falls. So it is incredibly difficult to try and chase down Team Secret, especially there's not a lot of options for you to join in and catch up in the fight. Not like you have a tidal wave from the Nami. It's not like you have the Oriana movement speed. So I think that was one of the challenges in that scenario.
Yeah, let's look at the pentakill player from that game number 1. Master of the match, it's going to be Tatsuri on the Katarina.
He was patient. He was very patient in the first 10 minutes of the game, or rather first 5 minutes of the game, and no pressure. Even though Yamada has been getting all these early kills, Action PH has been focusing on the top lane, but Tatsuri waited for that Rabadon, and after that it's go time. Doesn't really matter if he wanted to dive, doesn't really matter if the towers are dangerous. He's gonna go in, he's gonna get kills, he's gonna get money, items to eliminate Action PH, and that's what we saw, the pentakill. What a finish for this guy. What a game number 1 for Team Secret.
Right, and I think we jinxed it a while ago. Tatsuri got the first pentakill in the summer season. Why not take another in here in the fall season Icon series? Pretty much, I think in the next seasons, he's gonna get pentakills all along. But regardless, I'm glad that you mentioned about the items waiting for the Rabadon set cap, because if you're looking at the early items, you only have the longsword. I think this was potentially having that early AD damage. You went in for the Burning Geese, and then went through into the Infinity Orb. So pretty much, he has constant damage into prolonged team fights. But when Rabadons came in, you have that critical from the Infinity Orb, you have the up Leandra's AP damage, and you also have plus 40% ability power overall from the Rabidon stat cap, which really states how much impact that he does, how much raw damage he provides for his team in those particular 5v5, 4v4, which was really featured in the late game.
Yeah, I gotta love the approach. Team Secret was just waiting for Action PH to go first, and then they react after. And that composition that they have was just perfect because they had disengage and they can reset the fight. We saw Action just trying to force a lot of these engages because it was beautiful. There were so many amazing cyclones by Ryzen, follow-ups by Chinelas, but you mentioned this, Infinity, the follow-up. It was so hard to keep up and basically catch up on the fight, and I feel like that scatteredness was what possibly cost the following team fights at the later stages of the game.
Yeah, now I'm excited. Is Team Secret gonna go for that kind of risky route wherein in the early game you give the enemy team so much advantage, your power scaling is onto the late game, mid game to have that uprise and exponential power growth? Are they gonna do the same thing in game number 2, considering that Action PH was so dominant looking at that early game?
I know it is a different Action PH for sure, and it's so nice to see them, have this confidence, especially if you're up against Team Secret. Especially that, again, in the current standings, we still have yet to score a point from last weekend. So this is really good for them. They look really, really solid. So excited to dissect the draft over here. I really like the Galio pick. Galio priority. I guess it's just one of those things where they wanted to get Yamada ahead. That's the reason why they locked in this Twisted Fate. More effort, or more resources rather, for Yamada. But unfortunately, we didn't get to see that snowball for that Akali pick.
Right, and because it's just so much objects that you need to overcome that Team Secret is providing against you, right? You have your Azar as your first main objective to put down. I think Yamada did that a very great job into the Baron lane, punishing that time and time again with multiple kills. But after that, there is still Chewy, there is still Trevor, there is still so much more objectives that you need to overcome for you to get that snowball potential. And I think when it comes to that, Team Secret did a great job making it even from a couple of times in a row where an Action PH gets those team fights in their favor. So huge commendable plays from them, and really it's up to Action PH to replicate that, but rather giving away and overcoming those objectives further rather than they did in game 1.
Yeah, I felt like it could have been a different fight if they decided to fight at the Rift Herald. I mean, at that point, no one was really ahead in Team Secret side, and they had Yamada basically had, 2 early kills in the game. So if maybe it could have been a different scenario if they've managed to possibly use Yamada's lead, fight the Rift Herald, maybe amplify more of that lead, and see where it goes. If you win the Rift Herald fight, you get the Rift Herald, and maybe possibly even the Dragon, if you manage to get the reset, get that gold on the board, and unleash the Rift Herald to get space to get to that Dragon area. Looking at the draft once more, for Team Secret, I have to admit, was a little bit worried, like, how can they set up for Tatsuri? But it worked out because, again, we got to see Action PH sort of chase Team Secret around in the deeper ends of Team Secret's jungle. So this gave Tatsuri space on the Katarina. It didn't really matter. They had James as well for the setup, and as well as the Varus coming from Team Secret with the Chain of Corruptions. And I like it. Maybe we get to see more Varus in the fall season, perhaps.
The untraditional ADCs coming into the batch 2.4 team fights. I want that to happen. But you talked about Team Secret. I want to talk about Action PH because when we looked at this draft in the beginning, there is no tanks. Only probably Galio, but at that, he's gonna be the only ones tanking away against Team Secret. Yes, Wukong will be sort of the front lines, but can you really consider Wukong as a tank in this game, right? So I think it's really just lacking into defensive capabilities, and when it comes to those late stages in the game, you really need those, especially in a 5v5, because the power scaling of these champions, regardless, are just so much, and you really just need more tanks. And I think I do expect some changes when it comes to the draft. Maybe put in a tank, maybe put in, I don't know, Jervin 4, maybe put in some more tanking composition that Action PH can really just lead in a team fight.
A tank Garen, perhaps a top side,
Maybe
but
Garen?
it's it's Yamada. He's amazing
Yamada.
at these assassin Baron laners, or maybe even a little bit of those bruisers. So tanks most likely will fall in the hands of Ryzen, and of course the setup with Chinelas. But with that said, maybe more tanks. Maybe we get to see possibly action mid laner be on that Galio instead, and then get a support that can be a little bit tanky, Rakan that can engage for your team, or possibly, since they lack the disengage capabilities, maybe add in that Braum if James hasn't gotten it yet. I feel like there is a lot of options from that Galio first pickup. But of course, they wanted to put Yamada. They wanted Yamada to shine, and for him to shine, they needed something like a Pantheon, like rather a Twisted Fate with global cooldowns, and they wanted to capitalize on that. I feel like they didn't really get to snowball and utilize all these semi-global ults to its full potential. And, you know, Team Secret just had to wait it out. Rabadon's acquired, Muramana maxed out. It is definitely go time.
You're right, and you just wait for those potentials to come up. And I think it's really hard to dictate what changes will be. Because even though we dictated, you know what, these champions are going to be great, tanks can be good, but you have to look at how Ryzen played, right? The 5-man cyclone that repeatedly comes in, and that's just too much to give away for your enemy team, and also how much Yamada does. So who's gonna switch? Is it gonna be Galio? But Galio played as a tank a while ago, right? And Twisted Fate is in the mid lane. So who really will be the adjuster here coming to the game number 2? It's really just a question here and is a mystery overall. Though I might expect some similar draft composition because I think Action PH is really comfortable playing these drafts. And I think this has been one of their dominant series thus far as of yet, comparing it to week number 1 for Group A and Group B.
Yeah, their growth from the beginning of the summer season as well is just huge. And it's so nice to see this Action PH as the weeks have progressed. They've also managed to grow as a team, as a squad, in every single aspect. But of course, Team Secret, we'll have to see what they draft as well, if they're going to change. If, you know, they're feeling good after that pentakill, maybe we get to see something
Surfing Sona?
interesting. Huh?
Unkillable composition? Surfing
Unkillable
Sona?
composition, maybe. I mean, we've seen different iterations of it anyways. Like the Olaf is not necessarily needed for the unkillable composition. We've seen it, being an Akali can be the center
Kaisa.
of the unkillable composition. The Kaisa, just as you mentioned, Infinity, from what we've seen last week as well. So we get to see different combinations. We get to see different carries that would be the center of the Sona Seraphine, perhaps. So I'm excited to see if Team Secret will be, okay, we felt good about this 1-0 so far, and we feel confident in playing the usual and not bring in too many, the pocket picks that we've yet to see in 2.4 from them.
Wing it back into the earlier game 1 draft. Let's use it again. Why not? I mean, Team Secret is known to have this sort of pattern wherein, you know what, we're proficient in this draft, we're gonna use it once again. And I think they did that in their unkillable composition in the summer season, especially in the playoffs. They played it like consistently every single game. They were using it, and that's not just because they were really proficient, but at the same time, the enemy teams doesn't really know how to counter it. Right? And they were the only ones that discovered this composition yet during that time. And I think Team Secret has that foundation, has that experience. You know what? We can find something that only we can play so that the enemy team doesn't really have any counters to it. And we have the best idea on how to play this through, how to get those objectives, how to run this down when it comes to planning, the step-by-step process. What are we supposed to do to achieve this?
That is, I feel like, one of the biggest questions, a little bit of mystery here and there for Team Secret, and what other picks they've been hiding from everyone so far. Because again, this particular group, for Group B, it is a triple weight tie so far. And if Secret wins this, they escape that destiny at the moment. We'll see how the days and the points progress as we head on to till Sunday, of course. So maybe we get to see those scary or interesting picks we've never seen before from Team Secret if they're pushed in that corner.
What it looks like, we're gonna determine that today as we look at the Champion Select by Riot. Go! Action PH versus Team Secret. Game number 2 with Team Secret currently on the lead.
Yeah, they were 1 point away from winning the series, acquiring the 75,000 Globe Cup points. Look at that. If they ban out this Akali, this is massive respect to Yamada for sure, but they're opting for the Gragas ban. The Gragas ban is something I believe we didn't see in game number 1. Actually, now Olaf still a very staple ban up against Team Secret because 2 players can play that, as Trevor being the center of that unkillable comp, and as well as Azar here that has played the Olaf laner back in the summer season. And Pantheon and Senna will not see the light of day for now, but we'll see what Team Secret decides to finally ban. It is going to be the Camille.
Yeah, I think Ashen PH did the exact same bans, but Team Secret is adjusting. Ban away the Akali, ban away Yamada's champion, but this left Lucian open for Ashen PH to come up. So this might change things up, but Team Secret is now able to pick the Renekton and Galio as it was left open.
Yeah, we've seen this before. This means Action PH can build around Ellie here on this Lucian, and it's gonna be a little bit scary, I suppose. I feel like they need more like I was gonna ask an enchanter, but they do have the Braum already. This is a very fast draft. Looks like Trevor will be back on the Xin Zhao, and Chewy will be on this Corki. So there's a lot of pokes involved. There's a lot of AoE involved, but the skirmish looks really solid as well when we look at the Xin Zhao and the Renekton.
But here's the thing. Action PH is pretty much monotonic when it comes to their damage output, and Zed might change things up because they needed something AP. And when we're talking about the tank composition a while ago, they need something that can go for the front lines, and they're pretty much filled with it right now. Jarvan 4, Braum, Jax, they're really stacked up when it comes to defensive capabilities, but Team Secret does the same thing, wherein they have Xin Zhao as the early game champion, Galio and Renekton will be their power spiker team fight gameplay key players in the late game stages, and I think this will be intense because these teams adjusted for game 2.
Yeah, I can smell the game 3. I can smell the game 3 in this composition. Imagine there's just so much small snowball potential, and as well as there's that Lucian once more for Ellie, and we've seen how Lucian can be extremely dominating with 100% crit rate and as well as intense cooldown reduction or ability haste as well. So I'm expecting this Larry Charge Blade and then Navori's and then possibly maybe Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge. I'm excited to see what Ellie can do, especially that this is different. This is not a composition where they've built around the Lucian. They only have the Jarvan and the Braum, but the rest are basically there to kill, not to protect Kazuya on this Zed and Yamada on this Jax.
That this will be potentially easily countered by Team Secret to build onto stasis. And I think that's going to be expected later on when it comes to 3-minute mark, 5-minute mark, even later stages to build onto stasis for pretty much every single one, if not all, majority of Team Secret's player to counter Kazuya's potential to make it so minute. So make that mark inevitably regarding a Team Secret to just obliterate it. Just put this in a useless position.
Yeah, we'll see if that Zed is able to solidify his ground here, Kazuya, on this champion. But now we get to see Ellie as well on this Lucian. I believe because of last weekend, there were so many amazing Lucian players and has been single-handedly not even needing their support to basically wreak havoc in the backline. So there has been a huge wave of Lucian ban. But this time, Team Secret, fine. We're not going to ban it. We know we can handle you, and we're going to take on this challenge.
They're playing mind games, and right now, I think Ryzen will do the same thing as he goes for the flag and drag, will not connect onto Tatsuri, as they will just simply see each other through. They're just gonna walk away apart from each other. But here at the top side is a different story. Azar is pretty much in low HP. That's gonna be the flash away. Summoner spell disadvantage. Flash for flash. Will secure the first blood. Ashen PH will take it down. Bot lane gonna happen another team fight. Team Secret will still dominate. That's gonna be the flash away to just secure his life. In the end, that's gonna be 1-for-2 in favor of Team Secret as they take the lead.
There it is. There is an exchange from Team Secret. They know that they could possibly play around Yamada, perhaps, at top side. They want that Baron lane duel. And then that's what happened. Team Secret, we can probably dive this. There's no level 5 yet from Chinelas. There's no disengage. They're pretty much vulnerable. And we have a Galio in our hands. Easy taunt, big AoE from Chewy, and then Trevor can chime in with all the single target damage in the world and basically focus on key targets such as Ellie. And they're able to get rewarded with that. Seeker's Arm Guard being the first pickup for Tatsuri over here, just to again defend from Kazuya on the Zed with the Death Mark.
Yeah, and that's just the potential of these dual lanes for Team Secret. And also Ashen PH, if they can utilize this, but Hammers is really just taunting against the enemy team. And Eli will fall down into 1 HP. The Ignite will not burn him down, though. That's going to be the Cataclysm, locking Hammers down as Hammers will try to walk away. Eli will still stay survive as Trevor will follow through with a response. But he will not go for it. But Flash, Spear, he will get the kill. What a name god for Team Secret as they take it back.
What a bait coming from Trevor there, and I'm sure he wasn't expecting that. Ellie did not expect that at all. And now Trevor has what? 3 kills so far in this 3-minute game. That's it. He's going to be absolutely scary if he homes into a target, because considering that Kazuya and Ellie will be one of the prime targets for sure, and he's just gonna melt them down, air quote.
Right, and I think this part of the game is just so different from game 1 that we have seen, because right now it's a 4-4-4. It's Ashen PH now engaging the fight, though Hammons will go for the Proto Belt away. That's going to be the Galio ultimate. Hero's entrance in. One-man knock-up onto Braum as he will get eviscerated by Team Secret. Lucian with a calling, massive amounts of damage, but majority of it will not connect onto Team Secret, as Team Secret will get the 2-for-none trade, and they will once again get the lead in the series.
Look at them go! Even going so far deep in the jungle of Action PH, and with Chinelas, unfortunately, not even reaching level 5 yet. So the disengage option for Action PH is not even available so far in these early game fights.
Right, and I think just the level advantage dictates who will win sort of those team fights, especially if you force it. And you have to consider that Trevor is on an early game champion with a Sinjao, very, very strong level 5 potential, and even level 3 prowess in this game. But Ashen PH, you know what? Get all the kills that you want. We have the information that you made for the recall. So we're going to go with the Rift Herald easy so that we can make it back when it comes to the gold differentiability in this game.
Exactly. They are... Action PH is trying to adjust. 2k gold lead already in favor of Team Secret. And Infernal Drake will be very juicy later on in the next few minutes. So we'll see if Action PH is able to set that up for the squad. Kazuya, though, already has that 1 kill apiece. As well, together with the Yamada, with the Triforce already getting picked up. So that's a really nice spike for the Jacks. We'll see, though, if they pick up, the Wit's End later on as well. Especially, Chewy is there, Hamas is there, Tatsuri as well. Especially because he got the pentakill earlier and even is on the Katarina once more. But again, the spike that we're looking for is the Rabadons. That is absolutely scary from game number 1. And they have a lot of leg room before, we get to see the needlessly large rod, the double rod in the inventory of Tatsuri.
Yeah, and however, you stated about the damage output items, you stated about the Rabadon set cap. I want to highlight something that Tatsuri did in this early game, going for the Crystalline. Because I think that gives him a lot more defensive capability for Tatsuri to now just dash in onto those team fights, get a lot more armor, not crystalline at its full form, but really it's just the basic form that can give you a little bit more armor to go into those team fights and still give you AP, because we stated a while ago that Action PH has a composition that's really monotonic, and only Kazuya that can change things up. But really, when you're looking at it, the items for Kazuya is the Ghost Blade, so I think that's not really gonna give you a lot more AP into the team fight, and Team Secret can adjust with some more armor resistance.
Yeah, survivability over the damage for now. They want to survive as much as they can just to deny the potential early game snowball that Kazuya has, especially you brought up that Ignite, so he's hoping to keep those early targets for sure. Now, Action PH, though, they are still pretty much on guard, not finding the opportunities just yet. As we get to see Yamada hiding in the brush, actually, waiting if Tatsuri will move a little bit forward, perhaps.
but he won't. And I think Trevor has a game sense. You know what? Maybe someone's rotating top side because they want to engage as well. So I think Trevor wants to go back away. You know what? Let's just chill for a while. We're wasting time here waiting for Yamada to come in, because if you're looking at the wave, it's frozen into the mid side of the Baron lane. So I think they just suspect that. We don't want to fight. But now Trevor wants to force it. He now comes in into the backside, tries to go it away. That's gonna be the knock up. The ultimate will follow through. Galio will be there as well. Hammers will get the 2-man taunt. The Glacial Fisher will delay how much damage the Team Secret is gonna do, but 4-man Rome really just dominates in a 2v4 situation, and Team Secret will get away with 4 kills. 2 kills.
Yeah, that Chinelas, even though it was a little bit worrisome because he wanted to clutch his ult before when Team Secret decides to dive, maybe a potential outplay. Especially Yamada was there with him, so it could have been a potential CC lock, but it didn't happen because there were 4 people, 4 versus 2. We do the math. It ain't pretty. With that though, Rift Herald has been marching down at the bottom side, so the Rift Herald was able to get at least 1 charge to get 1 plate off of that. So Action PH at least has a little bit of leg room, I suppose, at the bottom portion of the map. But something that both teams will have to eventually face is the Infernal Drake. And we could possibly see a 5v5. Maybe Action PH, before that timer goes in, they get a pick first before committing, because that's 20 seconds on the clock before that Infernal Drake spawns.
Right, I think Action PH has this opportunity to make it back, because currently Team Secret is at a huge lead. They have the 3k gold lead, make it a 4k gold lead pretty much. It's really just so close. But Hammond is stepping onto the bush. That's going to be the face check that he doesn't want to go for. So he runs away because there are 2 men waiting to kill him. But Action PH has the information as well. The Team Secret has 3-man roam into the mid lane, and they need to force back away, because if they do, they're gonna get eviscerated. And now Hammers, though, into the backside onto the hill, goes for the zone away. As Renekton will be there as well. Azard is gonna be the 5-man available for Team Secret to put down the Infernal Drake. But Ashen PH doesn't want to give this for free, as gotta cut a Cataclysm onto the Dragon Spit. That's gonna be pretty massive. But the Jarvan 4 will get slain, making 2 kills, as Kazuya will fall down as well. But Chewy will try to go by the way. The Valkyrie will be there, keeping him safe. And Yamada is going for the 1v3. He cannot do it. But Trevor just goes in. You know what? Jarvan 4 accepts his fate. He's gonna get killed. Team Secret gets the ace.
Yeah, he stood there. He was in between towers. Either I die from the tower, give the kill to someone else, or Trevor will finish me here and there. Then and there, rather. And Team Secret, they got a lot of bonus kills on top of that Infernal Drake, so they're gonna be pretty happy of that additional damage boost buff that they're going to be having in the next fights. And Tatsuri, again, such a patient player. He just waited for the prime opportunity to come in, and he is definitely rewarded. Chewy was able to survive throughout the whole ordeal. Is able to get double kill as well on that fight. So look at the vision getting dropped down from the side of Team Secret. Of course, we just came from a dragon fight, all invested here on the dragon portion of the river. Action PH, though, has this teeny tiny ward near the Baron, outside of the Baron. Now there's going to be another fight. Maybe.
Right,
no.
But no. It's just sightseeing. You know, we see each other. We're going to go back away. We don't want to fight. It's just a peace treaty right now. Because there's a Baron Nashor alive, and 1 kill can really just change things up. And Team Secret understands this information in Action PH as well, considering that you already have 7k gold lead. We don't want to fight you. We need to have that 5-man to even try and make that gank. So Action PH is still going to stay safe. As Team Secret is going to pressure in. That's going to be aggression. Falling through. No taunt will be there. So, stagnant play. Stalemate for now.
Yeah, it's so hard. I want to... Simulating in my brain when Yamada wants to go in, Kazuya wants to go in, and Hamas is there to greet them with a taunt. So it's very difficult now.
They're going to come in. That's going to be the 1-man knockup. It's Glacial Fisher going in as well. Zones out the enemy team. But still... The fate is already done as Team Secret will get the kill onto Chinelas. As they start onto the Baron Nashor, Action PH needs to contest this or even go for the split push that currently Yamada is doing onto the bot side of the map. So Team Secret really needs to get this, and Action PH just delays this. Sinja with the ultimate actually goes in to counter onto the Culling. Galio with the ultimate zones out the enemy team. Kazuya will fall down. It's a 1v1. The dead Lotus massive amounts of damage. It's gonna be the flash in. Ryzen will try to get this down, but Azar will be there. Go for the single targeted stun, and Setsuri will come back in, make it 2 as he will get stained as well. But in the end, that's gonna be 3-4-2. And let's look at the bot side because Chewy will be there. Special delivery in. Knockback will be there. But in the end, there will be a 4-2 in favor for Team Secret, while Action PH got the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they did a lot of work. First of all, they've canceled Team Secret's take on the Baron. Now bottom side is way open. Look at the teleports. There's only Chinelas though.
Can Chinelas take this away from Team Secret? If he does, that's gonna be a miracle in the making. But Hammers will be there, zoning him away. That's gonna be shield,
Teleport.
buying some time. Ryzen is now going for the teleports to try and go for the seal. That's gonna flash in, not gonna happen. As Team Secret will get the Baron Nashor, as now they're retreating. They're falling back away because they cannot
Another
win this
teleport.
fight. Hammers is now going for the Protobell, trying to go back away. That's gonna Glacial Fish, 2-man knock up away. Chewil will go in, Gatling gone, and Action PA is now on the edge. They're fighting on the pitch, and that is not where you want to be against a Team Secret fed team, as they will be godlike, and Chewy will take it down, make it Yamada as the only one alive, as Team Secret is now running it down mid to finish the game.
Oh my word, what is happening? This is such a crazy game.
Yamada is now retreating back away. He's going for the recall. He tries to go for the defense, but Team Secret has 4-man trying to push. And they are at 5 HP, or half HP rather, coming in. Yamada goes for the stun, not gonna be enough because Setsuri will be there. Goes for the Dead Lotus. That's gonna be Team Ace, and Team Secret will secure the series, and it's GG 2-0.
And they escape the dreaded triple-way tie in the current standings. They are now sitting at that 3-1 score, getting them closer and closer to that playoff slot for sure. And Team Secret, they've again showed everybody that they are still a pretty much scary team, not only from Group B, but also, you know, taking the other groups into account. And I gotta love that Katarina pick coming from Tatsuri. Absolutely scary.
Yeah, they're proving, or they're reflecting that the stakes are high. Team Secret needs to take every single series, every single game that they can, because you need to consider that this series or this tournament format is a round robin with every single game considered into the point system. So if there's a tie, a 2-0 will lead you into more points at the end of the day. So Team Secret has shown us through and through how to dominate in a team fight, and their adjustment, their adaptability is spot on.
Yeah, everything was just so well done. I mean, everybody had the kills that they needed. Everybody shined in game number 2, actually. Tatsuri again, maybe not the pentakill from game number 1, but it left room for Chewy to shine as well on this Corki as we look at, you know, the scoreboard at least. He is MVP. And we got to see Trevor as well getting early game kills on the Sin Zhao.
You talk about it. We are looking back at what had happened in Oppo A94 play of the game in game 2.
I really love the adjustment from Team Secret there. They, you know, okay, you're going to, again, put resources at top side. We're going to go down bot. And this delayed Chinelas' you know, level 5 for him to get his ult for disengage. So this was the prime opportunity. Level 3 for Team Secret, very, very strong as well. So this was the chance. I gotta see this again. The Trevor flash in! What a bait. He was running away. Nope, I was planning to kill Ellie all along.
That's just unbelievable. I'm speechless at that when looking back at it. How do you even do that? Because there's just a millisecond to really just cast that out. Regardless, it's just Trevor doing Trevor things. Gameplay. Now, Team Secret, you know what? At this point, 7 minutes into the game, they have already 2-kill lead. And you're looking at the gold as well. 2k gold deficit for Action PH. So that's in this specific phase of the game, it's just too much to handle, even prior for the dragon to even begin. In this first or second dragon, Team Secret is going for it, Infernal Dragon, considering the huge disadvantage for Action PH. They cannot just jump in and get the security, and they really have to be safe, and Team Secret just punishes that time and time again.
yeah, they've managed to play the team fight so well. I mean, Action PH just wanting to find and maneuver around these fights, but there's just so much to deal with. Azar had early game kills. Basically, everybody had managed to reach their spike, and they're basically comfortable. They can 1v1 everyone. Really nice Glacial Fissure though, but no follow-up. It was just there to try and run away. This is very sneaky though from Azar. He's just waiting in the brush, using Tatsuri as bait, by the way, and it worked out because Ellie was forced to join in, Kazuya was forced to join in, and they're basically wiped out, except for, I believe it was Chinelas after, or Yamada after.
Right, and 12 minutes into the game, you're already at 8:22. Ocean Infernal ready for Team Secret. They even have the Baron Nashor. So I think this all dictates that they're gonna win this series, if ever. So I think that's just gonna be Team Secret still dominating the Wild Rift Philippines scene. As that will be the master of the match. For that game 2 will be Chewy on the Corki.
Yeah, 91% kill participation. He was everywhere. He was with the team. He was just making sure he was alive. 21 KDA, by the way. That is humongous. Essence Reaver and Triforce. That is now one of the hottest build for a Corki so far. It has stabilized now. We're not seeing three different builds at every single game. So I feel like this has been the go-to. It has been very effective. And Chewy was low-key game number 1 just because of Tatsuri there with the pentakill, but now he was shining for sure in this game number 2.
Right, it's a traditional build that has arisen from patch 2.4, having the Essence River, 24s, go for the Solar Charge Blade, because when you're thinking about it, just too much damage. The Essence River will be an alternative onto the Marimune because it gives you mana. In addition to that, it also gives you ability haze and critical rate. 24s will actually go for the ability haze as well. 25s are pretty much, with these 2 core items, you're pretty much done for. Your core item power spike will be there as well. You can just spam out those kills, and I think Chewy utilized that very well to dish out a lot of damage in the series.
Yeah, there were no threats to his life. I mean, I feel like it's because of Hamez's Galio that has been the great protector, the great golem, I guess. Gargoyle, not golem. Riku, please. The great gargoyle of Wild Rift. So it was just so hard to reach Chewy. He had that Valkyrie as well, and I'm excited because, well, even though Action PH lost this series, it feels like they have grown a lot as a team. I feel like there are a lot of the potential. They have had a lot of their strengths, especially when it comes to team fights, and they were able to match. They were able to be at par with Team Secret's team fight 5v5s as well. So I'm excited how Action PH can pick up for tomorrow and as well as on Sunday.
Right. What will be the changes? Because right now, Action PH really needs to dominate, and Team Secret has that potential and really just stepping forward into getting the lead already into the standings. And I'm looking forward for more, and I hope the viewers are looking forward for more as well, because we have a lot more series to come later on. I'm Infinity, and this is Riku for the cast for series number 1. We're gonna step away for now. When we come back, it's gonna be the panelist desk giving us more insights on what they think had happened in this series.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
And we're back to the panel desk. My name is Riku, as you've seen me from earlier, if you're watching the English broadcast. Together with me is Otalus and Osiris. And what a match we just witnessed there between Team Secret and as well as Action PH. I mean, Action PH seemed like they could do it. It felt like they could have taken it to a game number 3. They were very, very close. Their early game looked very strong, but that follow-up, the expectations didn't push through. But let's take a look at the highlights and check out what happened earlier. As I gotta ask you, Otalus, walk me through, what are your insights in that series?
Again, just going back to my previous points, right? Even before this the match started, I have been very critical on the early game of Team Secret. I did say that they are last in the group when it comes to first blood percentage. And that even translated into this matchup against Action PH. I did say that Action PH has a chance in the early game. However, Team Secret, just being Team Secret, will out macro you in the mid game and the late game. And that it happened in game number 1, though. The highlight of the game. Tatsuri.
Wow.
Tatsuri's Penta.
It always has been the KDA machine or the Pentakill himself. Let's go with Pentakill Tatsuri or the Penta guy, you know, because
Pentatsuri?
Pentatsuri. I mean, he's the one who had this Pentakill on summer season, and it's just a matter of time that he got his own. And although Aldeon got the first one, but it's always has been the consistent one. It's Tatsuri, and we've talked about this on game 2 that it feels like the Katarina pick is a bit off because of the lineup of Action PH fairly mesh as well. And still, Tatsuri in his own comfort zone was able to destroy Action PH. And going back to game 1, I love how Action PH bringing in the name itself, Action. It was a fairly close game. They got double digits. They're getting 50,000 and up gold advantage, and this is the most comfortable Action PH I've ever seen. Ryzen with the rotation reflected on game 2 was able to put their gold advantage back into a fair standing, as he was able to use the Rift Herald and the rack double towers. Although the second one wasn't destroyed, it was still a good push that translates into Yamada's split push prowess that pushes Team Secret to go back and have a good extended time to be saved. But you know, it has been Team Secret that got the upper hand from mid game. Not the same as game 1 that it was fairly close. They got the fight. It's just that in terms of objective, in terms of rotations, always has been Team Secret, and they came out on top again.
Are we going to ignore that Yamada got a solo kill against
Yeah.
Azar? I'm not trying to rub anything, right? But I'm just saying, man, Yamada is still showing that he can really stay toe-to-toe against the best of the best, and we have Azar as one of the best that we have in the Baron lane. Azar, are you okay? Man, are you deja vu? Are you deja vu?
Are you okay?
Are you?
I mean, we were
Are you-
seeing some solo kills recently under his belt, so I'm not sure.
I love it. Are you Daijobu? That's I love it. But yeah, what a match that we just witnessed. We get to see, you know, Action PH grow as a team, and as well as Pentatsuri back at it again with the pentakills from the summer season and now in the fall season as well. It's pretty early, I'd say, in the tournament to so far, but our match 1 has wrapped up. We still have 3 more matches for today, and next up we got UCFC versus Galaxy Racer, and both of these teams are very familiar. We've seen both the players, at least, and as well as the team back in the summer season, and it's gonna be another exciting matchup because while it is not a mini reunion that like what we saw earlier of the North Luzon group stages, it is still again veterans from the summer season fighting it out, duking it out, and I'm so excited to see what's gonna happen. Let's start off, I believe, for UCFC as we take a look at the rosters later on. So, Otolus, I gotta ask you first. How do you think? What do you think is their magic? How do you think is the lanes? How do you think are? How do you think? There's a lot of how do you think. There's a lot to think about in this matchup. When it comes to the laning phase, where are they going to focus more on?
Again, when talking about UCFC, this is a team that started the fall season on fire, right? Winning 4 games in a row, getting a 2-0 series record, only to be upended by Team Secret. But even in that particular game, I feel like it's not the UCFC that we knew or we saw during the first 4 games, or even going back to the summer season, because then again, I'm more comfortable in UCFC playing Nasjo on tanks and playing Renzi Frenzy on the jungle carries, right? But it's not the case during that game. Now, if there's anything, right, I would say win conditions for UCFC, especially against GXR, this do or die game would probably have Nastro back onto his tanky champions, while Renzi will still be the focal point in getting multiple wins across the board.
Yeah, and everyone is really looking up to UCFC. Yes, they already showed their power, their play style when they were playing with VVV, and of course Hero as the captain. There are times that Dampier is playing. It seems like Dampier is the one who's going to be present this time around. So I wanted to touch the other end of the spectrum, the Baron lane. The solo player highlight for today will be Nasjo, and Nasjo, he doesn't fail in terms of delivering the power of a Baron laner. There are times that he is split pushing. There are times that he is the one who's going for the front line. There are times that he is clutching those backline reach, and that's where his KDA and kill participation shines. You have the 56% and 5.60, so it feels like it's just the same, the 5.6. And although the damage percentage isn't really high, we know that he is doing a lot for the team. He is the one who's making sure that the Baron lane is being consistent, and the one who's gatekeeping anyone who's trying to reach their ADCs. At this point, Nasjo is the one of the respected, consistent Baron laner this time around.
So he is the answer. He is the key player to a lot of the scary AD carries for sure, especially in this current scenario, in this current matchup for sure. So looking forward to more Renekton's, maybe Fiora's, maybe not the Garen. It's actually pretty refreshing to see that the Garen has really fallen off. Not a hater, but it's just so, like we saw in the Azar versus Yamada matchup, we get to see more 1v1s happen earlier on. And of course, this is UCFC. They have a lot of experience back in the summer season. I mean, they landed first place back in the Mindanao group stages. So this is a team that is absolutely scary in their own right. Of course, they have to face Galaxy Racer as well in this matchup for today. And, you know, Galaxy Racer, they participated in the North Luzon group stages as well. But, of course, they unfortunately fell short in qualifying for that playoffs round because they had Next Play and Team Secret to deal with. But, Otaluz, I start with you. How do you think this, which lane do you think are they going to be focusing on as we take a look at the roster?
Every time that we talk about Galaxy Racer, we have to get our eyes always on the Dragon lane. You have Pao, we have Draw. Draw is a veteran in his own right. He's also a former teammate of Justri, wherever he is right now. Not going to spill anything, but really, Galaxy Racer going against UCFC, looking at their numbers after, nerding it out over the weekend, I did see that they're very identical, I would say. Almost the same in the number of towers being thrown or being demolished. Also same in numbers of Baron being taken. Also Dragons. So I think it really has something to do with what team will have a better handling or a better sticking with their game plan or with their win conditions, because this is an evenly matched teams. Galaxy Racer and UCFC is definitely going to be, I think, one of the highlight of the day.
Yeah, and at this point, this is the battle of a somehow controlled, while the aggressive. So we saw this from week one, and it's UCFC coming out on top. They just manhandled GXR and Galaxy Racer. They have their own strengths. And one good thing about this is they were able to rotate the players. So one, of course, spotlight that I wanted to give, of course, is Zevs. This guy's playing on a Dragon lane, and Coach Lion Nation respected this guy in his own positioning as a Dragon laner. But this time, he is showing a lot of potential in playing in a Baron lane. Yes, Pao, the power sub that we saw from summer season, right now is making waves. That he knows how to put himself in a very aggressive position. Somehow double-edged sword that puts him in a bad spot as well. But Zivs, this guy, he may not have the flashy KDA, but that 53% of kill participation and damage taken per minute, 1027, speaks a lot. He is using Akali, Fiora, and Darius, and want to touch on that Fiora as it is also being used by Nasjo. So there might be a prioritization in terms of who is going to play on the Baron lane if they're going to ban a Renekton. But it's just a rock paper scissors that you're going to have Fiora, Darius. What's good about Zivs is he can use most of those carries and can transition it into a mid-game powerhouse that converts their win.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this guy has a lot of options to select in the Baron lane, and you did mention that, you know, KDA, it doesn't it's there, but at the same time he will serve as the backline breaker. He will wreak havoc in the backlines of UCFC. I'm excited to see what he decides to pick up because, again, 2.4, a different kind of ball game. But of course, let's take a look at another matchup here, which is going to be the Glove Keep player clash. And I believe it's going to be towards the support. So Dampier versus Draw. What do you say about this matchup, Ataluz?
Dampier, and I think this is... Okay, whoever plays for UCFC, we have Dampier or Hero. I believe they have the same champion pool. If there's going to be any difference, I think it has something to do with shot calling. I think Hero, as the captain of the team, is more vocal. Maybe Dampier, we don't know, right, what's happening in the backside or with the team environment. But with Dampier in play, it's almost similar with how Hero does things. They favor Senna, one of the champions that has been unlocked in 2.4, and is doing a hella job with it, a very good job with it. Meanwhile, on the other side, ever reliable. I think he's one of the most reliable supports that we have. Fairly underrated, if you're going to ask me. But I feel like Draw has a case for the best supports in Group A and B combined. So very good.
Yeah, and yes, we might not see a Hero for now, but of course, Dampier, he is one of the integral part of UCFC, or rather VVV at summer season. He is also the one who's calling the shots in behalf of them whenever that they are waiting for. I mean, everyone knows how to voice out. It's just that whenever the support, of course, has a good read into the map, one of the person should be is Dampier. You can see there's a bit of the discrepancy towards the kill participation. It is fairly high for Draw, and but that KDA jumps a lot compared. Yeah, I mean, either way, it's just that, you know, Draw has a different approach towards the game as a support, and Dampier, as they are playing this aggressive, they're this lose yourself type of team composition that they can just mess around, they can just go for the kills, and because we got the advantage, it was easy for them to execute, and that KDA may not be a big of a question at all.
Yeah, massive KDA there for the side of Dampier. It is going to be very exciting, you know, maybe a killer support versus utility support. We'll see, maybe that would be the matchup. But it is now the time where we lay on our predictions. Ataluz, I'm gonna start with you. How do you think this matchup is going to go?
I'm just predicting Osiris to go for GXR for some reason. So I'll go against him this time around. And I'll go with UCFC. Again, evenly matched teams. Numbers-wise, right? Records-wise. Again, rock, paper, and scissors. I know that UCFC has the upper hand. So I'm going to ride the momentum for this particular matchup and go with UCFC 2-1.
Well, of course, Ataluz is right. Always we go on separate ways. I'll go with the Galaxy Racer. It's just that I know that this team always got the potential. It's just that they are always under trial by fire. This group, once again, they're going to face the bigger teams, and they're not going to stop anytime. I wanted to see them step up even further. I'm betting my prediction rate for their growth. So, yeah, there's it. There goes my prediction rate.
I'm going to be like the tiebreaker of the panel then. I really love UCFC's performance as a whole team back in the Mindanao group stages. So I'm going to go with UCFC 2-1. I always go for these 2-1s because after the second week that we saw last time, there's so many upsets happening, and I feel like we might get them as well in our week 3. So that is my prediction. I'm the tiebreaker over here. Look at Otlus. He's like all smug, like, aha, I won this. I won this panel prediction. And of course, you can join the conversation as well. Join us with share your thoughts, share your reactions, share your feelings. If there's a message that you'd like to share to maybe a player or a team, or maybe one of the casters, one of the panelists, maybe tweet your thoughts at, of course, Twitter using the hashtags at hashtag #Series_PH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. And who knows, we might feature your tweet over here in the broadcast, and we get to converse together on stream. And of course, we also we're soon to head on over to the game, and I'm sure the casters are ready, the audience is ready, and maybe we get to see your tweet later, maybe on third or fourth match of the day. And now, here we go. Of course, there's nothing else left to say but to send it over to the casters. So casters, I bet you're ready. Take it away.
Minions have spawned.
Well, your bet was right, Riku. We are ready. And welcome back, everyone, to the fall season Icon Series once again for the week 3. But now it's going to be Series 2. Galaxy Razor versus UCFC Esports. I'm Infinity, and this is Leoric. Join for me for the cast today. And I don't know what you're feeling right now, Leoric, but when you ask me, I'm feeling excited, I'm feeling anxiety, I'm feeling nervous coming into the series.
I guess everyone is, especially players right now. I really want to get down into business at this point. Man, UCFC versus Galaxy Racers, round number 2. We all know that UCFC swept Galaxy Racers in their previous matchup. So it is going to be very interesting to see if ever Galaxy Racers have done their research. And I think UCFC here, I think they're still going to be running their composition. They were very successful with the Renekton and the Pantheon lineup right there, going up against Galaxy Racers for this game number 1. Why spill out more beans to the competition? I think they're still going to go for the Pantheon and the Renekton picks right here. Galaxy Racers might want to avoid that. Yeah, overall, very exciting, very exciting, very excited indeed. Infinity, do you have any specific lanes that you want to see in this matchup?
Interesting you asked that, because I'm thinking about what could be the potential lanes that we could see, because you're looking at UCFC and Galaxy Razor. They battled in week number 1, and UCFC has beaten GXR. But with patch 2.4 changes, this can change things up. And patch 2.4 really targets onto the ADC role. So in this particular series, I'm looking at the ADC, the dragon lanes between the duos of these two teams, Demon Kite and Dampier for UCFC, or even Hero as a support, and Galaxy Razor has POW and Draw. The dragon lane will be my main focus coming into the series, and I'm really excited to come in onto what will happen, what are the strategies that will be implemented between these two teams. And I'm glad that you mentioned a while ago regarding the champions. What will be your proficient champion that you can bring into the patch 2.4 with some of the changes coming in? Can you adapt towards that with 1 week for you to study on what the changes are and what the new metas are going to be?
Definitely. We saw that from other teams who battled it out last week in week number 2. They were able to adjust. So yeah, this is 1 week for preparation. There will be changes, most definitely. We saw that UCFC, they were the ones who really went for the unorthodox type of gameplay. They went for Senna, Dragon Laner, and went for the Singed bottom lane. So I think with the current changes, 2.4, I think they're gonna go focus more on AD marksman lineup compared to that previous setup that they did. But with that, we are gonna go into the right go champion select screen. The bans are already here. I love the ban on the TF. Right now, it is Dragon who has a very strong Twisted Fate. They have their own Twisted Fate win, you see from Galaxy Racers, but denying this on to Dragon is a very good pick right here. Pantheon, there it is. They banned the Pantheon out. They don't want the global ultimates to come out because that's one of the strengths of UCFC at this point. Gragas, Camille, and Galio are the usual bans from UCFC. And here we go. They're still going to go for the Renekton, but they have the Lucian for the second pick. Strong picks right here for UCFC so far.
Yeah, and that's the most interesting draft competition priority, if you may say so, for Galaxy Racer and UCFC Esports, because you leave the Lucian open, UCFC doesn't even ban it, so you have all the potential to pick it up first, to maybe put it into the mid lane or even ADC, but that's gonna be untraditional to say the least. So I think it's really just gonna be an interesting storyline for right now, as Galaxy Racer has ducked into Senna as a priority, to follow with Xin Zhao and Akali. So I think this is their plan. You know what? Let's leave Lucian open. We're gonna pick out Xin Zhao because our ultimate completely disregards the ultimate of Lucian.
Yeah, that's one of the strengths of that's one of the big picks right now for the patch. You know that this is the time for ADCs, and one of the best champions who really counters out ADCs is Xin Zhao. You are Lucian, you can send out the culling out there, but with Xin Zhao's ultimate on the way, that will be rendered basically ineffective, useless during the team fight. So this is going to be very interesting. I like the Xin Zhao pick right here. The Graves, man, one of the unsung heroes in this matchup right now. I would say he's a dark horse in the team ups. He still dishes out so much damage. And with Graves going into Xin Zhao while Xin Zhao's ultimate is up, that is going to be so much damage onto Xin Zhao that Xin Zhao will have to back away. So I love that pick by Graves right now with the dash and going into Xin Zhao. This will basically soften up Xin Zhao in the team fights. But here we go. Ari is going to be the mid, and Kaisa is going to go with Senna on the bottom side for Galaxy Racers, while Fizz, we've seen so many highlights from Fizz in this game, and Lucian is going to be paired up with the Braum pickup right here, so it is going to be Droll who is going to be on top of that. I love the pick so far. Looking good for both sides. I would say it's pretty even pick.
Yeah, and this is double-edged sword for Galaxy Racer and both UCFC Esports as they try to actually initiate the early game. They're really, really strong at that. That's going to be the exhaust summoned up by Senna. Summer spell disadvantage immediately for Galaxy Racer. And why I stated the double-edged sword is because Galaxy Racer doesn't even have a tank.
Yes, definitely. So that is something that we want to look at. Here comes round 2, man. They still want to fight.
Yeah, they want to steal onto the red buff. Galaxy Racer is there to contest it. They have Xin Zhao readily available to go for the smite if ever it needs to be happen. UCFC will be respecting the Streamman role for Galaxy Racer though, but the red buff will go in favor for the Xin Zhao. Anyway, we'll get the security onto the red buff. That's going to be the first blood for GXR. Is now going to be the next one, slain by the mid lane. JC will take home the second kill, and Galaxy Racer will get the immediate early lead.
Yeah, UCFC played with fire right there. Didn't really love the call on the second take onto the red buff, and Galaxy Racers really punished UCFC at that point. We are now up 2K gold lead on the side of Galaxy Racers at 1 minute mark. This is very big for Galaxy Racers, and they will want to use this momentum in the next coming parts of the game. They did want to get... that's one of the strengths of Graves, really, in the early game. But here, hold that thought. There's a fight at the top.
Barrier now going to be forward flash as well. Ziz will get down, but he will get the 1-for-1 as every single summoner spells has been used by the top lanes of these two teams. And pretty much that will be the even trade for both GXR and UCFC.
All right, there's still a chase here on the bottom mid side.
Bro, that's gonna be the route onto two champions trying to catch him up, and he will stay down. Dragon will get the kill. That will be the trade-off, and UCFC is creeping back into the deficit that they are experiencing. But now, here comes the fray. JC and Anyway coming in. It's a 3v3 right now. Galaxy Racer will have the advantage potentially coming down, but UCFC had the dual lane come into the fight as Pao will be killed. That's gonna be the double kill for Graves as Renzi will take him down, and they will switch the story of this game in favor of them. Both gold, even.
Right, that is what I'm talking about. The early game Graves, the dark horse of the game, dealing so much damage in the team fights. And with that, they're back into this game, UCFC. Well played right there, but going on to the game. 2 scuttlers are going to be taken by Galaxy Racers because of the early game snowball right there from by Galaxy Racers. So still, it is a pretty even game. Gold lead is still in favoring Galaxy Racers after that. At the top side, Hulk's right here, but it's not going to be a take right there.
Yeah, when it comes to the effects of getting the 2 Rift Cutters, is UCFC doesn't have any information onto the riverbed. And on top of all that, gives Galaxy Razor extra 120 gold for each and every Rift Cutter that they take in. So that is the reason why that you're seeing a 900 gold lead for Galaxy Razor, even if UCFC had the kill lead a while ago, getting the 4th kill of their team. So this is pretty much very, very even. They're waiting for their level 5 to really just go all in into those team fights. But now, everyone has ultimates. 30 seconds until both objectives comes up for the Rift Herald and the Dragon.
Yeah, some bottom lane has already reset. So Senna and Kaisa already has their itemization. Let's see if Pao already has the Icathian Ring involved into this Dragon fight. That is going to be very interesting. Let's see.
He does.
Yes, he does. So this is going to be very big for the team fight right here. This is Infernal Drake going towards on bottom side. There's going to be a fight.
UCFC Esports trying to get a gank away as Pao and Draw were hug the turret into the bot lane. But UCFC, you know what? We don't want to deal with that. We don't have any minions to fight against you. And we're diving under the turret that deals out massive amounts of damage. So we're just going to go for the reset, buy some items. So when it comes to the team fights later on in the Infernal Drake, we have the advantage.
All right, and I think Infernal Drake is going to be the priority for both teams at this point. We are seeing saturation on both teams' side. On the bottom side, Graves is already in the pit right here. Let's see if there is going to be a take. Dragon is going to be started already, and I think this is going to be a big fight, my friend.
Yeah, UCFC is starting the Infernal Dragon. Galaxy Razor doesn't want to get this for free. You have the Anyway trying to contest this. 2k HP remaining for the Infernal Dragon. You need to jump in. Now he does. As Anyway has stolen the Infernal Dragon for their team. GXR is now getting on the lead onto the Dragon objectives. UCFC is trying to go back away. Lucian falls down. Demon Kai falls down. Dampier will fall down. This will be the 3 kill for Galaxy Razor. And they want to go for more as Dragon will be next. He will fall down to the hands of Draw. As this will be the 1-for-1. 1v1 rather. For Nastro taking it away. At the end of the day, it's a 4-4-3 in favor of Galaxy Razor.
Yes, but big steal right there, man. That's one of the powers of Xin Zhao in the early objectives. If Xin Zhao has the ultimate, he can always go in at the right time, send out the ultimate and push everyone around, and then have the dragon for himself. And the smite was on point. So they were able to go for the steal. They were down in the kill count right there. 7-8 still on the board in favor of UCFC. But I would say getting the Infernal Drake at this early point of the game will give them a very big boost into this fight. Rift Herald is already available and everyone is here.
Yeah, and Renekton will be there to go for the stun and zone out the enemy team. It's a UCFC getting the Rift Herald down. 1-4-0 trade-off as Anyway will fall down to the hands of UCFC Esports, making 2 kills as Pao will do the same as they fall to the hands of UCFC. And with that, they have the advantage, but the charm will come through. Dragon will get a lot of damage out from JC as they will have the stalemate. They will go back away.
That was a good comeback by UCFC. They took the Rift Herald, got a lot of kills right there, but there's going to be a fight here at the top.
JC comes into the fray, tries to go for the charm, will not connect. UCFC will go back home safely without any contest from GXR.
Yeah, good rotation right here by Galaxy Racers. Their top turret, it was under threat of taking by UCFC, and good rotation right there to defend that top turret. Remember, first turret objective is still available, and they are now in a very good position for a take at the top side. And 4 champions right here, I think UCFC will be giving this one away. So that's first turret going to in favor of Galaxy Racers. But the bottom side is going to be the trade right here. Akali is in the area, but I don't think she will want a piece of this meatball UCFC has here under the on the bottom side.
Yeah, they don't want to eat by themselves. They need their teammates to have a party.
Ooh.
And Galaxy Razor is wanting to go for that, as now it's going to be Dragon for the ultimate onto Draw, but a good Stasis enchant will keep Draw alive. No knockup will happen, and Dragon will be rendered useless when it comes to the ultimate.
Yeah, man, look at this. 7 minutes into the game, it's almost 4 turrets taking down already. So objectives gaming for both sides right now, and they are serious. Game is even at this point. Feels like UCFC has the momentum right here. They will be ganging up on the bottom side. There is no wards here from Galaxy Racers, so this is a very good invade right here. They can even punish Galaxy Racers right here at this point because of the map control that they have. Galaxy Racers will have to regain control of this bottom side of their jungle if they want to really get back into this game. Still, again, momentum on UCFC side.
Look at Fog of War when it comes to the information game. As you stated, you have UCFC only having one, and Galaxy Racer having pretty much everything across the map. From the riverbed on top side, you still have the bottom quadrant jungle having information, because you have to consider that UCFC already has secured the turret. When it comes to turret objectives, you told us 4 turrets immediately, like 8 minutes into the game, and that information is going to be so much more important, and Galaxy Racer is having that knowledge that we need those informations as much as possible, and they're getting it away.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining though for the Mountain Dragon to come up. And I think this will be another objective for both UCFC and Galaxy Racer to clash for.
All right, Twin Shadows right here to spot Galaxy Racers, and UCFC now has the information that Galaxy Racers want this dragon for themselves. Let's see if UCFC will react. They will be summoning the Rift Herald right here, and that will be the start of the tension. Mid is gonna Rift Herald is gonna go down, and I think there's gonna be fight, man.
Galaxy Racer, so much damage, just brings down the Rift Herald in a couple of seconds. Now UCFC will start onto the Mountain Dragon. UCFC will go for the Glacial Fisher as well. Zones out the enemy team. The fish will come up, but Dragon will miss the shot. And Galaxy Racer will not get the Dragon as UCFC will take it down. That's going to be a double kill for UCFC Esports as they want to go for more. The Flash from Nastro will get the double kill down, as Draw will be the only one remaining for Galaxy Racer as he wants to go back away. And UCFC is happy with that 4 kill with the Dragon to top it all off. That's got to be a free delivery for their team to really just dominate the early game.
Nasjo with a very, very strong streak right now. But what happened right there was UCFC got smarter this time. Sinza was able to push them around in the early fight for the early dragon, but this time they zoned him out properly. When Xin went in, Braum sent out the ultimate, disabling Xin, and they focused on Xin to make sure Xin goes down first before the team fight really erupted. And with Xin down, UCFC already has the advantage onto the Smite game, so they were able to take the Mountain Drake at that point, and with the numbers game, they created havoc and took Galaxy Racers down. It's now 7-14 in favor of UCFC. Bottom side, Charm is not going to be connecting right here. Renzi will go for the take on the red buff. This is UCFC's game at this point.
Yeah, and UCFC is really just hyper-aggressive. This is what they were known for in their Week 1 playstyle. And I think it's reflecting on this game, as you've told us about a while ago. When it comes to objectives, you want to bring down the jungle, and UCFC just did that a while ago when they were taking on to the Mountain Dragon. So they got it clearly. UCFC has the 6k gold lead in this particular game, and they want to utilize that, balloon that into a 10k gold lead later on, to really just state their dominance against Galaxy Racer to finish the game with a clean sweep.
Yes, definitely. But looking at the gold lead, it is kind of scary at this point for Galaxy Racers. They will have to look for a way to really stop the bleeding if they really want to get back into this game number 1. Dragon here on the bottom side will take the turret down. A little more pokes from the Queens, and that is going to be successful right there. Good pressure by the Fizz. On the bottom side. Look at that map. It is very dark for Galaxy Racers at this point, and there it is.
And you just predicted it. UCFC went in for the Fog of War, utilized it in their favor. Now it's going to be the kill coming in for UCFC. Draw will fall down as this is going to be the 2v3 situation. Galaxy Racer is prepared to go for the team fight. And now they will make it back with a counter attack. UCFC will fall down onto 2. Demon Kite will fall. Dampier will fall as well. But Nasjo is here to the rescue. Gets one more kill on top of all that. Anyway will fall. And Dragon will get the inhibitor third now. It's going to be the 1v1. JC will flash away, but Ignite will burn him away.
Let's see.
1 HP, literally. And that will be the flash to bring him down. And Dragon is happy with that trade. It's going to be the 3-4-3 overall.
Run, Pow, run!
And UCSC, but the champion execute will be at the very least secured by Pow. this will not give any gold for the side of UCFC.
Yes, man. Nasjo goes in late, but was successful in taking that fight right there. It went south for UCFC. They didn't know that there were so many champion Galaxy Racers at the top side, so they were punished badly earlier. Let's see on the bottom side. Zibs is gonna be spotted right here.
Renzi down here is gonna be there. It's gonna be the death sentence for Zibs as he walked through death in his hands, but he just jumps away. What was that, Zibs? He went back, micro play. UCFC will not secure the kill. Now Galaxy Razor has the information that UCFC is just hovering around the bot side of the map. They have not went for the recall, so now Galaxy Razor has the advantage when it comes to the current state, wherein they have the lead when it comes to the items, but still, when it comes to the gold, UCFC has it all.
Yeah, Zibs with a good
8K gold lead.
Zibs with a good escape right there, but she was chunked down bad that it created the window for UCFC to take the dragon right there, and that's 2 dragons towards UCFC. Galaxy Racers is in the area, but they don't want a piece of UCFC at this point. They are down a lot in this game, so they will have to slowly come back within this fight. The next dragon, though, they really want to fight for this one. It's gonna be the Elder Drake already. The Baron is available. UCFC again has the map control. So far, Galaxy Racers has good wards right there at the Baron, but UCFC with their pressure, they should be clearing this one out and put on the pressure into Galaxy Racers once again. And there it is.
Yeah, good initiation from UCFC. As you stated, they need to clear this out, and they did. With a lot of clearing wards, they have cleared out the Baron's pit, and now it's gonna be anyway jumping around, but that's gonna be jumps to water, putting him out on knock-up. That's gonna be CC Chain. Anyway, will fall down. Jungle will no longer be available for Galaxy Razor. Make it 2 more kills. Zibs will fall down. UCFC is taking the lead, taking on this fight. Renzi will fall down as well. That's gonna be 3-4-2 in favor for Galaxy Razor, but UCFC countered disengage as Galaxy Razor will get down on 5 as UCFC will get the team ace, and they're looking for the mid lane.
Oppo team ace by UCFC. It looked bad for them for a bit, but at the later parts of the game, let's see. Oh no, I think
they're not
gonna
looking
go
for the mid.
dive right here.
They're going for the end.
Yes, TP is coming in.
Base.
Oh
Dragon
man.
is now TPing in bot side. Galaxy Razor has 5 seconds to go. Down death timers. Will you be enough? UCFC is finishing the game. Jumps the water. Will be the ones to secure it. And UCFC will take the first game of the series into a 1-0.
Are you kidding me, Infinity? Checkmate, my dear friends. UCFC takes this one. That was unexpected. I thought they were going to go for the Baron. Instead, well played. I love the play right there by Fizz going back home, getting his HP bars up, sells his boots, and buys TP so that he can join the crash. They brute force their way in onto the Nexus, and with the timers down, man, well calculated win right there by UCFC.
Yeah, I think UCFC has calculators beside them using their phones. But typing, 1 + 1 = 3, some sort of like that. But rather, looking back in that game 1, we have 12-22. UCFC took that game out away from Galaxy Razor because you're looking at a graph. Galaxy Razor took the early game at the 5-minute mark, at the 6-minute mark. That is where everything changed for UCFC because they won those team fights. And when it comes to the Dragons, they won it as well. And I think that just really made it so that UCFC just penetrated the enemy team front lines and won them the game 1.
Yes, definitely. MVP of the game is going to be Nasjo on the Renekton, but so much pressure from Dragon. 1v1 fights. The zoning of this Fizz right here is scary. Even the split push pressure Dragon is putting into the map really spelled bad for the side of Galaxy Racers. And here are your Oppo A94 plays of the game. This was the this is the invade by UCFC. They paid dearly in this part of the game, but you know what? They came back strong and they went in. And this is another fight right here. 3-2 on the board, but the punish is going to be here. Look at that from Fizz. This dealing out so much damage, and the Graves will be able to take the kill on the Kaiser right there. This is the steal by the Sin Zhao. Good entry right there. Cost UCFC a lot right here in this fight. But this was it for Galaxy Racers. during the Rift Herald, they dropped the ball, and it was UCFC's game from that point on.
Yeah, and we have to look at the root cause of why UCFCs keep on losing in the early game. And that's because of their 4-man roam that they were punished against. For one, they were wasting time. For two, they were wasting gold. They were wasting waves that was already onto the mid side. And they were there in 1 minute and 30 seconds, wherein they were punished by Galaxy Razor, who took the kills down.
Right.
But
So this was the
with
fight.
that,
Sorry.
Galaxy Razor wasn't able to utilize that type of advantage for their team. They were not able to bring it through. UCFC made a comeback in this particular team fight where everything changed for them. They
Right.
got the Mountain Dragon, they got the 4 kills, and after that, it was over.
Yes, definitely here. This was the gank by UCFC, but it quickly turned sour for them. There were 4 champs here from Galaxy Racers, and it looked bad for UCFC at a certain point. But here comes Cleanup Crew. The Croc is onto the backlines. Good flank right there. And here is when things opened up for UCFC. Bottom turret is already down. The Baron fight that spelled disaster for Galaxy Racers. They really had no option. They really wanted to take a fight right here. So they went for it. They were in a good position, 3 for 3, but they just got erased because the damage dealers of UCFC were left available. So with this Oppo Ace game right here, Fizz went home, bought TPs, and with the timer at, look at that, 7 seconds, 5, 4, just in time, perfectly. They're just waiting for their Reap Wave, and man, just like clockwork, UCFC won this one convincingly.
Right, and the master of the win of the match of Nas Joe from UCFC with a Croc, which is the Renekton.
Yeah. Good numbers right here, 15 KDA. That's monster of a number right there. Really hard to get that. Kill participation is 68%, though there were times that he came in late, but he got the crucial kills to really not give Galaxy Racers the momentum of the game. And this is very revealing of UCFC at this point. Their Renekton game is very strong at this point, so you might consider targeting this one right here, or maybe I would say the Fizz is a possible ban for next game. But then again, Nasjo, this was his game, DPM 1063. Gold per minute is 921. Well-deserved master of the match tag in game number 1.
Could be the ban onto Renekton. Punish this champion, make it so that Nasjo will be forced to pick another for himself in the Baron lane. And I think this is already known in the Wilder community that Renekton is really, really just strong when it comes to the 1v1. And we saw how Nasjo played that out. He was just a duelist. He was just dueling against the enemy teams time and time again. And when it comes to the latter part of that match, he was able to go for some cleanup onto the remaining members, wherein he goes for the stun, gets the kill, goes to another. So I think that will be sort of the Nasjo momentum here for game 1 for UCFC Esports.
Yeah, Nasjo has a very good stat on this Renekton right here. So yeah, we will be expecting possible ban onto the Renekton for the next game. But adjustments next game will be very important for Galaxy Racers. It is going to be a very, very crucial game. They will have to do their best to really drag this into a game 3 if they want a good position in this in this bracket right here. So yeah, Renekton is a possible ban. Fizz is gonna be a possible ban, but it is gonna be up to them if they can create the right adjustments to extend this to a game 3.
Right, and you talked about the bracketing of this group stage. I think what matters here, or what is important to take note, especially for the viewers watching at home that is currently just staying in tuned newly into the stream, is that these two teams are even when it comes to standings.
Right.
UCFC has won 2, they've lost 1. And both times, Galaxy Razor also won 2 times, but also lost 1 time.
Right.
So I think this series specifically can dictate on who will be the better team, who will be in a better position in the bracketing, in the group stage, in this group, in this specific group, right? Will UCFC be the ones who will be the top 2 alongside with Team Secret currently in this day 1 for week 3, or will GXR be on top there for UCFC? So that is really, really important. Now, speaking of importance, right? Significance coming into game number 2, what will be some of the changes that you can expect coming into the next game, Liarik?
Yeah, I will really want to ban the Fizz right now. Dragon on this Fizz is looking scary. He did a lot in that game. Even 1v1 kills on the bottom side. He really pushed it, was able to take the bottom side turret, and that was the gateway for the victory of UCFC. The split push pressure of UCFC is very strong right now, and you really want you don't want that against a very aggressive team right here. So Fizz is a possible ban. I will say I want to try out. If I was Galaxy Racers, I want to try UCFC without the Fizz and without the Renekton, but that might be too much asking from them. I would say I would love to see a Pantheon instead of a Renekton, because we saw the bans here. They didn't allow the Pantheon to come in. They really were. This is one of the strengths of UCFC. The global ultimates are very strong with UCFC, considering that they are very aggressive. So they banned out the TF and Pantheon, but I would rather say I want to try Pantheon going in this time, and then Renekton will be banned. I think that's going to be a different UCFC, and that will test UCFC out. Not really sure about that though, because I know Nasjo is a very strong player, but the Renekton is just too powerful for them at this point. I don't like the Ranger ban right here, so I would say remove Ranger and then put Renekton there instead.
Yeah, and I think these are like just so much proficiency for UCFC. Like the Twisted Fate Pantheon, right? They showed up in prior to the series in week 1. They showed up big time with these ultimates. So I think they are banning it away. Well, let's respect these sort of champions. And I think this is the consensus here coming into the draft, right? It's so difficult to pretty much ban away all champions because you only have 3. And I think what GXR could do in relation to what you have stated a while ago is to pick away these champions that they don't want for themselves instead. If they're proficient with it, why not? I think there is also a huge consideration on this specific game because you have the Lucian pick for UCFC. You have the Renekton. These sort of champions are really, really strong. And when you have Braum alongside with Lucian, you have so much protection. And alongside with that, you have the passive of Braum to go alongside with Lucian, right? To go for the defensive play, to go for the CC chain. It's just too much to handle. And I think GXR, in some way, shape, or form, whatever they want to do, but I think they want to punish this sort of duos and these sort of synergies that are coming up for UCFC in Game 2.
Yes, definitely. That's something that they want to do. One thing more I can say GXR will have to change was their pick. Their first pick, they went for the Senna. I think that's for a deny onto UCFC. I think that's another bad for them. But using your first pick just to deny a Senna, I think that is not efficient enough because it gives out 2 powerful picks onto UCFC side. So that is something that you want to change in game number 2 also for GXR's side. Because of that, they gave out the Renekton, they gave out the Lucian. Those are very big picks that they could have used instead. So that could be something that they want to change in game number 2.
Right, and Senna is a champion that can really just scale out when it comes to the late game. But when it comes to the early game, she's just a slow scaling champion. She wants to scale. She wants to get those souls. So I think you can leave Senna open. Maybe pick up the Lucian instead for yourselves. Have a similar bans if you want. GXR banning away the Rengar, the Twisted Fate, maybe ban away the Pantheon as well. But pick up these champions that are really, really proficient for UCFC and punish them, force them to pick another champion instead. Because you have to consider in week 1 and week 2, I think there is around 80%, 90%, even 70% ban rate and pick rate when it comes to Lucian if it's left open. And that's just really stating how much weight that this champion has in the game.
Yeah, definitely. But I guess this is just GXR and UCFC. I think GXR just really is still looking at their first and early games against UCFC. That's why they went for the Senna right here. But right now with the changes, they should consider the Lucian as their early take. You're right on that because it is during their early meet, the 2.4 patch wasn't out still. So yeah, we can make a case for the Senna and the Singe lineup to be very strong. Right now, with the changes, the changes should go with the patch, not with your first meet, because of the 2.4 match, everything just changed drastically. So GXR will have to put that in consideration for game number 2.
Yeah, and I'm happy you mentioned the Singe Senna, because that's like super untraditional to come into the bot lane, but it happened and it worked. Right? You have Singe going for the knockup first, you have to follow through with a root for Senna, and these two champions are pretty much scaling.
Mm-hmm.
You have Singe sort of the front lines, and Senna will be sort of the sustainability.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in that sense, there is a lot of potential, especially against champions that are really, really mobile. And to be more specific, that will be Ezreal, Lucian, Renekton. These are super, super mobile champions that you can punish with a Singe. So I think in those regard, that can happen. But really, patch 2.4 is a new sort of phase for GXR and UCFC, and pretty much every single one in Group A and Group B. Because I think this will be the only time or the first time battling on the new patch. Can they adjust exponentially given these changes onto not just champions, but also the items that are bringing into the game? So who better adapts, who better flexes in this sort of new patches will be the winner, regardless if you're proficient on this specific champion or not.
Yes. Yeah, but the pressure's on GXR side. You have to think about the patch changes. But yeah, if you're in the team, you will have to think about the first time you met up with UCFC. So those are two things that are pressuring you right now. Well, on the side of UCFC, they're thinking that we've already won with this team, even with an unorthodox pickup. We'll just have to think about the patch change, and we will play our game with the changes that we have. So yeah, this is a very good position for UCFC. GXR is feeling the pressure. Most definitely in game number 2, they will have to solve the problem in front of them at this point. With their backs against the wall, they will have to do better. Going back to game number 1, picks. This was in my mind earlier, wasn't really able to say this, but Akali was a good pick right there. But the Fizz, once again, is a very good counter onto that Akali. You saw that 1v1. Fizz is one of the best counters for Akali because of the Chum the Waters. If that hits Akali, that has reveal. So Akali couldn't really hide under the Shroud. So that was well played right there. A good draft by UCFC at that point on. So GXR will have to consider that also, getting this pocket picks and blind picks. They have to make sure they don't get countered easily.
Yeah, and now we're stuck to ask, can UCFC replicate that great draft from that game 1 into game number 2? Or can GXR really just punish and make it so that they are now in the lead when it comes to the draft composition? Make it so that they're really, really strong. Make it so that individually, in their respective roles, they can dominate in the early game, mid-game, late game, so that they can really just impact the game. And now, we're jumping into the champ select by right go, with UCFC now onto the blue side and Galaxy Razor now onto the red.
All right, here we go. Xin Zhao banned from UCFC, one of the most effective champions in game number 1. They don't want to see that again. And this time they're going to be banning out Akali, so I think they don't want to use the Fizz in this game. So they just banned out Akali this time.
Lucian's open.
Right, Lucian's open though. Oh, the Fizz. There's the ban on the Fizz. So Renekton is going to be available right here. So it's Camille. So UCFC will go for the Camille. That's a flex pick right there. Can go to the Baron lane. Can go to the jungler. So the ball is onto the side of GXR. They are going to go for the Renekton. I love this pick better this time. Denying the Renekton from UCFC. They will get Gragas for either anyway. I saw Galaxy Racers use Gragas as a support, so that's kind of a flex pick right there also for Galaxy Racer.
Lucian now locked in for UCFC Esports. Galaxy Razor is leaving these champions open for them to pick up. And now without Xin Zhao, they cannot defend onto the calling of Lucian. So this is going to be an interesting take on what they want to do as Kai'Sa and Braum now locked in. I like their steal though. They brought in the Braum because they don't want to give it onto UCFC. because if they secure the support, it's pretty much over into the dual lane, as these two are very, very dominant, as UCFC is now hovering into the mid side. You know what? Let's pick up Ari. I think Dragon is very proficient with it. Let's make it so that he is very comfortable into the mid lane, and Nami to match it up against Lucian as well,
Right.
into the bot lane against Kaisa Braum.
Right. I love the Braum pick right here because the plan of UCFC is really go aggressive. Vi can go to the backline, so does Camille. So Braum going on the side of Kaisa, he can send out the ultimate right there to control whoever goes in, and everyone can capitalize. We have Katarina to really punish and focus on the flanker if ever they decide to go onto the backlines. Nami is going to be there to help the flankers just in case they get in trouble onto the backside, so that they will have room for an escape. So far, traditional pick right here for UCFC. UCFC should be at the top side. Galaxy Racers on the bottom side right here. So yeah, Renekton, Gragas, Katarina. Let's see if there's a counter for Katarina right here. There are a lot of counters for Katarina right here. We have the Nami bubble. We have the charm. So this is going to be a very, what do you call this? Challenging Katarina play right here. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, game number 2 is up. UCFC on the blue side and Galaxy Racers on the red side.
Right, and we have to look. I want to talk about the Demon Kite and Dampier into the bot lane as Illusion and Nami combo. I think me and Riku was talking about this in other casters as well, that these are really, really strong, especially when it comes to the early game and even mid game, because
Right.
Nami is a very aggressive champion. Demon Kite can follow through with the pokes that he has, and when it comes to mid game, you also have Flowing Water that can really just give him ability ace, as now it's going to be Demon Kite going very, very aggressive against the Galaxy Razor in the first 30 seconds of the game. That's going to be flash away. Dampier losing the summoner spells
Vi is
will
here.
be massive. Renzi's there. He goes for the charge. He goes for the flash as well, but not gonna connect against Pao. It's gonna be the flash for flash, but we'll be safe. No kills will be done.
Yeah, good job right there. But Galaxy Racer surviving the aggression from UCFC. So that's flash taken away from the jungler of UCFC. So Renzi will not be very aggressive on the next couple of minutes of this game. Galaxy Racers surviving a 3v2. So that's a little, I would say that's a little win for them, for their side, even though they really didn't get a kill right there. Even if UCFC went for the aggression early game, on the Dragon laner, UCFC. Wait, hold that thought. There's gonna be fight all across
Two-man
the
roll
map.
for Galaxy Ranger. That's gonna be the flash. That's gonna be the kill. They take the first blood, but here into the bot side of the map, that's gonna be 3-man roam for UCFC Esports. But they're just walking. They're just exploring. They have their sights on the Galaxy Razor, but they're not following through. No kills will be traded off. Galaxy Razor will take the lead in first blood.
Yeah, Galaxy Racers will get the Globe first blood of the game. Well played by Galaxy Racers right here. Wait, hold that thought. There is going to be a gang up right here on the top side, but that is not going to transform to anything else. But once again, on the bottom side, Dragon laners are okay on Galaxy Racers. UCFC already invested time from Divide to really get a kill of their own on the bottom side, and they failed once again. So because of that, we're looking at a 1k gold lead in favor of Galaxy Racers. This is looking good for them so far in the early game. We'll see if they can continue the momentum of that they have started to build in this early part of the game.
Yeah, Galaxy Razor 1k gold lead already, and Draw is just hovering into the mid side because you have Galaxy Razor taking the lead already. You go for the TVs back, I think will be much better because they're waiting for that opportunity to support their team. Level 5 already for everyone. Right. So I think Galaxy Razor, Draw to be specific, wants to have that safety onto Pao so that he can scale out.
All right, and right now we're seeing UCFC trying to really draw out their win condition. They have the Vi, they have the Camille, so these are the types of team comp who really want to go aggressive in the early game, and you know UCFC is very aggressive in the early game. Galaxy Racer is playing to their win condition, the Kaisa in the late game. That will be very important, so they are not allowing UCFC to take control of this early game. Here it is, another aggression by the Vi. They're looking onto JC on the mid side. Let's see if they're going to be successful with this take. JC will be pushed under the turret, and let's see if there's going to be a fight.
We'll see. But it looks like it's going to be no for an answer here on that question, Leoric. Galaxy Razer will not push through. UCSC will do the same thing. They're just hovering onto mid lane.
Take two.
Yes, they want to do a gank, but will it be successful as now anyway comes through into the fray?
All
And UCFC will be forced to back away.
Yeah, so this is Galaxy Racer trying to win. Well, going up against UCFC, they know UCFC is really aggressive. So they
1v1.
just really want to cancel that out. Rift Herald and the Dragon is already alive. UCFC is in the area early. So yeah, well, UCFC does have control. Let's see if they can capitalize on this.
Anyway, now going in, that's gonna be a bubble trouble. Follow through with the Assault and Battery, and Gragas will fall down. Anyway, we'll bye-bye in this 4-minute mark, and UCFC has the advantage to go for the Cloud Dragon because Galaxy Razer has no jungle available for 5 seconds.
Good bubble right there. Bubble is equal trouble. Whoa, take two,
Camille
man.
now jumps in. That's going to be Cable in. Hexic Ultimatum to just secure a kill. That's going to be the support now away for Galaxy Razer. Lucian will fall down though for UCFC Esports. That's the let Lotus. Lot of damage coming through for Galaxy Razer, making a double kill for Zivs. And now it's gonna be the upside down story as Galaxy Razer now takes 4 kill away.
Love this from Galaxy Razors. Very patient. Well, and they know the game plan of UCFC. UCFC really want to go aggressive, so they are baiting out ultimates. They're baiting out flashes from UCFC, and good kite from them. Very patient. Once the skills are already out from the hands of UCFC, they went in for the kill, and because of that, we have a 2-5 on the board, and we're looking at a 5k gold lead in favor of Galaxy Racers. The Cloud Drake was secured by them also, so that's a very big paycheck going to them. Here at the top side, Nasjo will go alone for this Rift Herald. He has to do it faster, but Vi is already here, so I think that's going to be a Rift Herald for free for them. Galaxy Racers will be late for the party, so good job by UCFC getting at least the Rift Herald in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Galaxy Razer, 4-man roam to bot side. The very least that UCFC can do is get the security onto the Rift Herald, but now Galaxy Razer wants to punish that. They want to get that trade-off up and running. Nasjo is safe, very, very mobile as a champion.
All right, that's
Galaxy Razer will not be having a successful gank, but I was speaking too early anyway. It was now there waiting for the flank to happen as they will try to take the kill, but Nasjo will flash away back to safety. No kills will follow through Galaxy Razer, but this is not finished. UCFC will get a pin down onto Zivs. Zivs will die. That's good for 175 gold for UCFC Esports.
Yes, definitely. But I love this from Galaxy Racers. They're now taking control of the game slowly, taking away UCFC's aggression, taking away UCFC's early game dominance. Galaxy Racers, there it is.
3-man roam, looking to kill onto Demon Kite. That's going to be Sun, CC Chain. Killer Instinct to follow up. Massive amounts of damage. Demon Kite is very, very low on HP. The Ignite is going to be burning down onto anyway, and that will be the 2-for-1 trade-up. But the fight is not going to be over as we have Renzi to follow through into the fence in the tier 1 turret on the top side of the map. That's going to be Ari trying to go away and zone out the enemy team. Renzi will force out a flash, and Galaxy Razer will be happy on that. But bot lane, we have Rift Herald now pushing in as Nasjo will support it through to try and get the tier 2 turret, but Zivs is just too tanky and he will be able to go for the defense.
Yeah, man. I love this from Galaxy Racers once again. They are now controlling the game. Love that flash from JC when the charm was going towards him. That would have been very disastrous for them. But there at the bottom, Rift Herald was summoned right there with the split push pressure by the Camille, but only one turret went down. Everyone went for a trade, and Galaxy Racer still on top of this game. 4-7 still, and we're looking at a 4k gold lead in favor of the guys in red. Right now, Renekton is alone on the bottom side, but here comes Cavalry, so UCFC will not be able to capitalize on this. Zivs will be able to get away.
Look at the information game though. He was able to go away, but look at how much information that UCFC has. 2 wards into the bot side. You have 1 more into the riverbed as Galaxy Razer wants to go for the punish. But Team Kai is just too fast. Just too quick. He's fast and furious to really just go back away for a retreat as UCFC will net no kills. Galaxy Razer will do the same. No kills just of yet. They have a peace treaty for like a couple of minutes now.
Yes, and this is gonna be bad for Galaxy Racers if they really don't want to press the issue onto UCFC's side. UCFC has a lot of engage at this point of the game, so this will be bad for them. Kaisa can be targeted in the team fights, or so is JC. He can be targeted in team fights. We have the Hextech Ultimatum. We have the Vi Ultimate to catch them, really. So Galaxy Racers will have to put more pressure on the map. Push, go for your advantage. Uh-oh, there's going to be a bubble right here. It's going to be connecting.
That's going to be CC up and running. Half HP for draw, rolling around the mid side, but now it's going to be a Assault and Battery putting down onto Camille, as that's going to be the 2-4-0 trade of Galaxy Razor, and now has the advantage. King Ray, massive amount of damage coming through. Renekton will go for the stun. 1 HP for Demon Kite running away. He goes in, dashing in as he gets the kill. Zivs will secure the ace. He will get the triple kill, and he is now going for the tier 1 turn into the mid lane as they get the map control.
Oppo team ace by Galaxy Racers, and that's what I'm talking about. Maybe they forced a reaction from UCFC side. They know they have the lead. They used their lead that time. Get a team fight, because right now you are going to be winning the team fights with the gold lead that you had. And because of that, UCFC got aced. And on top of that, Galaxy Racers will get the Ocean Drake as their reward. That's going to very big game for Galaxy Racers, and now they are up 8k gold, making it 8k gold 10 minutes in.
Yeah, it's 8k, which is very, very big when you're considering the time span of 10 minutes alone. And on top of all that, when it comes to objective game, Cloud Dragon, Ocean Dragon, scared by Galaxy Razor. So I think they have all the advantage in their life that they can punish how UCFC wants to play this out. That's going to be charm onto Anyway. As Anyway will still be safe, as Galaxy Razor has everyone there on the top side of the map. That's going to be Nastro going for a pin down, but the cable will save his life. Explosive cast will push him back away. UCSC will get no kills, even if Galaxy Razor has went through to a lot of punish to try and put them down.
That was looking bad for Camille right there, but you saw the distance Camille covered with the cable, with the flash, but here comes the Baron take, and it's going to be a fight.
Tidal Wave will not connect against Galaxy Razor. Katarina is now going into the backside, gets a kill onto Lucian. Vi will fall down as well, as Anyway will try to get the flank in onto enemy champions. UCFC only has 2 members remaining for their team. Galaxy Razor with the Baron Dasher now moving into the mid lane.
Alright, Baron buff available, and with only 2 champions from UCFC, Dragon is going to be here to try his best with the wave clear, but that mid turret is going to go down fast. Everyone from Galaxy Racers is going to be sliding out to the top side, and that's another turret under fire, and that should be more gold into the pockets of Galaxy Racers, furthering their lead. Let's see if they can go for the punish right here, man.
They could. Galaxy Razor has secured a tier 2 turret in the top lane, and UCFC has none. But you have 5 man looking to kill Galaxy Razor in now. Nasjo comes in. That's going to be Tidal Wave to follow up. Hextech Ultimatum onto Zivs, but Zivs went in for the Golden State, as he will still survive for just a little bit longer. And Wave with a flash body slam will connect onto Renzi, as Renzi will be 1 HP. Rampage onto Kaisa. Nami will fall down. Renzi will try to run away, as Renekton will fall as well. It's now going to be the 2-4-2. Everyone is even for now, as Dampier will try to stay alive for a little bit longer. Demon Kite will fall to the hands of Galaxy Razor as they take 1 more on top of UCFC Esports.
Yeah, man, but before Demon Kite fell down, he took down Draw with him. So that's well played right there for UCFC. At the very least, they get something out of that disastrous position that they were in that fight. 7-18 on the board, but the gold has ballooned into 12k already in favor of Galaxy Racers. Infernal Drake, it's not yet the Elder Drake that's going to be spawning, but it is already a very big pressure for UCFC side. So right now, Galaxy Racers, with the map control that they have, you're just going to set up for this Dragon. At this point of the game, ultimates are already available for both sides. I think that's going to be where the next party is.
Right, and just having that information, you talked about where the enemy teams are. UCFC has that information because of the Twin Shadows, so they know that there is a 4-man roam from Galaxy Razor now hovering bot side quadrant of their very own jungle. And Zivs is coming into the rescue, so if ever a fight occurs, he can just jump in quickly. But with that information, UCFC doesn't really want to go for a fight. You just hover in, between the tier 2 turret bot side and also their inhibitor turret, with Galaxy Razor taking the tier 2 easily into the Dragon lane.
And Astro is gonna go for the split push right here, so at the very least that is gonna be traded. But Infernal Drake is already available. UCFC will have to go through a lot of wards right here from Galaxy Razor's side, so they will be punished just in case they will go for a challenge right here. So with that, another Glove Dragon Slain moment in favor of Galaxy Racers. They spot Ari on the mid side. Galaxy Racers are on full throttle right now. They just won't stop coming.
Yeah. And speaking of coming, I think UCFC Esports wants to come out and kill off Galaxy Razor, but just too much risk involved into trying and initiate those team fights. So UCFC is just backing away. They don't want to fight. Baron Asher is alive though. So I think that will force UCFC to go for the contest.
Yes. So, Twin Shadow Enchant for UCFC. There it is. They have 2 Twin Shadow Enchant. I was looking for that because that's the only way that they can cross maps at this point. Baron is already available onto the map. Let's see, half HP down. Here comes UCSC. I think this is going to be last fight, man.
By into the front lines, the tidal wave will be cancelled by Braum and Glacial Fisher for the 2-man knockup. But UCFC with a steal onto the Baron Nashor. They steal it away for Galaxy Razor, and Galaxy Razor will put them down away. That's going to be 2 for 2. Now with a double kill for Camila as well. Triple kill for Zivs. And this is just a punish that UCFC wants. But in the end, Galaxy Razor will go for trade as well, punishing them with 4 kills. And they are forced to back away with Galaxy Razor now looking into the mid lane, trying to finish the game. They're trying to go for the inhibitor turret. Nastro will be the only one remaining to go for the defense into the inhibitor turret. He cannot do so. His teammates are 20 seconds onto the death timers, but Galaxy Razor is healthy and alive. They're going for the Nexus base. They're trying to finish the game. That's gonna that Lotta's Hextech ultimatum to delay some more time for Galaxy Razor, but they have successfully defended the base, and Galaxy Razor will fall back away because of their HP at a very, very low state.
Nasjo being the hero of the game for UCFC. He survived the fight, and that was enough for them to be able to defend this game. An important thing to note, UCFC with the steal right there, and that just bought them time. And with time, it buys you option to really get back to this game. So let's see if they can still let's see if they can still do that at this point. They are down 13k, but at the very least, it shows that they can still go for team fights at this point. Galaxy Racers did not like what happened right there, so they're gonna go for a mission vengeance right here. Let's see if their aggression will result into something.
Oh, here we go. Mission impossible for Galaxy Razor. Setting up a Dread Brush, but UCFC has the information though.
Right.
So you mentioned about time. I think this is where Galaxy Razor is pressuring. They don't want to give time for UCFC Esports, so that is why they really want to put in those aggression against UCFC, want to put them at a very low state when it comes to HP, and wait for that rush to happen so that they can punish, end the game, win the series, go for the game number 3.
All right, definitely. Top turret almost fell down onto the side of Galaxy Racer, so that could be something for Nashjo to split push upon, but the next objective of the game is going to be the Infernal Drake. So I think this will be the winning card of Galaxy Racer. Set up for the Infernal Drake. If ever UCFC will respond to that take, they can go for the punish. They still have the lead, so they can still win team fights right here, take the dragon for themselves, and that's going to be a very big ticket for a win right there. Let's see, 25 seconds, that is spawning in a bit. Gold lead is still 14k in favor of Galaxy Racer.
Zivs just led through against Nasjo, waiting for the recall to happen, but now it's gonna be anyway, going for the Flash Bloody Slam onto the enemy team. Not gonna connect though. The Charm will not connect as well, but Galaxy Razor has the advantage when it comes to positioning right here. They're not gonna push through. The Mountain Elder Dragon will come up very soon. And I think this is where Galaxy Razor wants to go for.
Right.
They only need 1 kill to get the numbers advantage, finish game with Elder Dragon. As now it's going to be indeed the Flash. Body Slam connecting onto 2. The tidal wave will go for the knockup. Will not be enough though. Double kill for Kaisa. Galaxy Razor will put it away. JC will fall down from Galaxy Razor though, and that will be Renekton jumping into the base, getting those kills up and running. Demon Kite and Nastro will be the only one remaining to go for the defense. Nastro will go for the flank here into the backside. Galaxy Razor though will not go for the Elder Dragon, but finish the game instead. They want to get this down. That's going to be the body sound once again, getting killed down. Nastro will fall. And now it's Demon Kai, the only one remaining to go for the defense. Galaxy Razor will put him down. That's going to be adding extra flavor as Galaxy Razor puts this into game 3.
That was a sick initiation by the Gragas. Body slam, flash forward, then barrel, boom. That was the game right there. Well played by Galaxy Racer in game number 2, and we are heading for a game number 3. Love that aggression for Galaxy Racers. They knew the win condition of UCFC, and they denied the early game aggression onto UCFC's side, and they took control of the game. We'll see if we'll have more of that in game number 3. But here are the stats. Your MVP is going to be Pau on the Kaiza. Very big numbers right there. 8 and 16 assists. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I think it's just a prediction of Ziv's anyway. JC draw pretty much a lot of mini champions that is available for GXR to defend POW, to scale out, and you're really looking at the items. It really just states everything. You have the Infinity Edge, you have the BRK, Rune Circuit, and Solari Charge Blade. So 75% crit rate base, Solari Charge Blade proc, 100% crit rate. You have the BRK to go for those tanky champions onto Nasjo and Infinity Edge to gain that much crit damage in those team fights. So POW really just scaled out, really just formed out a very, very good fight against UCFC Esports with his prowess in that game too.
Yes, definitely. So I love this from Galaxy Racers. They will have to do more of this in game number 2. But before that, here are your Oppo A94 plays of the game. This was the very, very start of the game. XX Ultimatum onto the backside by Nasjo. But that will be countered right here as Galaxy Racers will take control of the fight and Ari goes down. So this is the fight at the top side where Galaxy Racers really went for it. The Gragas did go down, but they will get a 2-for-1 trade right there. So another win for them, another team fight right here, and this one is messy.
Yeah, I mean, the tidal wave in this particular case was blocked by Braum Shield. And that just is able and crumble the composition of UCFC on what steps they want to take into battling it out against Galaxy Razor. So I think time and time again, it's really just Braum just going in for the defense when it comes to those massive pressure initial setups by UCFC Esports.
Yes, definitely. A lot of things Braum was doing for the team. Aside from blocking tidal waves, Lucian was really not able to dish out a lot of damage because of the shield that Braum was taking into the fight. Here, we have the run from UCFC's side. Vi will be able to dash away. Lucian right here is being targeted, but he will be able to take down Braum before he goes down himself. And here is the Baron fight right here. I think this was stolen by Camille onto USFC's side. And this was where they were able to buy a little bit more time. It was Vi who was able to steal that. Sorry, I thought it was Camille. But yeah, it was Renzi with that heroic steal right there. But Galaxy Racers were still in control. So they went for a take on the mid turret. They even wanted to brute force their way into this win right there, but Nasjo was just too much at this point, and under the Nexus, he was able to survive. Hexix Ultimatum at that point was casted, but he did die at the very end, but mission accomplished. Nexus did survive, but here's the beautiful entry by the Gragas right here, and with the explosive task as an icing to the cake. This went south for UCFC. Galaxy Racers went in. Sexy play by Anyway right there. This guy is crazy on the Gragas.
Yeah, and that just finishes the game. They have 5 kills already. They got teammates. They have 4 members alive for Galaxy Razor. So they just finished that with a massive, massive ace for their team. And master of the match from that game 2 will be Pal from Galaxy Razor on the Kaisa.
Yes, here are the stats. 24 kill, death, KDA right here. So with the assist, we saw the assist right there. That was crazy numbers right there, and that is why we saw the 24. But kill participation is 86%. He goes in. Those were very sick killer instincts by Pao. Whenever he sees Nami alone on the backside and even Lucian, he goes for it and he is not scared. And because of that, they were able to take control of the team fights when he knows that Lucian has already casted majority of his skills onto their front lines. He was a sitting duck at that point, and Nami, his attention was on to Kaisa to really protect Lucian out. Because of that, it was an easy take on the side of Galaxy Racers to really erase the front lines of UCFC in the fight. And well played right here by Pao, well-deserved master of the match tag.
Yeah, definitely. And I see it happening, right? Just the ADC being protect the king composition for GXR in that game. Protects the ADC as much as possible, have those front lines, deal with these obnoxious players, or not obnoxious players, but rather the champions that they're playing for the side of UCFC Esports. And I'm really excited right now. What will happen on the game 3? How much changes are going to happen? Are there going to be bans that are going to be seen firsthand here into the game 3 that we haven't seen thus far in game 2 and game 1?
Yeah, I love the pick right here from Galaxy Racers. I really think what won them the game was recognizing the win condition of UCFC in this game, right? You know that UCFC is gonna go for an aggressive early game, so they did not allow that and played safe. No random kills, no unexpected kills, unnecessary deaths from their side. And if they do not have information on the jungler, they really played safe, and that transitioned well for them, especially in the mid and later parts of the game where UCFC, they were already very desperate into getting more kills for them so that they can take back the momentum of this game, but it didn't happen for them. So Galaxy Racers, I think they are starting to get to see the solution for UCFC, and I think they're going to be continuing that. UCFC side adjustments, I think. I don't know. They know that GXR already knows that they're gonna go aggressive in the early game. Maybe try to go for an orthodox game number 2 instead, and maybe wanna go with the late game composition also. But we'll see what they're gonna be doing. UCFC, if I know them, they are still gonna play their own game. So I am expecting an early game aggression from them still.
Yeah, I think these two teams are really just aggressive, and it reflects their game style in the early game, in the mid game, the late game. They just do whatever they can to pressure in, to get the advantage, to really just go for the aggression. And we also saw it from UCFC in game 1. 4-man roam immediately, having Graves, having these sort of champions coming in for their game. And I think we could expect a lot more of these sort of things, as these sort of strategies coming out for both UCFC and GXR. They really know to go for those pressures. They really know to go for those aggressions, and they reflected. They've pulled through. And it's a matter of what champions you're going to utilize to go in synergy with these sort of strategies for both UCFC and GXR.
Right. And we saw that in the bans. Galaxy Racers, they were denied the Xin Zhao. UCFC knows that Xin Zhao is someone who really can take advantage in the early objective takes, and that usually spells out into momentum for the team. So they denied that because they really want to take over the early game. I think the bans more or less will look the same for UCFC, or maybe I think they are gonna go for an orthodox game this time. If GXR reads that out, I think they're going to be banning Senna this time. But here's a review of the ban. Akali was banned right here, and good response right there. Galaxy Racers went for a ban of Fizz and the TF still. But again, the global ultimates are not allowed by GXR, because that's basically how UCFC takes over the team fights from all over the map. So I love the bans from GXR right here. I think they should go for the same bans right here also. But yeah, the picks were, first is Camille. I love that from UCFC. Very aggressive champion and can flex. But this time, I love this adjustment from Galaxy Racers. They went for the power picks first. They went for the Renekton to deny it from Nasjo. on the side of UCFC, and they went in for the Gragas, where they can also flex and try. Maybe they can adjust later on. Again, we saw draw on this Gragas support, so they have that option to give this Gragas as a support. So that played with the minds of Galaxy Racers in that game. Unorthodox pick right here was the Katarina. That was a very I wasn't expecting that, but it played out well for them.
Yeah, the Katarina was a bit interesting to say the least, because you have a lot of frontliners, you have a lot of tanks, and
Right.
having another champion as a melee with an AP sort of build is an interesting take, because you have Kaisa already. So if Katarina doesn't kill out, if he dies first in those team fights, it's gonna be very difficult,
Right.
because the draft will be very, very monotonic. And Gragas, I think, played sort of a tanky type of play style, right? So I think that's a interesting case here. So a lot of changes can be expected. I think GXR will be the one dictating on what bans can be moved away. UCFC will be the ones, though, who will pick the sides. Are we going for the red side selection? Are we going for the blue side selection? Depending on what they want, they could adjust through there. Because they could go back into the red side, force out GXR into their bans a while ago, and get the picks that are really, really strong individually with Renekton, Lucian there as well for UCFC, but a different storyline wherein they can have more of a defensive type of frontliners and maybe pick another jungler instead of Vi.
Right. Yeah, definitely. That's a good point right there. But yeah, the storyline, you talking about storyline right now. One storyline I want to check for game number 3 is who gets Renekton, because whoever gets Renekton wins the game between UCFC and GXR. So this time it was Galaxy Racers who took the Renekton and really took control of the game also, especially in team fights. Whoever gets this Renekton, I think, will have a higher chance in winning the next game. We will know for sure. I think Renekton should be banned if ever Galaxy Racer is gonna go for the second pick. I can't really say for sure. I love the bans already, but yeah, Renekton is so powerful onto Nasjo and Ziv. So who will get this will have the upper hand in the next fight.
Yeah, it's just a dual champion that's really, really strong individually in a 1v1. So if you're fighting against a Camille into the Baron lane, probably you have that advantage, right, for Renekton. Maybe Camille has the advantage, though, when it comes to an overall team fight, because you have the Hexic Ultimatum, you have the extra stun with the cables, and you also have Tactical Sweep that has pretty much an AoE damage that is currently sort of a bit lacking onto a Renekton. So I think that is where the differences are. That is
Right.
where these two champions are separated into the Baron lane specifically. Though I want to ask you, what do you think about maybe the Gragas onto the side of Galaxy Razor?
I love the Gragas. Oh, I've seen how Anyway play the Gragas, and he's very good in it. It's just that it's a flex pick. They can go flexible. I really look at Anyway's plays right now. So yeah. Let's see. Gragas, I will definitely not give that away into anyone. If it's available, I will take that. You saw that, especially in the last sequence. The initiation Gragas can give you, the tankiness Gragas can give you in the fights, the damage the Gragas can give you in the fights, the flexibility is there. I will take Gragas definitely. It's either ban the Gragas still have so much respect for this champion. In the right hands, Gragas is just scary. So yeah, might as well ban it or take it for yourself.
Yeah, just the amount of disengage is just too much, right? And now I'm thinking, what can be sort of the changes that could happen in this game number 3 is going to be very, very interesting. Ari is sort of the profession champion that UCFC has been playing thus far, even in game 1 and game 2, right? He has been picking Ari time and time again, so probably won't be changing, but the dual lane, I think, will have some changes, especially if GXR bans away Delusion. And then you have these sort of bans, maybe onto Akali, onto Galio, or even onto Gragas as well, with huge respects onto the first rotation onto the red side, having 2 picks immediately.
Anyways, changes for UCFC for game number 3. It's either they up their game in the early game, or they will go for an orthodox or the usual game where you want to go for the mid to the later part of the game and just try to take control of the early game. If you don't, at the very least, you don't get snowballed. It doesn't snowball out of control for you. So that is going to be my expectation for UCFC. Let's see if ever that's going to happen. This time, they're not going to be allowing the Gragas. I love that. In the hands of anyway. That is very scary. Pantheon is still not going to be allowed right here. Sinzao, same ban for UCFC. So I think they're going to go for early game still. Akali is not going to be allowed to go in. So Lucian will be available right here. TF and Fizz are going to be your last bans. Yeah, man, Lucian's available and Renekton and Camille.
Yeah, and I think these drafts are very good thus far. The bans are away. And with this, I think huge respects are going in for the second rotation as Galaxy Razor will be the red side. Right. So Renekton first pick for UCFC, pulls him away. Galaxy Razor answers with a Jarvan 4. Because if you lock down onto Renekton, he cannot do pretty much anything in those team fights, considering that the dash is not available. With Braum being picked up as well for Galaxy Razor, they want to go for the defensive, similar to how they played in Game 2 with a lot of front lines.
Definitely. I think we are going to be seeing a Camille pick right here for the jungler. I just love the initiation of Camille. No, they're going to go for the Rengar instead. So, love that also. All right, so again, aggression right here from the side of UCFC. Rengar will really want to get those stacks earlier in the game. Corki, one of the ADCs that I really favor right now. Corki, I think with the new items right now is very strong. I would say underrated. It's not getting picked that much compared to a Kai'Sa or a Lucian. But yeah, Corki really gives you a lot of firepower in the game. Vayne on Demon Kite. So this is interesting. This worked out well for them in their first matchup. They won with the Vayne, so they're gonna go for that this time. I love the Kai'Sa. The Malphite will come out in this fight. So very beefy lineup right here for GXR. I think they really want to go for the late game once again. Especially that they have the Kai'Sa. Galio, yes, is available. So that's one, global ultimate available on the side of UCFC to further ramp up their early game aggression. So I like this from UCFC. But man, very, very classic lineup right here for GXR. And I love this too from them.
Okay, now let's talk about the advantage, disadvantage, as you've already rallied down onto the composition right now for UCFC Esports and Galaxy Razor. I think UCFC has the advantage when it comes to the late game, especially in the mid game as well.
Right.
Because you have to consider, they have the Rengar that scales out in the early game and the mid game, late game with that passive, considering or really relying on those kills coming through. If UCFC gets those early kills, Rengar will scale much faster.
Right.
But if not, the mid-game, late-game will be where Rengar scales out in power. And Vayne is also a late-game champion.
True.
He's really, really strong, but he needs a lot of items, potentially even 4 core items, 3 core items for his team. Corki will be there as well. Mid-game power spike. So I think UCFC has drafted in this game to be sort of the mid-game, late-game. Now, Galaxy Razor has the early advantage, though, pretty much because anyway is strong at level 3. You have Zivs, level 5, very, very strong team fighter. JC at level 5 will be there as well. So pretty much, I think this is a battle between sort of the late game power spike versus the early to mid game power spike.
I'm looking at the lineup right now. Full engage onto the side of Galaxy Racers. So you don't really want to fight into that 5v5. So UCFC, if all else really fail, they have the option to go for a split push right here. So that could be something that they will be drawing up later in the game, especially looking at this lineup, the team comp of Galaxy Racer. You have the Malphite who can go in, and then you have the Jarvan to catch anyone out. Maybe the Braum will catch 2 champions, maybe 3 with the Glacial Fisher, and JC, look at that with the Moonfall. That's crazy team game right there. So I think UCFC will opt for a split push later on with this Renekton, as he will have advantage in the top side. But Zivs will be forced to use the fruit right here. But yeah, that's something. A split push right here is going to be definitely open for UCFC.
Possibly, because Renekton is a champion that is both mobile and also individually great. So if he split pushes, he has a lot of time, he has a lot of space to go back to retreat, still have that safety net
Right.
onto him. And also in addition to that, when it comes to 1v1, he has a lot of damage. So I
Right.
think, as you stated, split pushing can be a potential opening for UCFC to do when they are in a bad situation against Galaxy Razor.
Right.
But pretty much this early game is a peace treaty once again. It's a stalemate. No one will get so much ahead,
Yeah.
and no one will get that disadvantage in this early stages because power scaling are just mid-game. There's no one that scales out real hardcore early at level 1, level 2. They
Right.
need to wait for the first core item. Pow needs dedicated ring to be upgraded. That is estimating around 4-minute mark to come through.
Yeah. I'm still looking at the lineup right now. Yeah, I think split push is definitely the game right here for UCFC. Because if ever Renekton split pushes, Nasjo, who do you think can match up and mirror the split push at this point? If Zivs will try to match up with Nasjo, I think Nasjo will win that 1v1. You mentioned that earlier. 1v1 is very strong under the Renekton compared to the champions that you're seeing right now in the team comp of Galaxy Racers. So that's something Galaxy Racers will have to put in mind in the later parts of the game, especially once Renekton starts to come online.
Right, and I think the answer to that question is going to be Malfoy. If you're looking at the item build right now, he is built onto a Bramble Vest, which means that Zivs wants to go on parry against Nasjo in those team fights. Is now Renzi is actually waiting for the Crybush. The ultimate will come through. That's going to be Unstoppable Force. Renzi will fall down. The Unstoppable, the Cataclysm will lock it down, but it's the wrong target. It's Nasjo instead of Renzi, and Renzi will be safe, cowering away onto enemy jungle. As no kills will be done, First Blood will still be reinstated for everyone to take.
Yeah, Renzi, that was too close for comfort, my friend. But yeah, with the ultimate, he was able to get out of there alive. Still 0-0 on the board. That was really scary for UCFC. That would have been disastrous even if Renzi died right there. But in the end, it is going to be stalemate still. Rift Scuttler is going to be available right here for the taking, and UCFC is in that spot early, so they should be taking this. 10 seconds. Next 10 seconds, the Dragon, it's Infernal Drake, and the Rift Herald is going to be spawning, and everyone is already here. Remember, we have Porky onto the side of UCFC, so Porky will want to go home and try to get the package, because that's a big power spike onto the Infernal Drake take right here. Let's see if he can go home. Nasjo is already here, so I think Nasjo is going to be joining the fight. We will just go home instead, and I think everyone's going to be marching onto the Infernal Drake at this point.
It's so important. So I think UCFC wants to go for the Fat Man Roam into the Dragon's Pit because Galaxy Razor will do the same. It's now going to be Galaxy Razor going for the Glacial Fissure, gets to secure blood onto Hero as they take in first kill. Galaxy Razor will push through, will go in, will go down. UCFC will lose 2 members and Galaxy Razor wants to go for more. Killer Instinct went into the backside, gets a kill down as Nasjo will get the trade-off happening, but he will get killed as well. It's the only one remaining for UCFC Esports. He's going for the Heroes, enter zones out the enemy team as Demon Kite will go into the backside, gets a triple kill down. Vayne is out scaling the enemy team with a quadra kill in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Wow, that was crazy right there. I thought it was looking bad for UCFC. They went in the pit when their teammates were still away from the pit, so it looked bad for them. But at this point of the game, death timers are very short. So even if they died, they were able to get in the fights. Good job by Demon Kite, kiting everyone all around the map. So he survived the team fights and he was able to really finish the fight. And here's
Galaxy
another team
Razor.
fight.
3-man taunt coming in from Hero. What a massive play coming from UCFC. They have secured the Rift Herald, but Corky will get a kill down. Galaxy Razor will try to cower away as they are in a huge pressure against UCFC Esports, as UCFC is happy to get that one by one take one of the Rift Herald and also a kill away from Galaxy Razor.
And they're eating everyone alive right now, and they will take the Dragon as their dessert. I don't think Galaxy Racers will be here on time, but let's see. Brawl sends out all the to fight.
Glacial Fissure 2-man up coming in from Galaxy Razor with a huge gameplay coming in from them, but we have the Infernal Dragon going for the side of UCFC Esports, and Galaxy Razor will lose the opportunity to go for the contest in this objective, and UCFC will get the lead with 3k gold lead.
Yeah, Globe Dragon Slain moment in favor of UCFC as they take the Infernal Drake right there. Big win for them, plus a 9-4 on the board in favor for UCFC. UCFC now sitting on a comfortable 4K gold lead 6 minutes in. That's a lot of gold, and Galaxy Racers will be feeling that in the next part of the fight. Right here, Nastjo is at the top. Here's the fight at the bottom side.
Hero goes for the taunt onto JC. It's a 1v2, but Anyway comes in. That's going to be a huge response coming from Anyway onto the jungle of UCFC Esports. Galio with the ultimate, though, goes for the knockup. He will be safe, but Rengar will get the secure kill, and now Braum will try to go for the defense. Taunt will be there, only going to connect onto the Braum as Draw will get killed, but Galio will be traded off. It's got to be a TPs now coming into the bot side of the map is Malfoy. Unstoppable Force gets a kill onto Rengar, as that will be the killing spree at the moment, but UCFC still has the advantage as they have gotten one more kill on top of the Galaxy Razor, making one more, make it another, as UCFC has gotten 3 kills at that, and they are looking for more to the backside. Nastjo dashes in, goes for the stun, easy kill. UCFC will get the trade in.
14
They have the 4K gold lead.
Yeah, 14-6 on the board in favor of UCFC, and this is getting out of control for Galaxy Racers at this point of the fight. Would you look at that? That skin right there on Demon Kite, the vein light of Sentinel of Light skin is very beautiful, man. So yeah, I just want to say that. But yeah, more than beautiful is the team fight right here by Demon Kite, and they are dominating this game. First turret is still available in this map, and they have their eyes onto the top lane. They are going to be able to push away Malphite on the defense, and they will go for the top turret instead. First turret is already taken in favor of UCFC. Rift Herald on the bottom side, and there's a fight.
Nastjo 1v3, JC comes into the fray. That's gonna be dash in, but Nastjo goes back away. Moonfall will get him down onto the knockup, and Galaxy Razor will get the kill down.
Top side, top side.
And Dragon is a bit too late into the party, as we have UCFC now going for the top side trade. Tier 2 turret now being punched around by Galio and the rest of the crew as they take it down, and Dragon will be there to go for the defense. This is gonna be stalemate, but they both got an advantage, but UCFC had a bit of a lead getting a tier 2 top lane.
Yeah, definitely. That's 2/3 down in favor of UCFC. Galaxy Racers were only able to take 1, but look at that. 6K gold lead, 9 minutes in. UCFC, they have the Infernal Drake, so late game definitely is in their favor. This Renekton with the BRK is already very scary, and I think Nastjo will continue the pressure onto the bottom side. It will be very scary to go up against this Croc. And not just the Croc, Demon Kite on this vein is going to be a nightmare to face up also. So this is Galaxy Racers' problem, and I think they will have a hard time solving this. At this point still, 9 minutes 30 seconds. Baron is going to be spawning in the next 22 seconds. Mountain Drake will be alive, so we will see both teams preparing for that.
Yeah, the Demon Kite has been signed by Galaxy Razor. It's now going to be Galio going in for the taunt as well. Into the mid side, though, it's going to be Renzi and Corki having fun, and Dragon will get the kill down. That will mean the number advantage will be in favor for UCFC Esports. But look at the riverbed. That's going to be a fight once again. That's going to be the flash forced away by Demon Kite, as they really want to go for the counter engage. The ultimate, the Hero's Entrance will cancel down. That's going to be 2-man taunt. And Galio will be acting with a miracle play against Galaxy Razor. Anyway, will be low on HP. Demon Kite will follow through. Draw will be low as well. It's a flag and drag with flash as well to top it all off. That's going to be the double kill. Triple. Make it for Renzi, as he will be the cleaner in that fight.
Right, and on top of that, look at that. Top side. Renekton completes the split push. That was a 5v4, and UCFC will still take the win right there. Nastjo will be able to back away. That's just UCFC taking everything from Galaxy Razors right now. And the Dragon is going to be the icing for that take. Big win once again for UCFC, and big paycheck. The lead just ballooned into 10K at 11 minutes in. This is scary for Galaxy Racers at this point. Crazy sequence of events right there, but I still want to commend Demon Kite surviving the fight, even if he was already in a very bad position right there, doing the cleanup for the team. Even Dragon, very low already, was able to dish enough damage to really be effective in the fight. So this is UCFC as a team winning this game. 19-9 on the board, 11 minutes 30 seconds in.
Trail of the Hun.
Uh-oh.
UCFC is hovering on bot side. They want to punish on Pao and draw as well. As now it's going to be Hero jumping in. That's going to be a knockoff with a Glacial Fisher zoning out the enemy team. That's going to be TP as well. Galaxy Razor wants to go for the defense. But Pao with a Killer Instinct have saved him some time and saved him some health. But he will fall down. That's going to be a double kill for Renzi. As they take him down, it's going to be the 2-4-2. It's going to be 2v2 into the bot side of the map as well. It's JC getting to try and kill him down. But UCFC, Vayne will get the double kill. And Demon Kite is a master of kiting in this game.
Yeah, man, he's a demon of a kiter there, Demon Kite, right? Just really wrecking everyone out. Putting on a Vayne clinic right here onto Galaxy Racers. And on top of that, Nasjo, this is what we're talking about, the split push pressure. Really playing with Galaxy Racers' mind right now. That bottom take right there was just beautiful from UCFC. Demon Kite winning another team fight, and this is already very scary. We're looking at a 14k gold lead. On top, UCFC is really sitting on a comfortable one right now. And let's see, Baron is available right here. I think there's going to be a gank at the top side. That's going to be spotted by this ward, but Baron is going to be threatened right here. So it will force a reaction from Galaxy Racers. And I love this. UCFC really want to do this at this point. They know they can win team fights. They can draw out Galaxy Racers, who really want to turtle out at this point of the game and try to drag this late game, and UCFC will not allow that. Here's a fight.
Renzi trail of the hunt, jumps onto Anyway. Anyway, he's half HP. He's forced back away. He cannot go for the contest. And I think right now, it's the best time to go for the Baron Nashor.
Yes, definitely. Baron is already being taken right now. And it's a fast one. We're already looking at a half HP Baron right here. And with Renekton right here with the dominance, I think it's a fight.
Oh, it's going to be a fight indeed, as Braum will just dash away. Glacial Fisher to zone out the enemy team. Goes for the knockup. Galaxy Razor will be safe for now. As UCFC will get the Baron Nashor and is now pressuring mid lane and bot lane from Dragon.
All right. That's going to be your Globe Baron lane moment in favor of UCFC. That one was a gift. Nasjo is going to be split pushing at the top side. Corki and the Rengar is going to be on the bottom side, and this is pressure all over the map for UCFC, and I think this is getting messy. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, it's a messy type of playstyle that both these teams are playing, but UCFC is really methodical. He went in for 3 inhibitor turrets as the 3-man taunt will connect from Hero. That's going to be pretty massive. Galaxy Razor tries to go for the defense as well as Renzi goes for the Golden State. He will be safe for now, but Raw will be not. The Nexus base will be open. He will go down as the Nexus will be finished away. UCFC will take game 3 2-1 in favor of them and will win the series.
Yeah, man. UCFC is showing us a different kind of beast in this game. They showed their macro game in this game. And again, I told you who gets Renekton will win the game. So Renekton and UCFC won this time around. But yeah, nonetheless, I commend UCFC. The macro of that game was just beautiful. They were on time for taking the objectives. They really know how to set up for their plan. And here are the numbers. It is Demon Kite 9-0 and 10, who is going to be MVP of the game. Never died in that game. That's crazy, man.
Right. Because you have to see the root of everything that had happened. We talk about UCFC having a late game power spike, but you have to consider that the first 3 kills in this game for the side of UCFC were all onto Demon Kite. He got the triple kill, he got the quadra kill in the first 4 minutes, 5 minutes into the game. And what else can give you that boost when you're a late game champion? But in the early game, getting those kills that leads you into a BRK, Solar Charge Blade, and the 8 minutes of the match? And I think that just exponentially increased UCFC Esports to scale much more easier than what we have expected.
Yes, definitely. Here are your Oppo A94 highlights of the game. This was... I thought it was bad for UCFC. 2 champions from their side already went in the Dragon when everyone's still very far. So there it is. That's going to be Renzi going down first in this fight. Hero is still down also. But again, the timers are very small during this fight. And that is the grand entrance right there. Hero's entrance right there. Going to be casted. And just in time for Demon Kite to be able to get these kills when he was already very low.
Yeah, I do agree. And I think Galaxy Razor in this particular case has already given Vayne a lot of kills. Add onto that, onto Braum, they go for the contest, but it's just too much.
Right.
You have Demon Kite with the Conqueror, so that's also a scaling rune. You have a lot more summoners. You even have a lot of front lines to defend this specific champion. How can you access the backlines? You only have Jarvan 4, sure. You have JC with the Diana, sure. You have Zeus with Malphite with the Unstoppable Force, sure. But when it comes to the damage output to the backlines, who will get you down for that? Because Pao, sure, he can go for the Killer Instinct. But with a lot of frontliners, you can't really just go for the Killer Instinct at the backside and get that free kill. So I think it's really just difficult situation that UCFC has formed against Galaxy Razor in this game 3.
Yes, this was the 5v4 right here. Demon Kai almost dying right there, but still survives. Gets so many kills at that point, and while Nastio is split pushing at the top side. On the bottom side, things not looking so good for Galaxy Racers as they're caught in a sticky situation right here. Vayne almost dies right here. But yeah, Demon Kite doing Demon Kite things, tumbling around and tumbling over Galaxy Racers. This was the last sequence of the fight. Good taunt right here by the Galio. And this was over at when the champions of Galaxy Racers went down one by one. Nexus is taking damage with the Baron buff on the creeps. And that just was game over. Well played right there by UCFC. Here's your master of the match. And it is going to be Demon Kite on the Vayne. What a masterful play right there by Demon Kite. KDA is 19. Didn't die in the game. Kill participation of 73%. The damage per minute is crazy considering that was a very short game. So well played, well deserved master of the match tag right here.
He's not just masterful, but also very, very flexible. You're looking at a Wit's End that was built for Demon Kite. Not traditional for a damage dealer such as him, as an ADC role with a lot of defensive capabilities on the front lines. But he saw the opportunity that the enemy team has JC. The enemy team has Zivs that built or has AP damage that can come through and punish him. So he built very, very strongly onto his defensive capabilities. He also built onto the Blade Dancer, which pretty much gives you a shield when you're low on HP.
Right.
So you have Wit's End, you have this sort of crit item. He scales out very, very much more with that BRK and Solari charge play as well. And I think Demon Kite just really did a great job. Flexibility, play style, mechanical gameplay, and also his micro movements just exponentially just highlights onto UCFC Esports.
Yeah, and kudos to UCFC. They know their win condition right there in that game. In the early game, Vayne was already starting to snowball, got the triple kill, got a quad kill. And at that point on, UCFC, their mission was not to let Demon Kite down. You're going to be giving out a lot of gold whoever kills the Vayne at that point. So Demon Kite went for damage plus sustainability items, and you saw that the heroes' entrances were focused on Demon Kite just to make sure he doesn't die in the game. And looking at GXR's lineup, they were tanky. They were very chunky as a team with their team composition. So just Vayne with the itemization, with how juiced she already is, just went through the armors right there, and it was a win for UCFC.
Right. Are we going to see more of these armor? Are we going to see more of these items flexibility by the teams later on, as we have more in store for the viewers watching at home? This is Series 2. I'm Infinity, and this is Leoric. We're going to step away for now. When we come back, it's going to be the panelists desk analyzing on what had happened in Series 2 in these 3 games.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse, so when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
We're back here at the panelist desk. Rico over here. Together with me is Otluz and Osiris. And What a series did we just watch? Like, I have no words, but I'm pretty sure Atlus and Osiris have many, many words to share. First of all, holy balls of fire, Demon Kite's Vayne is insane. And I love the mini rivalry we're seeing a little bit with Zivs and Nastro, especially when they use the Renekton. I just cannot emphasize that enough. And of course, let's take a look back at the highlights again from our previous series between what we saw earlier as well, UCFC versus Galaxy Racer. Let's start with you, Otaluz. What are your thoughts watching the series?
It was just a very exciting matchup, right? Again, I did say prior to the series that on numbers, on paper, these are very equal, or these teams are very equal, and it showed, right? It went the distance, 3 games for this classic games. And for GXR versus UCFC during game number 1, we saw the power of Lucian combined with Rom. But on game number 2, GXR just went on a tear. At the backs of Katarina, what happened, right? It feels like we're back to North Luzon once again. We're in Katarina as like a priority pick once again. And just to mention out there for the viewers as well, JC, I believe, is like top 10 or top 6 Katarina and the entire Southeast Asia server. So he really knows how to play the champion. On game number 3 though, we know what happened. You did mention about Demon Kite, and he's also one of my players to watch out for in my recently created or written up article. Rightfully so, right? He just cemented everything for himself. I believe that was a Gosu-esque performance on that vein. So definitely a pleasure to watch, but all in all, UCFC still got the win, and Atalus got the prediction win as well.
Oh, well, I mean, you can take all you want. I mean, it's just, Galaxy Racer, yes, they did a great job, but the early game looks solid. But whenever that they're going for those skirmishes, they overcommit. There was a lack of ward on game 1, wherein the Lucian went in, caught them off guard with a 3 versus 4. So at that point, I'm not sure what happened with Galaxy Racer. Game 2, yes, it was a good pickup, but it's a bit sloppy on closing the game. You are having double digits and a double dragon. I believe the kills for UCFC was 4 only before the unfortunate events from the Baron lane happened that Galaxy Racer has been shut down multiple times. For game 3, yes, I did respect the Gosu, but it seems like there's a less attention onto the Vayne. If you're playing on a Malphite, you're supposed to be going in unstoppable force onto the Vayne instead of the Rengar or the Corki, because, you gotta respect Demon Kite, one of the beasts right now, and on the Dragon lane. At the same time, JC is having a hard time on catching the dashes into the Moonfall, so I think they need to reflect onto the picks. I was also expecting that it was a Yasuo type of lineup, but they did on a Diana that has been countered heavily by a Wit's End, destroying the AP base of Malphite and Diana itself.
It was just a lot to absorb. Ataluz, what are you doing with your hand?
I don't know,
explain.
Sentinel, crossbow. Just reminding Osiris what went through the hearts of GXR and himself. But that was Vayne.
That was Vayne piercing the hearts of that, again, voting towards GXR there. But again, congratulations to UCFC for winning that series. And of course, we talked about this before. Every single game counts. But now that's the second game in the bag. We're moving on to our third match of the day. It's going to be GrindSky versus Liyab. And I know Atalus and Osiris have much to share. They're sweating. I know this is back to basically Group A now.
Group A, yes.
And it's going to be very spicy for sure, because again, both of these teams are comprised with players that we've seen before in the summer season. GrindSky, we've witnessed them back in, I believe, in the Mindanao group stages once more, as they were the same roster, I believe, from UCE. So let's take a look at their roster right now. As Atalus, break it down for us. What are their strengths, especially from last weekend's performance?
Well, looking at the numbers last week's performance, the biggest takeaway for me is that they haven't even secured a first blood yet. So maybe if in this particular matchup, if they get at least a first blood and have a taste of a winning early game, then the performance that they had during last weekend will be changed. Again, similar to Action PH, they haven't secured any Barons yet, so 0 Barons, 0 first bloods. things are really going dire for GrindSky, but if there's anything to take away from the 2-week break is that we have a new patch, more time for them to prepare, and we have heard they have a coach. Coach Reckmeister is known to really be very critical when it comes to phases of the game that he can really help with. Most notable teams that he did coach before is, correct me if I'm wrong, that's Execration and NXP. Am I correct, Cyrus, on that one?
Yeah,
okay,
I mean,
but-
indeed right. As Meister, he is known for coaching different teams, and this time around, it's on GrindSky, and we should be seeing a lot more improvement as we go by because GrindSky has yet to score a point, and one factor that might change that is their mid laner, Yato. Yato is, yes, he is performing consistently on his previous matches, but it feels like, and whenever it's around mid game, they are having a hard time closing in or the prioritization process, even the objective trading. They just focus on one part of the map, and then at that point, it feels like the macro rotation is needs to improve even more, and that's where Reckmeister came in. That's I believe he is so one notable from Execration, his vision power, and you can see going back to Yato, 77% kill participation, and you can see Annie and a Seraphine. So fairly different that we saw into the mid lane. Mostly we are seeing a lot on the attention onto the assassins. I want to see him play on that caliber also. Having the 77% kill participation will help a lot if he's going for an assassin and a good roam.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, look at the options there. It's just as you guys have mentioned, it's a little bit different from the theme we're going for today. I mean, there's a couple of Katharinas so far in the mid lane and it has been a competition. And yeah, Annie, Galio, and Seraphine very incredibly strong when it comes to the team fights and the skirmishes as well. So perhaps we get to see that again, or maybe something has changed considering that we're going here at 2.4 as they face towards Liyab. Very, very excited to see because again, look, kill participation, and then look at those champions. It does match. It does fit. So with that, it's you mentioned that they haven't scored a point just yet, so they have to face Liyab. They have to bring something new because after today, there's only 2 games left to make things count. And of course, every series, incredibly important because you also earn the 75,000 Globe Cup points for sure for every series win. So that's huge. But you know, GrindSky will have to face Liyab as we take a look at their roster now. Atalus, I mean, there has been a couple of interesting fights, especially, you know, this is Liyab. They came from 3rd place back in the summer season. Which lane do you think they should focus on to secure this, you know, this series in the bag?
Okay, so entering this games, I believe Nixu will be the one playing instead of the 6-man. It's still weird to say this, right? 6-man Exosen. But that is really the case here for Liyab. As to what lane they have to focus on, I feel like they still have to really bank on the godly performances of their super rookie in the Dragon Lane, Elyon, right? On the numbers game, I'm looking at Liyab's numbers. 4 out of 6 times or 4 out of 7 times they were able to secure the first dragon last weekend. But it's actually interesting that Dawn wasn't even present on all of those first dragon takes. So from that, you can say that Liyab really concentrates their attention onto the dragon side, and Dawn is just going to be left on an island, split pushing and making a play for himself. Migi as well is going to be there to supplement his team.
Yeah, and with that being said, there's a different approach of Liyab towards fall season, and Dawn is one of the integral part that really shake them up. So this time around, I want to put the spotlight, of course, the same as the previous one, the mid laner, Nixu. This we may say that he might be living into the shadow of XSN because we know that it's already the all-star caliber for XSN onto the mid lane, but Nixu, he is living up to the expectation. There's a huge void to fill in, and he is doing very well, getting that 61% kill participation and a damage per minute of 1,176. Even the KDA, that's fairly good, 2.89. The flexibility, you can see it here. Can play on a Renekton mid, Also, the Corki, which is one of the best picks of Liyab, and the Ziggs. So I'm really excited. We are not yet seeing him the same as Yato on an assassin. Yes, Renekton might be an assassin for how it surprises us. I mean, he can burst anyone out,
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's
But
true.
of course, he is a fighter. He is a bruiser. But in terms of popping someone off, he got that kind of a skill as well. So yes, Renekton might be a good pick, but I want to see Nixo on a different champion this time around.
I wonder what that could be. I mean, he has both lanes combined. His experience from top lane carried over to the mid lane, so we might see a couple of common top lane picks being played in the mid lane later. Let's take a look at, of course, our Glove Key player clash, and it's going to be focused more on the bottom portion of the map, mainly towards the support. It is going to be Bo versus Morai the boy. To lose. So, how do you think this particular matchup is going to go?
Okay, well, Bo is captain. The hearts, not really the heart, but the minds of GrindSky. And on the other side, Marita Boy is also the poster boy, I would say. Yeah, because they both look handsome, I would say. So, Bo and Marita Boy, though, when it comes to their gameplay, very, very finesse, I would say. And look at that kill participation. That's 93% for Marita Boy. Close behind him is Bo at 88%. I believe that GrindSky, when it comes to the Dragon Laners, they're a Dragon Laner that has or that have had chemistry already because they have been partners during the summer season. On the other hand, though, Marita Boy is now partnered with a new Dragon Laner, so that's an advantage that GrindSky and Bo could take advantage of. Still, though, when it comes to experience, over the years, Marita Boy has the calling card.
Yeah, and you can see even in the disparity of the stats, you can see that Moraita Boy is fairly there with the KDA. And I believe this is also even higher compared to Nixu. And he's still getting that jungler vibes from Moraita Boy. Knows how to read. He's still got the killer instinct wherein he can find someone and can take it down anytime. But I would love to emphasize mostly as the brain of GrindSky Bow. And the same as Moraita Boy keeping Elion in check. They have a fairly good kill participation as a support, making themselves present to those key fights, key objectives, and making sure that every win can count, can be transitioned, of course, to their victory.
And it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. We've seen the support matchup, and we've seen a lot of matchups as well. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of, shifting from lanes here and there. Osiris has mentioned, Moraita Boy previously in the jungle and now in the support, but keeping his killer instincts intact, basically, with, the KDA that basically spells out. He's out to kill. And now again, with the new patch coming in, this is going to be a new kind of scenario, I suppose. I mean, most of the new items are more focused on this AD carries rather. So I'm curious, the Staff of Flowing Water isn't exactly as popular as we expected it to be, mainly because, there's a lot of priority over, most of the tanky support picks so far. And when there's no Lucian, most likely there's not going to be any Nami. So with that said, I know this is going to be another dreaded question. We always do this to ourselves. Predictions time. Atalus, you go first. How do you think this match is going to go?
I still want to go against Osiris. So Osiris, since I was, I'm thinking I'm ahead right now of our head-to-head.
What is your prediction rate? What is your prediction rate right now? For today, at least.
Sure. For today, I'm still at 100%.
You're still at 100%.
Yeah, so Osiris, I'm giving you the go signal to select select first, and then I'll counter you.
These two.
Wow, okay. I mean, I'm going to take that as a
handicap,
good,
yes.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, no worries. I'm gonna clap back for the next days. But for now, I'm gonna take the lose for now. I'm auto lose for now. So I'll go with, of course, Liyab. Because of course, I mean, in this caliber, and we understand how well they are more synergized, and their lineup is fairly good for now. And I think the GrindSky got the potential, but of course, Liyab all the way.
Okay, GrindSky. That's your answer, Rico. I'm going for GrindSky in Coach Rec, I trust. There you go.
There you go. There you go. The battle of Autolus and Osiris with the prediction stuff. And okay, I am the tiebreaker once more, I suppose. But looking at the track record of Liyab, they were again third place coming from the summer season playoff. So I'm gonna go with Liyab, but the trend has been upsets here and there. So I feel like it is gonna be 2-1 with GrindSky winning one game of this BO3 series up against Liyab. But of course, you know, if you want to disagree with Autolus, Osiris, or disagree with me, you can voice out your thoughts, especially, you know, in the upcoming games, maybe for the rest of the weekend. Share your thoughts. Who do you think are going to be your top 2 teams coming from groups A and B? I want to see that prediction. You want to fight Autolus's and Osiris's prediction rate? You can fight them at Twitter. Don't forget to use the hashtag #CIconSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. And who knows, you know, your tweet might get featured on the broadcast. We'll get to talk about that. Autolus might disagree. Osiris might agree on some of, you know, our takes, your takes on Twitter. So make sure to tweet that, and we're going to be very happy to read that out loud. So, as well as we also do have a Discord, and we get to hang out, discuss, share some memes about the games in the PPGL Discord. So just it's over there in your respective either Facebook or Twitch. Just ask the admins on where you guys are watching, and I'm sure they'll be happy to provide. And right now, I know it's going to be very exciting because again, GrindSky hoping to get points on the board as well, as there's only like practically 2 days left of the week 3 weekend. And for Liyab, they're hungry to get back into the playoffs. Especially they've come so close to representing the region after landing 3rd place. They were so close. So with that said, I believe the match is about to begin. So with that, there's nothing else left to say, and I'm very excited to bring you. I'm sure the casters are very ready. Liyab Esports versus GrindSky. Casters, take it away.
Minions have spawned.
All right, Series 3, Liyab versus GrindSky Esports going toe-to-toe this evening. GrindSky feeling the rope is starting to run out for them in this tournament. So this is the time they have to win this one. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lioric, and with me is Yuko. Hey, Yuko, how are you doing tonight?
All right, so we just witnessed amazing series from Series 1 up to Series 2. So now we are looking at Series 3. Again, this is GrindSky Esports versus Liyab Esports. Let's see, what does this team have in store for us?
Yes, definitely. So here are the faces of the players that are going to be battling it out this evening. GrindSky Esports, again, this is a must-win game for them so that they can still get into this series, and hopefully they will pass this one. Liyab Esports in a pretty comfortable situation right now, but again, you don't want to miss this game. You still want to win this, definitely.
That is true. And well, the panelists did talk about their predictions. How about you, Loric? What's your prediction for this series?
Yeah, on papers, I really want to go for papers. Liyab Esports won this one dominantly in their first meeting, but that was before the 2.4 patch. So things might change, but definitely Liyab Esports have that confidence in them that they can take on GrindSky for this evening. How about you?
Well, I love an underdog story, but if I were to echo what you said, yes, stats do not lie, papers do not lie. The odds are in favor of Liyab Esports, but I guess I'm gonna have to give it to GrindSky Esports just for the heck of it, you know. But yeah, both teams really gonna step up for the day. Again, this is week 3, day number 1. It's all in. This is where every win is crucial. Every initiate, every follow up is gonna have this huge impact on the game. And I'm actually looking forward to seeing how Liyab Esports, after their 2-week break, What
Mhm.
kind of plans do they have in store for us? Same goes to GrindSky Esports. Does the meta favor their playstyle? Does it favor their team, their champion pool? All of these questions basically before we hop into the game.
Right, definitely. And adjustments. Patches always come and go. So yeah, that's part of being a pro team, being able to adjust fast and accordingly when changes happen. Let's see if GrindSky Esports, as you mentioned earlier, have what it takes to adjust and try. Let's see if this favors their gameplay. Liyab Esports, known to be very aggressive as a team. I guess this patch is going to be favoring them also. Right now, we're seeing double ADCs coming up, and I think Liyab has the capability to bring that kind of lineup in their team comp.
That's true. And well, we have seen crazy plays coming up from Right the Boy. So that is maybe another buff for Liyab Esports, just how
Right.
good their playstyle could be. And I mentioned this earlier. We did see a pentakill. That's going to be the second pentakill for this fall season from Team Secret Tatsuri. But let's not forget Elioni, he was the first player to actually secure the
Right.
pentakill for the fall season. Let's see, we'll be seeing more of that. Will we still be seeing a Sayo, or does Liyab Esports have a different ADC for us?
Yes, that's going to be very interesting. We will look at the ADCs this evening. But yeah, Morita Boy, I'm one of the fans of this guy. This is going to be very interesting, especially with the staff of Flowing Waters. Morita Boy is known to be that kind of player who favors champions who has the control as a support. So yeah, that is going to be very important pick for them. This patch update will help Morita Boy. He's already very good. This will make him stronger.
Well, we've been talking about Liyab Esports. Let's hop on to GrindSky Esports. What do you think are the strengths of this team?
For me, I guess Bo is also very good support. I want to look at tactical on the ADC side. I've seen him. There were moments that he shined in the previous matchups. Let's see if the new items will really favor him in this game. So I want to look at tactical. But yeah, you mentioned he is gonna go up against El Yon, and that's gonna be very scary. So this is gonna be very interesting on the Dragon lane, definitely.
Yeah, that is true. And that's actually my next statement. A lot of action definitely will happen. Looking down at the Dragon Lane is just this fight of who gets to snowball first, who gets those items in first. And another thing, of course, when we talk about early game, the ADCs, they're not quite there yet. But let's look at the jungler. It's all about the jungle pathing, being able to make things happen. Are you going to get the kills? Are you going to get the resources? And I guess Miggy, he really improved a lot looking back at the summer season. So let's see, what will be the matchup or the fight between the two junglers rather from both teams? And well, yeah, another lane I guess I'd like to look up on is up there at the Baron lane. We have been seeing the usual picks. Renekton. We've been seeing a lot of Akali lately, so maybe that's something we could be seeing this time around. I actually like the fact that we kind of took a step back with the usual tank Baron lane. I mean, it's still there. It's still the priority. But we get to see this assassin Baron laners back again, but because maybe that's just the comfort pick for our players.
True. And it's kind of lonely being a tank right now, considering that the items coming out at 2.4 is going to shred the hell out of you. So kind of we've seen some flashes of Garen coming out here and then, but they do not really shine right now compared to the previous patch. So yeah, I'm not leaning towards tanky lineup right now, but we could see that definitely.
You know what? You mentioned Garen. I don't think we've seen Garen so far this day number 1, week 3. Yes. No Garen so far. Riku did mention this earlier that maybe there's, way back in series number 1, there is a slight chance that they could be picking up a Garen for a neutralizer. But no, the teams that are gonna stray away from that neutralizer, from the usual frontliners, you know what? They just want to fight. That's it. Looking back into series number 2, that was crazy. Amazing. Vayne, let's see if we're going to be seeing more of that. I mean, Saya, Vayne, Ezreal is still at the table. So a lot of possible picks actually for the Dragon Lane duo. But another lane, I guess, or another role I'd like to touch up on is the mid lane. We have been seeing a Galio, some time. And these burst type of mages, Twisted Fate still gonna be there as well. Let's see if it's gonna be something similar for these two teams.
Yeah, Twisted Fate is very strong right now, so I'm guessing Twisted Fate will still be banned. He gets banned almost all the time because of right now. He's very powerful. What usually happens is if ever the first dragon is not really high of importance, everyone will go for the Rift Herald, and if you get the Rift Herald, everyone just slides onto the turret, and TF can always join that fight. Or TF, if ever you're on losing side, you have the option to defend your other turret so that you can still survive. So that's how powerful TF is, especially in the early game. You have that split push option, which is very scary. But with that, here we go. This is Riot Go Champion Select. The bans are already here. What do you think about them?
All right, so we talked about Galio, we talked about Twisted Fate. GrindSky, no. They don't want that, so they banned that out. They also banned out the Recon just to make sure that there's the quickness that's available for the side of Liyab Esports. Camille, Rengar, Akali, the usual bans we've been seeing ever since day number 1 or series number 1. It does open Gragas though, so that's the first champion for GrindSky Esports. And yes, Lucian as well as Senna, they're still open. Liyab, I mean, they could pick that up. Lucian is a pretty good pick. Renekton Lucian, maybe. Okay, they're gonna go with Lee Sin, maybe. And GrindSky Esports, they could pick up Lucian for themselves. Oh no, okay. They want to stick to their Corki. I guess they're much more comfortable with this.
Yeah, Corki is underrated right now. I mentioned this in the previous series. Corki just won the game for them, dishing out so much damage. And with the new items, the what do you call this? The arcane. Forgot the name. It's at the tip of my tongue. But right now, there are so many items that favors Corki a lot. It's like it's tailor-made for Corki. So Corki is very strong. Lucian's still available, and there it is. It is gonna be taken by Liyab Esports this time. Janna is gonna be picked up by Nixu.
Yes, they're gonna go back with the usual disengage, given that Gragas, well, he is also a disengager now that it's the Darius ends, as well as the Ziggs could be picked up by GrindSky. I mean, they could lock that in. It's all about that obnoxious amount of range. But yeah, they just want to go full on 5v5. You have Nami for the heals, for the sustains, and the last pick for Liyab Esports is gonna be an Ari, a control mage. Looking at the draft of Liyab Esports, it's leaning a tad bit more onto the pick-off side, whereas GrindSky, they just want to keep on fighting. That's it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's a very good point. Welcome to Southeast Asia. Team fights is the name of the game, really. But yeah, the name of the item I was thinking about earlier was Essence Reaver and the Novori Quick Blades. Those are tailor-made for Corki, unlimited skills, and dishing out so much damage. That is going to be very scary. So that's why I say Corki is kind of underrated right now. Even GrindSky is giving up the Lucian for the Corki pick, and they're going to go for the Ziggs instead.
I mean, I like the draft so far. It makes sense. It's just that it's surprising to see Lucian being picked in the second rotation red side. So it just shows how different, if I may use that term, the priority for these two teams are. But it's going to be the usual matchup at the jungle. You have Gragas, you have Lee Sin too. Early game, of course, Ziggs is going to have the advantage against Ari. Ari will have a hard time just trying to keep up with the Ziggs. And once Yato goes online, it's going to be a problem for the side of Liyab when it comes to the burst.
Yeah, we're going to be watching that definitely. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Wild Rift. This is game number 1 this evening. GrindSky on the blue side and Liyab Esports on the red side. Two champions here for both teams just to try to clear the wave, and everyone will go to their respective lanes after this.
Okay, looks like that is going to be a pretty standard starting phase or laning phase for these two teams. Miki is just gonna get the buff. No one is actually invading so far just yet. Just the usual pokes here and there, even at the Baron side. And yeah, still gonna be a quiet match. Of course, the usual drill. They're gonna wait for the items or the lead. Maybe even the first dragon if it's an Infernal Drake. But I guess high priority for the Rift Herald just to make sure that they have this assurance that they can take down one turret for the early game.
And that's definitely a very good question, but it's Infernal Drake. That's going to be the first Drake. So let's see how teams are going to be reacting. Both teams, I love the lineup right now. Both are very flexible. They can go for team fights, but both teams can also go for the split push. That's going to be enabled by the Renekton. And then we have the Lee Sin also. And also on the opposite side of GrindSky Esports, they have the option with the Darius. That's going to be good poke right here. But here comes Lee Sin. There is going to be a ward right here by Majo. So Majo is going to be okay at this top side.
Yeah, well, power spike for Darius is probably around level 3, level 4, so I don't see the logic behind him being aggressive in the early part of the game. He is just gonna go in with he's just gonna stick rather with the usual turret hogs here and there. That's also why Miggy is visiting the Baron lane sometime. That's me the stuns connecting. No actual pokes just yet. But yes, Miggy trying to go in with the invades, just stop the snowball possibly from Meng from GrindSky Esports.
Right, good invades right here by Lee Sin. At the top side, Lee Sin is gonna be stalking. Miggy will try for that take, but Majo is gonna be okay. We'll be sniffing that out. That's one of those wards that are very valuable. So he got a lot from that ward at the top side.
That is true. I mean, again, Vision is also one of the names of the game aside from Wild Rift and team fights, if you know what I mean. But yeah, especially in the early game, I mean, both teams would want to just get this early kills, early invades, ganks rather than invades, and also the fact that Majo was able to, sniff the presence from the side of Liyab Esports, was able to keep himself safe. But now looking at the Dragon side, it's also just the usual pops and love taps here and there. I guess both teams they would just want to wait for the first Rift Herald and the first Dragon for this game. But here at Brandon lane side though.
Oh, interesting right here. Here comes take number 3 and Majo takes a kick in the face. Gets taken down, and that's gonna be first blood taken by Liyab Esports as Dawn will have the cash in his pocket. Well played, Liyab Esports.
Yeah, well played indeed. And this is the power of the Lee Sin and Renekton combo. Especially in the early game, that's why Miggy was trying to visit the Baron lane time and time again. Also the fact that as a Darius, he got taken down in the early game, plus a turret from the Baron side already gonna be taken down. That's a lot, or that's rather a huge leader, huge advantage for Liyab in the early game. A very oppressive combo. The fact that the stuns connected, and even though Majo used a flash and the barrier earlier on and still not survive, I guess that's just him being caught out by this Lee Sin.
Yes, definitely. And that is going to be very good for Liyab Esports, knowing that Renekton will have that advantage on the top side. This Darius Majo will have his hands full defending the top side, but he's usually going to be on the losing side. But here, Dragon is already available. Infernal Drake is the name of the game, and everyone is already here. Dragon already 500 down, and that's going to be Lee Sin who takes that one. Good job by Miggy. Bo sends out a tidal wave, but it's going to be a tad bit too late, so Liyab will get out after taking the Infernal Drake.
It was a good satchel. It did connect onto 4. It was just too late. GrindSky, they were not able to go with the steal.
Alright, let's see. Miggy is here. Sonic Wave is going to be connecting, but there is no reload on that. So it is GrindSky who will take the Rift Herald.
Yeah, you get Infernal Drake, we get the Rift Herald. Could be summoned either at the mid lane or at the Baron lane for the latter part of the game. Tactical and Bo, though, they're gonna go over with the switcheroo, and just Majo will be up against this Lucian just to try and stop him from snowballing. They have the same levels though, both sitting at the level 7. And here comes the Renekton Lee Sin combo, just forcing Tactical as well as Bo to take a step back, go back to their base and get some items in. Luden's Echo already available for the 2 mid laners, but Ari has a roughly 1k gold lead up against the Sticks.
Definitely. Looking at Dawn, Dawn already has the first item completed right here. So Darius Majo is going to have his hands full once again. This is going to be very dangerous for GrindSky. This will enable the split push for Liyab Esports. So I think that we're going to be seeing that later on, as here on the bottom side, pressure on this turret will be starting. Here comes Gragas. Meng sends out the Rift Herald right here. Here comes the cavalry of Liyab. There's a ward right there, so Elion is gonna be spotted right here. If Herald will be able to put a headbutt down. Let's see if there's gonna be an engage right here. Power is gonna go down, and both teams will just disengage.
Actually, while that was happening, Maja got taken down by Don and Miggy. Also have Don popping in with his ultimate. They knew that 3 champions from GrindSky were down at Dragon Lane. And it seems that Liyab was able to at least, trade a kill for a kind of few life of their turret there. They were okay with the trade, Just make sure they'll be able to get a kill. Was not able to finish the turret takedown though. So 1-1 on the turrets, but the Liyab Esports, they are still quite ahead. 2k goal lead and 2 kills in their pockets.
And that's it, 6 minutes in. That's already starting to snowball. This is already snowball starting to look like for Liyab Esports. Another turret is gonna go down. That is going to be on the blue side taken down. But the top side is gonna be traded right here. I guess this will just be tower trades from tower trades. Bottom turret here too is gonna go down. So that's in favor of Liyab once more.
Yes, it is, because if you're gonna look at it, Dragon Lane side, GrindSky Esports, they no longer have outer turrets. In retrospect, for the side of Liyab, they still have 1 turret at the Baron Lane. I guess this also reflects over the fact that, first off, the first blood went over to Dawn, and they were able to kill their Majo again 2-3 minutes before the 7-minute mark. And even though they were not able to push with the turret, it just still opened more space for their team. And if you're gonna notice, we're almost at the 8-minute mark, but there's no full-on 5v5 fights just yet.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be very scary to go against Liyab right now, especially at the 5v5, especially with this lead. But that is going to be inevitable later on in this game, so that's going to be very interesting. The next Drake is going to be up. That's the Mountain Drake. So let's see if GrindSky will be giving this up. Definitely, they're already starting the control on this side of the river. So I think they're going to fight for this. Maggie is already clearing the wards out. The dragon is being started by GrindSky at this point. Let's see what's the trigger of the fight. Nope. That's not going to be reset. Dragon is still being taken. Half HP down. Oh no, Maggie takes a lot of damage right there, and they're just going to opt for a gift right here. But they're going to get a trade, and that's a big one. Mid turret goes down as GrindSky will take the Mountain Drake for themselves.
You know what? Miggy actually just zoned out GrindSky Esports there. He was just getting the attention, whereas the other members of Liyab, they said, okay, let's not contest the dragon. We already have an Infernal Drake. Let's just get something that does not regenerate or does not respawn. The turret, and that's at the mid lane. So they have more leeway. They now have the more map control. Majo just hiding that one. Now we'll be able to clear out the waves just as quickly. I'm not sure if he's gonna go with the face check, but apparently he will not. As Nadim Miggy being able to go back and tactical. Okay, he has the first item in already. Compared to Elioni, he only has like 100, 200 gold lead. And now the Dragon Lane duo still not gonna be separated. So Larry Charge Blade already available for the score.
Yes, definitely. Nixu is just going back to the mid lane this time. So things are getting stable at this point. We are now entering the 10-minute mark of the game. So we're already at the doorsteps of the mid game. Here at the top side, good control by Liyab Esports all over the map. Look how dark the map is onto the side of GrindSky as the Baron is going to be spawning in the next 5 seconds. They will have to try to regain control of this map. There it is. Baron is already up. I think there's going to be a fight. No, just little pokes here and there, but no one's going to take significant damage at this point.
The usual drill. And honestly, the fact that GrindSky Esports does not have damage at all in the 10-minute mark, that spells bad, because if you're gonna look at the lineup of Liyab, it's all about catching a champion off guard. It's all about CCing them to the ground, making sure they cannot move. And if you have the kick that's gonna come through from Miggy, as well as the charms from Nixu, that's gonna be a lot of problem. I thought Miggy was gonna jump in. He has GA though, so he has this luxury to play a tad bit more aggressively. But looking at Dragon Lane side, you have the 2 Baron laners minded on business. The Liyab Esports now slowly locking in the Baron area.
Yes, definitely. So control at this side of the map is going to be theirs, especially that they have the wrist coupler at the top side. So split pushes are starting to become a pain for GrindSky at this point. Renekton at the bottom side. So Dawn's doing a good job with the pressure. So this is Majo not being able to join the fights. And on the top side, the turret is almost already down with the Ahri split push. Good thing that they have the Ziggs. Ziggs can always send out the ultimate to really help ease the split pushes, but you will need that also in the team fight. So this is a very hard balancing act for GrindSky at this point.
Also, can I just say that I'm waiting for GrindSky to utilize this matchup, the Ziggs pick. They could take down turrets very quickly, but I haven't been seeing much of that yet.
Good attempt right there, but the creeps are going to be covering for Gragas right there. Meng will be okay as the charm will be blocked. Let's see. But good thing right here, GrindSky, they're able to pressure the mid side. So at the very least, they can ease out the pressure from that Liyab is creating right now. But here at the bottom side, 1v1 action right here. Up, Dawn will not go for the chase as he knows everyone from GrindSky is near the fight. And it will opt for the split push pressure still. At the top side, pressure still on as Ahri is already knocking onto this tier 2 turret. That's going to go down. Ziggs sends out the ultimate right here. Babel is going to connecting onto 2 champions right here, and the fight is on. Ahri will have to flash away, but will still go down. Nixu will be out for the fight, and Miggy is already chunked down. Moraita boy takes the twin shadows right there, so he is going to be spotted. GrindSky will have an opening for this take right here. The culling is going to be casted right here by Elione, but that's not going to be enough. All right, good heal right there by Nami. So Nixu is going to be okay. They're just up for the Rift Scuttler instead. It's very hard for GrindSky to take the Baron right now, even with the advantage.
Surprisingly, I thought they were gonna give that a go. It was a 4v5 situation, and the fact that Elion did use his The Culling, it just gives more space for GrindSky. But I guess it was just Liyab being able to assert their dominance. So given that Nixu is still pretty far away, looks like Miggy alongside Elion will just get this Cloud Dragon non-contested. Again, GA is still up for Miggy, so he can do the usual Lee Sin combo. Bottom is going to be popped right there from the side of Meng for GrindSky. They're going to focus on clearing out the wave. Tidal wave is available should Bo want to start anything. Miggy jumping in.
All right, Miggy though will be focused on. GA is going to be popped, but here comes the cavalry. Moraita by on the side is going to be pushed away by the explosive cast. Dawn will enter the fight, but will be chunked down by Yato, and that's the calling right there, and that will be it for GrindSky. They will not push for more kills for them as they are already down 1 champion in this fight. So Liyab Esports will just take the fight, take 1 body with them. No, make that 2 bodies with them. But here comes the punish right here. Miggy will go in, but will go down. That is going to be 2 champions not available for GrindSky. Liyab Esports will still come on top, but at the very least, Baron is not taken.
They can't because the junglers for both teams are actually taken down. Earlier, though, I have to say that was a very good Moonsoon coming out from Moraita Boy. Was able to stop GrindSky Esports from trying to go with the steal. And in the fight before that, there was a good pass coming out from Meng, but the follow-up's just not there. The exhaust has been used on Nixu, and they were not even able to chase down Ahri. I mean, if you're gonna be exhausted, you're already very slow. The burst coming out from Ahri is still too much. I mean, look at her item so far. She has Rabadons. She also has the orb. So Nixu is gonna be a problem this point in time. We are at the 15-minute mark. Advantages still towards the side of Liyab Esports. They have 2 dragons, they have 5 turret takedowns, and they are ahead by 2 kills. No kill count game, I must say. Both teams just want to go with the macro. They want to go with the fights, and they just want to turtle this game 1 out.
Yeah, but a big thing to note is that Liyab is sitting on a 9k gold lead right now. That is going to be very big considering the team fights that is going to be coming up. GrindSky is going to be feeling this. So right now, Liyab Esports still in the driver's seats. What they can do is try to maybe bait out of another fight onto the Baron. Let's see if that's going to be happening. But both teams right now are pretty much turning up. They're here. Here we go. Liyab Esports is going to be starting the Baron this time. GrindSky does not have any vision in this area. They're going to use the redemption so that they can scout this out. But it's going to be a tad bit too late. And that is going to be Liyab Esports with the Baron wrapped, as that was a gift from GrindSky.
It was also a very good Howling Gale and Charm coming up from Raita Boy and Nixu, because if ever GrindSky they want to go with the peekaboo, with the peek at the Baron area, they're probably gonna be seen by Liyab Esports. So you see these small things that Liyab Esports is doing. So now, Minion Equilibrium still gonna be the favor of Liyab Esports. You have Baron buff minions at the 16-minute mark, just charging towards your base, your side, your Nexus, and GrindSky Esports. Again, they only have 2 turrets taken down against Liyab Esports.
Yes, at the bottom side though, Renekton Dawn is gonna be facing against Majo. Majo has his hands full. Oh no, Renekton is gonna go in, but that's Ari going down before the team fight really is happening. Dawn is gonna be half HP down. Uh-oh, that is Gragas going down, and Meng is out of the fight. Mid turret already taken down, so that's one turret exposed. No, the Nexus is already exposed. Let's see. Gragas is already, the Corki is already very low, but will be able to stash it, so he survives this time. Majo is gonna try to run away, but he will be chased down, and here comes Lee Sin onto the Nexus. Nexus taking a lot of damage right now, and Liyab wants this game 1 to end fast, and they do. Liyab Esports will win this one.
They want to turtle the game out, and they were able to do so. It was a matter of control, basically. And again, we said this. Vision game, definitely in favor of Liyab Esports. That first blood, that first kill going over to Dawn did help the lineup a lot. And the fact that Nixu was able to keep Ziggs at bay, they were not able to take that much turrets, and they actually secured a lot of Dragon. So more of these long time buff, as I like to call it. And Miggy, we haven't seen much of these highlight plays on Lee Sin. He is 0-1-5, but out of 6 kills, he has 5 assists. So it goes to show how much response rate and how much presence he has all over the map. And Elion, even though he was very, I usually say this, even though he was very quiet in the early game, towards the late game, he is actually the player or the champion that once GrindSky sees him, forced to go back. The Collings range is crazy, and they have no other way to, except Majo and Peng though, but they have no other way to actually just tank the damage. Because aside from Lucian, you still have the orb, you still have the kicks, you still have the combos coming out from Lee Sin as well as Renekton. But here are the Oppo A94 plays of the game. Again, the first blood just put theirs in a pickle. The ultimates or the Mega Inferno bombs coming out from Yato, they were good, but at times it just wasn't utilized by GrindSky Esports. There was also a time where whenever they would just pick these fights, they would have a hard time jumping with the follow-up. That was Miggy being very aggressive. I did not know what he planned in that initiate. But yes, Renekton popping in with the ultimate was able to save himself there. Macho could not do anything. That one charm, as well as the Orb of Deception, was enough to make Bo kneel to the ground.
Yes, definitely. But here's the last sequence of this game right here. As Dawn is going to be chased, he is going to go back as the cavalry is already here. So Meng goes down in the fight. Here comes the culling right here. Not that much damage, but the others do a lot. And Lee Sin will go for the cleanup right there. And with that kill, that opens up the Nexus for everyone. And they just went in for the jugular. And that's game number 1 going to the side of Liyab Esports. Your master of the match is none other than Miggy on the Lee Sin with a KDA of 5. Kill participation is big, 83%.
Yes, and damage per minute, only 318. Again, it was a very low kill count game. I was honestly surprised. Like, okay. I mean, the first series were all about fights and just taking down your enemies. Game 1 into series number 3, they're pretty tamed. So I guess they have a different playstyle in mind. But yeah, Miggy really deserving being the master of the match. I said this earlier. Response rate, him being able to just camp it out at the Baron lane in the early parts of that game number 1 really helped Dawn a lot. And even though he was very aggressive in that, I guess that was around the mid part of the game, he did pop Proto Belt, but still,
Right.
a lot of skills are already baited out. GrindSky Esports, they tried to catch him, but you can't really catch a champion. That's very slippery.
Right, true. I love the relentless pursuit at the top side. He was spotted twice before they were able to get the first blood onto Majo, but in the end, they know this is their win condition to really get Renekton have the advantage on the Baron lane, because Renekton, if he has the advantage, Darius could not really face up to him. So the pressure's already on, and if Darius is out on the fight, that is going to be a very, very very good situation for their team going up 4v4 against GrindSky. And they were very true on that win condition. They did not give up on that.
It was advantageous on their team, or on their side indeed. And yeah, let's talk about the support. I guess Moraito Boy definitely has a spotlight there. Small pokes here and there. The usual, was able to just support or help his team. And also, I actually like the performance of Dawn. I've been highlighting Elyon earlier on because that is going to be a Lucian. We don't see much Lucian. Come on. Give me a break here. He is usually banned, am I right? But yeah, apparently Liyab Esports showed us that even though there's a Lucian, come on, we still have other players. We still have Renekton.
True.
We also have our mid laner that was able to just keep Niato at bay. And yeah, it's just these good layer of CC. At some point, GrindSky even struggled to go in with the peels. Like, yeah, they have damage, to be fair. They really have damage. But sometimes in fights, they just don't know where to funnel their damage or their skills. Is it going to be on Nixu? Nixu has Spirit Rush. He also has Charm. Are they going to go with Dawn? Dominus is going to be a very difficult ultimate to deal with. Once he pops, he's going to be very tanky. Are they going to go with Elyon? He's a Lucian. He has Dash. And the Culling, if you eat all of those damage, you might die. So here is the draft and bans for game number 1 in order. Gaga's the first pick for the men in blue. I see the logic behind that, but the right side did answer that with a Renekton and a Lee Sin. Again, a very, very, one more time, very oppressive combo, especially in the early game. If you're gonna be up against this at the Baron lane, you have to pray for your life, because once the stun connect, expect a sonic wave that's gonna jump in, courtesy of this Lee Sin. Once he's level 4, level 5, could kick you in the face as well. The Corki Nami pick made sense. I mean, Nami just has to stop the opponents from actually targeting or going where Corki is. You have the Aqua Prism, you have the Tidal Wave, you also have the Speed Boost, you also have the Ebb and Flow. Corki has Valkyrie for disengage. He has the Missile Barrage to just explode, throw missiles rather, and make their opponent's faces explode. And Liyab Esports answered that with a Lucian Janna. I said this earlier. Disengage, Gragas for GrindSky Esports aside, but for Liyab, they have Janna. Janna though, hers has heal, and it literally just pushes back your opponents. And for the next lineup or the next pickup for GrindSky, Darius and Ziggs. I love this. Okay. But I guess my only concern is these two champions is very snowball dependent. Did we see them snowball? Not really. They did not have the best early game. And Liyab Esports said, okay, cherry on top. Let's get this Fox. Just to, stop our opponents from actually charging in. They have Ari with the charms, and Nixu was very good with that Ari earlier. So basically, that's my take for the draft for game number 1.
Yeah, but the changes right here for GrindSky Esports, what do you think? For me, I would say the weakest point of this draft is going to be the Darius going up against the Renekton. That's a hard matchup right there. But then again, Camille was banned. Camille is one of the champions really who can go toe-to-toe against the Renekton. I would say Lucian is not really that strong of a pick anymore, considering that you have the Corki, you have the Kaisa, who can already go toe-to-toe in the Baron lane. So I think the weakest part right here is the Darius. I could be wrong. In the right hands, Darius is still very strong. But against a Lucian, it's just against the Renekton, it's just Renekton will win that lane all day long. Considering the players, if ever you have the same skill level, Renekton will always have the advantage right here. They can change up Darius on the next draft. What do you think?
Okay, I do agree with what you said. That's actually a very nice analysis. Kudos. But yeah, I guess aside from they could still pick up Darius, but they need to either take out Lee Sin or just ban him out. Again, Miggy was the reason why there was a very good early game for the side of Liyab Esports. And maybe if you don't have a Lee Sin that just visits your lane, I don't know, every 30 seconds, maybe Darius will survive in that fight. I guess Renekton, I mean, if you try to apprehend Renekton and just make sure the stuns will not connect, even though he has Dominus, Darius will be able to snowball. And I guess just communicate more with the mid lane for the side of GrindSky Esports. They had the Ziggs. And I really believe that they could have utilized the Mega Inferno Bomb, but I guess they just want to prioritize it in team fights. We did not see much damage, though there was also one highlight wherein the tidal wave connected. That was a good initiative from Bo, but the Mega Inferno Bomb just did not connect before the tidal wave. Imagine if the damage was there, you have tidal wave, they could have gotten a double kill, but at the very least, they were able to get Ari.
Yes, that's definitely true. Renekton still a problem for all the teams right now. In the last series, whoever gets Renekton wins. It's very flexible as a champion. If ever worst comes to worst, you can always opt for a split push or Renekton. So that is why Renekton is really very powerful. I would say another change right here is I will allow Rakan go in and then ban out Renekton instead. Yeah. Let Moraita go for the Rakan. At the very least, as a support, you remove Janna at the very least, so that's still okay. And then just don't allow Renekton if ever you go for the first pick still on game number 2. I would say that's a better change at the very least.
Honestly, I'm kind of scared of the grand entrance from Rakan. I mean, can you imagine the knockups and just the charps available if you're gonna try to go with the Dragon or the BREN? But that's true. Maybe if they're able to shut down Rakan, I mean, in game number 1, we did see a Nami and a
they have the
Corki.
Nami, right?
Yeah, they can just, if ever Rakan is gonna jump in, just Aqua Prison. You are now a wet chicken and all that, and then they can just go in with the follow-up. But yeah, I like that you brought that up. So we've been talking about GrindSky Esports and their possible adjustments. Liyab Esports, what could they do to be able to finish this with a 2-0?
Man, just continue the good team play. I love the team play right there. They really recognize their win condition, knowing that Renekton, if ever he will have the upper hand in the Baron lane, they will win the game. So even if there were failed rotations from the Lee Sin at the top, they did not give up, took a different angle onto the top bush, and they were able to do that, and that everything just started from that point on. So just continue the momentum of the game, play as a team. That's one of the strengths of Liyab. Definitely love the draft, and I love the plan that they're looking at during the draft. So just continue what they're doing. I don't think there is going to be a weakness at this point considering the draft. It will boil down to team fights and micro skills.
I'm actually thinking if GrindSky is gonna ban out Lucian or get it for themselves. My money is they're gonna try and get it for themselves. But of course, you still have the SSS tier champions like the Gragas and basically the flex picks rather. More of that from these two teams. And looking at the Dragon Lane matchup, it was pretty even. Not much kills, honestly. They were just very calm about this in game number 1. So let's see what will be the adjustments for game number 2. However, for let's go back to GrindSky Esports. I see the logic behind their draft, and they could have made it work. It just so happened that whenever they tried to initiate the team fights, Liyab, 2 things. They would just avoid it, they would avoid the fight, or they actually already have a champion dead from GrindSky Esports. So it's going to be a 4v5, 4v3, and it was just an advantage in terms of the numbers. Also, the optimizations. The moment Corki picked up Solari Charge Blade and Essence Reaver, I think it was just him, it's time for Corki to shine. But we didn't see that because there were no openings, no chances for GrindSky to be able to pull off their 5v5 team comp. And I guess that does not sound good for their team, but for Liyab Esports, they were able to control their opponents. That's that's a green check for their win
True.
condition.
And that's what I loved about Liyab in the previous game. In game 1, they were able to pressure the side lanes that GrindSky could not really opt for a team fight. And whenever they have a very good position, GrindSky, Liyab will just peel away and just wait for their opening, and not being not aggressive that much really played into their favor. So Liyab Esports, I love the mentality of the game. I love the chess match that they were doing in this game number 1. Again, it wasn't really a high kill of a game, and that was, but it was still a very dominant win for Liyab because their macro was just on point in this game.
Arguably, that was the game that has the lowest kill count. I'm gonna backtrack on our streams these past 3 weeks, so let's see if my statement was true. But yeah, looking at the stats, Liyab, they are just on a roll today. But again, we love an underdog story. Let's see if GrindSky will be able to push this to a game number 3. We already talked about the possible adjustments for these two teams. I guess it's more on the execution in-game rather than the draft, because the draft, you can do crazy things. We've been seeing teams, I mean, we just saw Vayne in series number 2. So it's just all about being able to get that early game power. Oh, that's also maybe one thing GrindSky Esports could do. Just have a champion that's good for the early game. Looking at their lineup, their power spike or their peak of power is usually from the mid to late game. They had to survive the early game of Liyab Esports. But looking at Liyab Esports' lineup, just seeing Lee Sin, it scares me. Okay? On top of that, you have a good layer of CC. Again, Tarn, as well as the stuns coming out from Manet. So maybe that's why Liyab, they were very confident in this game, because they knew there is the silence or the quiet part for GrindSky Esports in the early game. But of course, we are waiting for game number 2. I know you guys are just as excited as we are. Let's see what kind of adjustments will both teams do. We are now going to jump into the champion select. Thank you. Right, go.
All right. The bans are already starting. Galio is not going to be allowed to get in. So does the Camille. I think we're going to see a Rakan still is going to be banned right here by GrindSky. So they will not give the Rakan to Moraita Boy. I will respect Moraita Boy's Rakan too, definitely. But they're going to be giving up a lot of champions right here. So let's see how this draft will fold. Yep, Esports will take their time. They will ban out the Ranker. Ziggs is not going to be allowed right here.
Okay, so that's the adjustment they did. Gragas is still open. Let's see if Liyab Esports, are we gonna be seeing a similar draft to game number 1? They picked up Renekton and Lee Sin in game number 1. They could pick that up too. Jumping into game number 2, it rhymes. But yeah, why fix what's not broken? Again, we mentioned this. It's gonna be a very oppressive combo, but then it's gonna be a Lucian and the Lee Sin being picked up by Liyab.
Yes, and GrindSky will go for a flex pick right here, Gragas, and then this time it is going to be them who will take the Renekton. TF is available. If he's not banned, you know how strong TF is in this patch. So yeah, TF is very, very good right here. I like GrindSky's lineup so far. So yeah, Esports is going to be responding with a Nami. All right, that's good. They have their disengage of their own and good CCs right here, just in case Renekton goes in or Twisted Fate goes in. So that's something.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, you could literally see a circle of cards in the area. So maybe Nami can just pop her Aqua Prison there at the right time. Fiora is going to be picked up by Liyab Esports and GrindSky. They're going to pick up the Queen of the late game, maybe. Okay, they're going to stick with Corki, and I'm very much okay with that. Pantheon, though, is going to be used or picked up by GrindSky Esports. I love the draft for GrindSky Esports right now, honestly. Liyab, they still have a lot of damage, has a lot of control too, but at this point, it's mostly single target.
Right. Yeah, but I'm favoring GrindSky. You just mentioned the single targets for Liyab. So I love GrindSky's draft right now. They're given the Pantheon, they have the Twisted Fate. Those are global ultimates that is going to matter a lot in the team fights. That will disable the, I think, split pushing Fiora. So what do you think? I am favoring GrindSky in the draft.
Okay. Draft-wise, yes. I'm gonna go with GrindSky too. Let's see, are we gonna be saying game number 3 or will Liyab make things happen? Looking back into game number 1, they were able to stop GrindSky from picking any fights at all.
Right.
Literally. And now, their lineup is really just focusing, again, on these pickoffs, making sure GrindSky will spread themselves thin. Well, let's see. Because if you're gonna look at it, you have the slice and dice for Renekton. He can jump in whenever he wants to. You have the semi-global ult coming out from Pantheon. You have literally a global ult from Twisted Fate. You also have a way to disengage. You have Gragas, you have the explosive cast. Basically, Corki or Tactical will be much safer this time around.
Yeah, so yeah, this is going to be a much more flexible lineup right here from GrindSky. If during the team fights, they're going to be good, but they also have the option for split pushing, especially that they have the TF and they have the Renekton, right? While Liyab Esports, I think they're gonna go for a split push lineup. That's the strength of Fiora. So Dawn, I don't think he will do a lot during team fights. We'll see for sure later. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. GrindSky on the blue side still, and Liyab on the red side. Pretty safe early game for both sides. Majo has the upper hand at the top side. But will be, oh, here it is once again. Miggy on that rotation will be read by Majo this time, but Miggy is gonna go in Sonic Wave under the turret. Will take some damage right there, but Miggy will be a-okay.
He did survive that. On top of that, Miggy still has Flash and Smite available, whereas Majo, he used his Ignite and his Flash. So that's just gonna be advantageous to Dawn if ever he is gonna try and bully out the Nectar this early part of the game. But looking at the Dragon late side, again, Elyon just minding his own business, trying to just force Tactical to play this one under turret. Now also have the Ebb and Flow from Makaita Boy, but no actual commitments there.
Yeah, but yeah, this is very good for Liyab Esports. Again, the team... Oh, hold that thought. There's going to be a fight at the bottom side as Bo will go for a very good body slam right there, but will be punished by Elyon. So he will be forced to take the fruit right there. But Miggy is in the area, stalking with their food. Sonic Wave is not going to connect right here, but here comes Ari. Also, Elyon is already very low at a turret. Bo will be able to escape. That was a close one, but GrindSky will survive this. Well played.
That was a 2 or 3 champion body slam. Sadly, there was no follow-up by Tactical, but I understand. I mean, he's just level 3 on this Corki. Bo was able to survive or protect his ADC. What a support, you know? Just making sure your ADC is gonna be alive. And Liyab Esports, they spent a lot of time on that dragon. I was expecting Majo to be able to at least take or at least put some damage in on the turret for at the parent side, or maybe Yato to be able to push the waves in, but apparently that did not happen. So it's just back to basics here. Liyab Esports, they have the small lead. They are 300 gold ahead from GrindSky.
Yes, definitely, we are looking at a pretty, what do you call this? Balanced game right now so far. So I think the first status quo will be broken with the first dragon and the Rift Herald. That's going to be spawning in the next minute of this game, so that will be very interesting considering it's going to be a Cloud Drake that will spawn in a bit bottom side, pretty even lane. But I love the rotation of Miggy right now, pressuring everything, even on the mid right now. So they have priority in the mid side that will open up a rotation onto the bottom side, but this is going to be spotted with that ward right there. Tidal Wave is going to be coming in, and there it is. This time, it is Bo going down. Yato is going to be trying to defend this one out, and with Meng, with the ultimates, they are going to be able to respond, and the turret is going to be okay.
Okay, here's the thing. They did use the Tidal Wave. Liyab Esports did use Tidal Wave. They were still able to get first blood. On top of that, Meng and Yato used their ultimates. So now that the Rift Herald and the Dragon is gonna be up, GrindSky, they're not in their prime position to actually go with the objective take or at least go with the steal. So that's the advantage going over to Liyab. But still, they need to just have a, how should I say this? They should just protect Yato, maybe in tactical, just so they can still go with the steal, even though it's not an Infernal Drake, but it's still a dragon nonetheless.
Oh, that is going to be the Fiora going down. So with Dawn down, everyone here on GrindSky is on their way for the Rift Herald, but Liyab Esports will be able to take a trade, and that's a Cloud Drake going in favor of Liyab, and they will slide down on the bottom turret taking the pounding right here, while GrindSky is still busy on the Rift Herald. So this is enough time for Liyab to still respond at the top side. Let's see what the plan is. Rift Herald still available, still alive at this point. Bottom turret though, tier 2 already being focused on by Liyab Esports. So take our turret. We are going to be taking 2 from your side. So Liyab Esports will come on top of this trade.
Wow, okay. 2 turrets down. Just 5 minutes in, and a dragon to be Kevlar stuns connecting from. But Don, you know he's a Fiora. He's gonna be very much safe here and there. You also have the ebb and flow coming through. Liyab now, they're moving as a unit. They're waiting for the initiate.
Oh, there it is. Talking about initiation. Rift Herald though is gonna be casted right here by GrindSky, but their Pantheon, Meng, already down. So this is number advantage. Oh, big cast right there by Gragas, and Bo will be the one to dictate the fight right here. Liyab Esports will just go back home as the wave is already down. So that is mid-turret safe. 1-2 on the board, 5 minutes and 48 seconds in.
I feel like GrindSky, they could have summoned the Rift Herald at the Baron lane. But I guess that's also because, oh right, Liyab came from the Dragon side. So
Right.
GrindSky, they want to go with a trade, which is get a mid lane turret of the first outer mid lane turret rather, but Liyab was just able to respond in time. Triforce already available for Fiora. You also have the Luden's Echo for Nixu, and you have Tear of the Gods already available for Muraita Boy. And looking at the board, look at the stats right now. Liyab Esports, they are pretty much in the lead. But GrindSky, they just need to win the next 2 fights or next 2 clashes. They can still turn things around. Again, they have so much damage.
Destiny gonna be casted right here, but will be met by the tidal wave right there, and Meng is gonna go down. So that's Pantheon down with the culling. So Elion dishing out a lot of damage, and the pressure is on. Liyab Esports has their eyes focus on the top turret, but with Yato and Bo right here, they will not go for it. This is going to be spotted right here. So this is very good for Liyab Esports. Will be able to settle for that one. No, they're going to go for the rotate. Still fight. It is Corky joining the fight, dishing out so much damage. And Migi goes down. Flash forward by Tactical. And will take another one down as Elion on the Lucian will not be able to complete the fight. And he's back home on the timer. Good job by GrindSky, evening things out on the board. 3 for 3, GrindSky Esports.
But with those body slams, I can't highlight those enough. So Tactical, safe to say that he is a menace for Liyab Esports. Just pick those fights, pick those pickoffs whenever Tactical is near you. That's something GrindSky Esports could keep on doing because they were able to just let their ADC snowball. I mean, there were a lot of flashes committed, but at the end of the day, that was a double kill going over to Corky.
Yes, definitely. So, yeah, I think Liyab Esports just stayed for too long on the top side, and Cavalry was able to arrive, and they got punished because of that. But yeah, well played once again by GrindSky, evening things out. Bo, yeah, you love the body slams. Bo's doing a lot for the team right now. We saw earlier with a big task earlier, but was just not followed up. Top turret is gonna go down, will not be defended by GrindSky right here as they're already too late. Let's see if they can go for a punish right here. No, as Liyab will be able to get out safely.
Ocean Drake is now up. GrindSky making their way down at the Dragon. Spit Liyab. 2 things. They can just push at the mid lane or try to fight Liyab. Try to fight GrindSky Esports rather. But now you have Elion jumping in.
And fight it is. Culling is going to be the trigger for the fight right here as Gragas goes down. So that's Bo already out of right before he can do something. And Corky takes a lot of damage right there. So Dawn will take Tactical down. And this is going south right now for GrindSky Esports as they get obliterated. Only Meng left to survive for the team as everyone from the team goes down. Liyab Esports with the bodies, with the fights. They take the Drake and they will take this mid turret. And I think they want to go for more. No, not enough. So they get in, out, and paid.
the theme of that fight was let the bodies hit the floor. That's it. Yeah. The fact that Dom was able to take down Tactical the moment the fight started, and if you can notice, the disengage and re-engage from Liyab was very good because they waited for the frontliners or for the stuns, the CCs, or even the gold card basically from GrindSky to be done. So once those skills are used, okay, take two. Let's go all in. I mean, their frontliner, well, Moraito Boy as well as Miggy, was able to just get a huge chunk of damage here and there, as well as Nixu, which now has the Hourglass. Let's see if they're gonna go with the kill here. That's gonna be a no. The wave has been popped though. Destiny.
Oh, here is Miggy going in with the Sonic Wave right there, though. But Yato goes in at a very bad spot. My friend, that's not a good place to go in. And he goes down. So that's a 1-for-0 exchange right there in favor of Liyab Esports. And GrindSky still even failed to take the bottom turret at 10 minutes in.
Speaking of 10 minutes in, 10k gold lead for Liyab. On top of that, they were able to get 5 turrets, for us GrindSky only has 1. Liyab, now they have their eyes on this Baron. GrindSky, I'm gonna say this, they have to steal it. But looks like they're gonna be too late because look at the amount of damage that Liyab is actually giving this Baron. Now,
all that thought, as Baron is gonna go down, GrindSky will want to get in, but they are already very late. Bo is already out of the fight. Tidal Wave is gonna be on point right there. Well played by Moraito Boy, as once again they win another fight and another Oppo Ace moment. And with the Baron buff in their hands, is this game over, Yuko?
I feel like it's a yes, but also a no, because if we're gonna look at the death timers, Bo is now alive, but at the very least, yeah, they can get 1 mid lane turret. They'll now be able to put a hole onto the base of GrindSky Esports. On top of that, Miggy, 1v1, maybe, no, okay.
It's a cask in the face, but he's gonna be okay. Here comes the cavalry from GrindSky Esports, but a tad bit too late as Liyab are quick in their feet. They just get out and take 2 inhibitor turrets down, and that's big money in their hands, and they are now up 14k in this game. Liyab Esports are in control.
They are in control indeed. And I mean, the division game, their team fights, I said this earlier, they move as a unit. And the fact that Dawn is left unchecked, I'm actually scared of seeing this Fiora in the next team fight. Because Dawn is pretty much safe. I mean, sitting on this 2-2-6, you also have Nix at the front line, but Miggy.
Alright, there it is.
Nice
the Sonic Wave is going to be captured right here, but the Tidal Wave catches 2 champions at the very tip. So this is bad for GrindSky so far, but Ari will go down. So that's Nixu. 1-for-1 trade as Meng is already dead on the side of GrindSky. At the very least, GrindSky will even things out, but the pressure is still on. Baron buff is still available for Liyab Esports.
A bit of a cluttered pick-off there, but still, Liyab, they're just gonna push their lead. They'll be able to put a significant amount of damage on this turret at the brand side. Destiny is gonna come through.
Destiny will be connecting right here with a gold card as Yato will catch Moraito Boy, but they're gonna be okay. But instead, their base is taking a lot of damage right now. 2 champions from Liyab Esports is already poking onto this. Dawn will be able to dance around and let me have this dance as they win game number 2. GrindSky Esports, you are out for this series. Well played, but in the end, they fell short. Liyab Esports for the win.
Liyab Esports really showing us that they were the strong team in that series. And in that last clash, I was actually about to yell, why are they overcommitting to Liyab Esports? I mean, why was GrindSky overcommitting to Liyab? They have to remember that their base is pretty much open. I mean, I know Liyab, they were able to push their chances because Yato already has his Destiny pop. On top of that, they were chasing Liyab at the Baron lane, which just pretty much opened up their base. So looking back at the early game, it was even. It was not even, honestly. But the fact that Liyab Esports was just able to get more objectives, more gold lead, Dawn keeping the Baron laner of GrindSky Esports at bay, tactical. He really stepped up in game number 2. I love it. But apparently, it just was not enough. Almost is never enough. Whoa. But yeah, you also had the Gaga support coming through. Bo was very good in that champion. He had a lot of good body slams. And yeah, overall, it was just Liyab making sure that their advantage is coming through. And I would just love to see more of this team. But GrindSky, they did not let this go without a good fight. You saw how good they rotate, how good the fights were, despite them not having the lead. I guess they have the charms to be worried about. And check it out. These are going to be the Oppo A94 plays of the game. So here's the thing. If you noticed, whenever Morality Boy is popping with the tidal wave, you have the calling beam pop by Elyon. So that was just the combo that Liyab Esports had in mind. And they would always have this 2 or 3 champion unit roaming around the map, making sure that Gragas, maybe even the other carries of GrindSky Esports, they will struggle. Except that one fight in the Baron lane, Liyab Esports struggled there. But yeah, a lot to commend on Morality Boy. Tidal Wave is always connecting. And the fact that Elyon was just safe at the backline. I mean, look at Lucian in this fight. He was at the side. He literally went through GrindSky Esports, but he's A-okay. On top of that, Nixu was able to zone out Twisted Fate time and time again. Yato, he would pop this Destiny or pop his ultimate. He had good plans in mind. It's just there was no good follow-up, or he would just get caught out by the CCs coming out from Liyab Esports.
This is a big tidal wave right here. So yeah, it just boiled down to battle of supports right here. Gragas dishing out very good plays, but so is Nami. And here's one tidal wave right here that will catch 2 champions for the team at the very tip. Ari went in aggressively, but he will be punished right there with the explosive task and with the Corki dishing out damage. But still, it is Liyab Esports in control of this game. They just danced around the Nexus, and Pantheon just basically went back home and gave up. That's a big win right there. And here we go. Master of the match is going to be Miggy on the Lee Sin. So that's twice in a row.
Yeah. And again, this guy on Lee Sin, he found the champion for his heart. I don't know, at least for this day. I said this earlier, still a very clean run for Lee Sin, even though there were some weird engages here and there, but I guess that's just him being in the zone, you know, when you just have this really good lead. Even though at the 3 or 4 minute mark, it was an insurmountable lead for Liyab Esports. Things still could have gone to the favor of GrindSky, but again, the double or triple kill that just went over to Liyab, the consecutive kills rather, it was just a nail onto the coffin, and the GrindSky, they just struggled. If you're gonna look at the last few moments of our highlights, the only champion left at the base was Pantheon. Does Pantheon have good wave clear? Yeah, maybe. It's okay. But he is up against a Lee Sin that can just kick him away. He went back to the base to get some regen. He even used Flash just to come back and save the Nexus, but it was just a tad bit too late. Again, those are Baron buff minions from Liyab, so it was just an obnoxious amount of damage. He could not do anything. GrindSky Esports did not even have time to go in with the recalls, because even if they did try, the TPs are just gonna get cancelled by Liyab Esports. And this is the men in blue, even though they're from the red side. But the men in the white and blue jerseys stepping up this week 3, day number 1. And GrindSky, yes, it was a 2-0, but I still believe they can make things work.
Definitely. I think they can still make things work. And they still have day number 2 and day number 3. But then again, this time they fell short. Masterful team play by Liyab Esports. Hats off to Miggy. All right. It was me who said that Lee Sin is starting to fall off in the meta right now, but he proved me wrong, and Lee Sin is very strong still. If you don't have Lee Sin as a champion right now, get Riot Go so that you don't have to spend your crystals. Riot Go 50 or Riot Go 30 or Riot Go 80. You can get bonus champions for you to play when you do ranks and even on the draft. So please don't forget Riot Go 80 or Riot Go 30. Please check it out.
I'm gonna commend Yari for that. So of course, if you want that champion, or even if you want to use Lucian, do not forget to subscribe. And again, that was a very beautiful series number 3. Liyab Esports, let's see what more will they have, but that's gonna be the end of series number 3.
And with that, we are going to go for a short break. Don't go away, as our panelists will be back to break down this series and prepare for the next fight. Don't go away. Once again, Yorick and Yuko here.
Play League of Legends Wild Rift anywhere with Glow Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
And welcome back to the panelist desk. Rico over here, joined by Otolus and Osiris. And what a match that we just witnessed from Liyab. This is congratulations for that 2-0. Of course, 75,000 Glove Cup points will go to them. And Liyab just showed how disciplined they are. You don't need to get those high kill count to win the game. It's all about that rotations. It's all about just doing what's necessary. And that's exactly what we saw. Something that I'd like to highlight though, the Namis in this series were just great. Let's take a look at the highlights as we talk about what happened in the previous series. Let's start with you, Otolus. What are your shining moments that stood out to you in the last series?
Well, Liyab Esports, headed by their jungle, right? Mickey is back-to-back master of the matches, or masters of the match. That just goes to show the difference that he has made for Liyab Esports over the course of the season. Even back in the summer season, I feel like he's one of the most consistent members of Liyab Esports. But more to that, GrindSky has yet to secure a Baron, has yet to secure a First Blood. That just goes to show that the early game really needs, improvement. For GrindSky. For Liyab though, you said it right. They're playing Wild Rift as a totally different game. Meanwhile, GrindSky Esports will settle for those skills, but won't be able to really translate into objectives. Game 1 and Game 2 has a very similar thought process onto this. I'm really surprised with groups A and B because Lucian has been open for a couple of games now. And it feels like that Group A and Group B is more than ready to really take it on. So far, though, the record for Lucian has been very good.
Yeah, and knowing that you have an open Lucian, you got to understand that your Dragon Lane isn't in jeopardy. Because the aggression, the flex, it can be played on top, can be played on middle. So there's so many thoughts coming in if you're open the Lucian. So I don't really understand why they keep on opening it. And as for the draft, it was twice. As what Otolus told us, twice the MVP. We are talking about Lee Sin. Once again, twice being picked, and he kept the ball rolling. What's good about this, you have a strong Lucian onto the early game, can really go on the aggressive trades, and then you have a Lee Sin that's roaming around. If you're going to check the Game 2, You have an Ari and a Fiora that also talks a lot in terms of early game aggression. So there's so many potential, even a catch. You have the bubble, you have the charm, even the kick. So there's so many setups that can put Liyab in a very good spot. And at this point, it was GrindSky really having a hard time answering those attacks.
Yeah, that's true. I'd have to agree with you there. I mean, at least for the last game, the game number 2, Lucian Elion didn't have any disengage actually on the board. So it was just basically all out ham kind of composition. And, GrindSky responded on paper really good, but at the same time, the execution wasn't there. They still couldn't get a hold on Elion there. But that wraps up match number 3 for the night. And we're moving over to our last and final match of the night. It's gonna be a heated rematch of BREN Esports versus RRQ. And I know a lot of us are very excited to talk about this because, when we look at BREN, their growth has been very, very good. Imagine summer season, they didn't get to qualify, and now they're, second place in Group B, just right below RRQ. RRQ, though, massive improvements as well. They've managed to take control of every single game. Incredibly confident. But let's take a look first at BREN Esports. Autoluz, I'll ask you first. What do you think are, the primary focuses when it comes to the lane? What are their play styles that they are good at, are strong at, rather?
This is actually a very interesting team because I reviewed their games over the course of the weekdays prior to this weekend, and it seemed to me that they have two varying playstyle that they do oftentimes. If Hayes will be on the Twisted Fate, it's expected that him will be on the side lanes mostly, paired up with Jets Garen that needs no introduction. And Rebenga, Consi, and Mgen will just be a solid trio, can even take the Baron by themselves. So that's one playstyle of BREN Esports. The other is whenever they want to unlock their superstar mid laner in Hayes. We saw Katarina being picked 3 times today, and Hayes has a very, very good Katarina. Yeah. So that's also one thing to think about if you are RQ. But overall, our BREN Esports experience-wise that's Rebenga, right? And mechanics, that's Consi, Hayes. Very well-rounded team. I just couldn't wait to see what they have in store for RQ.
Yeah, and we already being surprised by MJan with his different kinds of approach towards his support. But this time around, as we are on the patch 2.4, are we going to see an MJan on an Enchanter, or are we going to see a MJan on that Graga support, or that Senna that can be translated into a marksman? But of course, I wanted to put the spotlight from the one he's going to support, the Dragon Lane, Consi. You can see the kill participation, 74%, they're fairly high, most used champions. This is what I love. We have an Ezreal into the bag. And so far, it has been Ezreal. I mean, it always has been Corki and Lucian. And this Ezreal can be also used under the table by Consi. Can really surprise us. And you got to respect this guy with the damage per minute, which is 1,238. And a fairly good amount of KDA. So at this point, Consi making the bow roll for BREN and might snag a win against RRQ.
Yeah, excited to see what he brings to the table, especially 2.4. A lot of highlights to more on the AD carry. Build paths are going to be changing. We've seen a lot of, primarily focused on a lot of crits and, of course, the cooldown. So I'm looking forward to see what Consi brings to the table. Of course, they will have to face the top 1 spot in the Group A, which is RQ. RQ, I have to say it again, they've been completely solid. Their growth from the playoffs of Cyrus and Atlas are doing this really cool symbol. Little probably from the Helios reference, which we are going to check out. Actually, let's check out the roster right now of RRQ. This is a favorite post from I suppose from the broadcast talent. So Atlas, I gotta ask you first, which lane do you think they should focus on to retain their top 1 spot here in Group A in the second round robin?
Any lane, I believe, is plausible. Because looking at RRQ, the most underrated member for me has been Chaz. It doesn't show on the masters of the match because oftentimes it goes to Helios, Marquee, or even Hyde. But Chaz has been the most instrumental jungler that I have seen so far in the fall season. Out of the 6 games, he has secured 6 first dragons for his team. So that's 100% of the time that the first objective will always go to RQ side, and he who's in the lead of that, that's Chaz, right? With his Kha'Zix. Again, his playstyle has now evolved from the tank junglers that he used to play during the summer season, now onto a more damage-oriented junglers like the Kha'Zix, like the Lee Sin. I'm really liking what I'm seeing in RRQ. And just to answer your question, any lane is possible as long as you have a very good jungler, Chaz.
So it means he already leveled up his Void Assault, so he became Evolved Chaz. Am I getting it?
Yeah, sure.
Am I getting it right? Because he is on a Kha'Zix, and it feels like with the spotlight that you gave to him, it feels like I wanted to put more on the underrated part to hide, because Chaz has been already one of the staple junglers from summer season, but with the Kha'Zix Evolve, he is adapting even more. Change is good. He knows when to go with the void spikes. He knows when to go with the leap. So I understand that he is really good in improving right now. But the spotlight isn't for the Kha'Zix this time around. This will be for Marky, or the man, the myth in himself. We've seen him countless times. One of the best Kai'Sa players that we saw at summer season. That's a kill participation of 70% and a staggering KDA of 8.50. So we are talking about this guy. You can see on the third champion as most used is a Twisted Fate. So if Chaz, you saw the adaptability, you can see it in hands of Marky, can be played anywhere. And this time around, they can flex the Lucian in his hands, can go into the mid lane, into the hands of Ilios, even the Twisted Fate. So there are so many mind games coming in for RRQ.
The mind games for this matchup, for sure. I mean, 2.4, we haven't seen both of these teams. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of shakeup. Of course, Marky, one of the legends from League PC, moving over to Wild Rift. So I'm sure he has interesting, maybe build paths, perhaps, to set the trend for not only in the pro scene, but possibly maybe even in your ranked game. So let's take a look as well at our Globe Key player clash. And it's going to be, I believe, in the jungle, Rebenga versus Chaz. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup indeed. I hear the oohs already. I'll go to Atlus. What do you think? How do you think this matchup is going to go?
I think this is the first time that we're going to see the rivals Kha'Zix versus Rengar, because Rebenga is a known Rengar player. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chaz, I've highlighted it so far. His Kha'Zix has been immaculate onto the early game and even onto the late game. Right, he's really influencing the map to a point that he makes lives easier for his teammates. The numbers aren't really that far. KDA is 5.33 to 6.4. One thing to note though, kill participation 75%, and I expect that from Rebenga, because Rebenga is one of the shot callers for BREN Esports. So if he says it's go time, it means it's Riot go time.
Yes,
Ooh.
and if you wanna use a Rengar and a Kha'Zix, use Riot Go, because it will open a lot of choices for you. Play like Rebenga, play like Chaz, and if you're going to check the gold per minute, it was fairly high for Chaz, for the reason that there are times that there are already winning lanes. So he can just focus on the farm. He can just focus on the objective. Damage per minute, fairly high for Chaz, for the reason that he's leaning more onto the Assassin's jungle right now compared to Rebenga, who is just banking on to the utility junglers. And that's mainly the reason why even the KDA affected Chaz. But the kill participation, as what Autolus told us, the shot caller, the one who's playing as the utility, setting up those skills and making it into victory.
I love that matchup, Rebengar and Kha'Zix. That would be very interesting though if we get that matchup, that jungler matchup with those champions, with these players at this point in the tournament.
Whoa.
Again, this is gonna be wild. Maybe a lot of expectations for sure. But of course, we have to ask again the question: that we have to ask. Predictions time, and I guess I'll go first this time around. This is one of the first, I guess, for today. I'm going to save the best rivalry for last. Well, not the best rivalry, maybe when it comes to panel. Ottalus versus Osiris. I believe Ottalus has not a 100% win rate on his prediction anymore after the GrindSky versus Liyab matchup.
The sky has fallen.
The sky has fallen. There's always tomorrow. We'll see how tomorrow looks. But today's the present, and my prediction for the RRQ versus BREN matchup will be 2-1 in favor of RRQ, just because I really love how RRQ performed 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and I feel like they're riding on that train, riding on that momentum to that undefeated streak up until the end of this, their own round robin. So, Ottalus, what is your answer?
I'm going with BREN. Okay.
Wow.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
Unpredictable.
I know. Because I believe, I highlighted the strengths of RRQ so far. But then again, if our previous games are any indication, I'm so prepared for the Katarina to just go off. And that's his in the mid lane, baby.
Yeah, I'll go with, of course, RRQ. As much as I respect BREN, and there's so many upsets that might happen, because this is it might be the closest that they can go. But, of course, RRQ, they are on a streak. They got the momentum. They're going to take this.
They're on the momentum. Me and Osiris are like telepathy. Well, not exactly telepathy, because, I just said what I said. He said what he said. But now, of course, if you think that RRQ will go on their undefeated streak up until Sunday, and other thoughts that you'd like to share us, go ahead. Open up Twitter. Tweet at us using the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH and #Dominate the Rift, and perhaps we get to feature your thoughts and your findings, perhaps about your favorite teams, about your favorite players, or maybe even something that caught your eye when it comes to item builds. It could be anything. In regards to the Wild Rift Icon Series Philippines. But there you go. We might get to check out those tweets, and we have a tweet over here.
Wow.
Thank you very much, Anxiety14. There we go. My top 2 in Group A and B will be RQ and Liyab. There you go. They said it.
It's
RQ
time.
and Liyab. We will remember that until Sunday. And that is the top 2 for Group A and B. I mean, they look pretty strong, especially RQ. And we actually get to see more of RQ as well in this current matchup. We do have one more though. Bertingcast. Oh, that name is familiar. I wonder who Bertingcast is. He says, Battle of the Oldies, RQ versus BREN Esports. The oldies, the veterans of League PC. I love it. Battle of the Oldies. Thank you very much for your tweets at Anxiety and as well as Bertingcast. So there you go. That's how it's gonna look like. We get to talk about and read your tweets out loud. But here we go. It is going to be an amazing rematch here of RQ versus BREN Esports. Let's go to the Rift, casters. Take it away.
Minions have spawned.
That's right, go! Series number 4, what better way to cap it off than to match BREN Esports and RRQ. This is going to be a banger, and you have me, Leoric, and Yuko once again. Yuko, what do you think about this matchup?
First off, both teams logo, they have the shade of yellow. All right, and
Right.
looking into series number 3, it was, again, a very low kill count kind of series. But this time, I feel like it's gonna be full-on fights, full-on 5v5s. Look at how fierce the face of our players are. However, I kind of want to still think that, does the meta, again, the usual question that runs in our mind, does the meta fit the play style or
Right.
champions or the movements of these two teams? Because I was able to talk to the coach of RQ, Coach Kaigu. He did admit that they had huge adjustments jumping into the recent patch. Let's see
Right.
if they will be able to push that through. For BREN Esports, they had a really good run for their first week. Let's see if they were able to keep things up, because we are now at the champion select for Riot Go.
I don't want to go to the meta. Please give us what we want. Rebengar and Chazix. Let's see if that
Yes.
is going to be available right here. But then again, Zed is going to be the first ban. So no Rengar and Chazix just yet on the ban. So maybe we can see that. Please give it to the fans. Lee Sin is going to be the next ban right here. Understandable. They are now starting the bans onto the jungler. TF is banned right
Aw.
here. All right. Oh, man.
Mm.
Kha'Zix is not going to be there. Rengar's going to be available. Senna is going to be the last ban.
So that opens up Lucian. That also opens up Gragas if RQ will want to get their hands on that. United is still going to be a pretty hot pick. They could get Rengar if they want to, just to deny that to
Right.
Rengar. But Galio is also open, and they will want to get their hands on that champion. It's all about the jump ins, kills, enchants, taunts. You guys know the story.
All right. Definitely. Oh, yeah. There it is. Rebenga for the Rengar.
Rebengar.
Rengar! All right. That's available. And Ziggs is available too for the power picks. And they're going to hover over that. BREN Esports will take it.
Okay, so if RQ is gonna lock this in, could be the first Olaf of the day, and apparently it is. So I wouldn't call this the unkillable comp, but it looks like they have a crazy frontliner. You have Olaf, you also have Marky on this Corki. He will be very much secured because you have 3 bodyguards. That's Renekton, that's Galio, that's also
Garen.
Olaf. And for BREN Esports, looks like we will be seeing the first Garen of the day. And
Right.
whew, very much happy to see this. But another Akali for the series.
All right. So no Katarina this time. We are going to be seeing the Garen though. Yes. Garen is going to go up against the Corki. So that's possible magic damage. Corki and Galio is the support right here. So I think Garen will have a good time right here, especially that Lucian is on the is with his side. So Garen
Zeke is
will
gonna
not.
be at the Dragon Lane.
Okay. All right. Interesting. So what do you think about this team comp from BREN Esports?
Okay, so I was never really in favor of the Zig support. Solely because if you don't snowball, if Lucian doesn't snowball, you're gonna just be this champion that's gonna need a lot of gold, a lot of farm. So the resources will be less compared to the usual. I mean, Akali will need to farm as well, but there's that. I do love the fact that we get to see another Rebengar and another Akali at the mid lane. Really looking forward to seeing their matchup up against this Ahri. But for the side of the Dragon lane, I guess Corki and Galio, they will have the more comfortable early game. But of
Right.
course, with all things said and done, let's see how both teams will be able to execute their draft, because we're going to jump into game number 1.
All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wild Rift. Already off the bat on the mid side, there are 3 champions here from RRQ. I love the team comp of BREN right now. They are focusing on team fights. So if this boils down to 5v5, they will have a very good win condition right there. But RRQ, looking at their lineup, that's a possible split push right here. That's an option for them, and with that, they will be forcing Garen onto the sidelines, or maybe even the Akali. So somehow RRQ, I will favor that flexibility in their team comp, but we'll see for sure in the later part of the game.
We will see indeed, because so far things are pretty even. Jet is not look at the silence and the stunts both landing at the same time. But
Right.
both of them are just being very careful. I do not expect Jeff to be very aggressive in the early game so far, because Renekton, well, that is also being wielded by Hyde. Renekton definitely has the upper hand, unless Jeff has something different in his mind. He also has exhaust, honestly, so I guess it's just going to be Garen, a 5v5 centered Garen, not the kind of Garen that will just cause a lot of ruckus in the early game, get a lot of this in the early game, but that is going to be Rebenga to saying hi, hello to the Dragon laners. We also have the other members of RQ making their way there. Rift Scuttler is going to be picked up by the side of the men in red.
Yes, and this is bad for BREN Esports. Rebenga being at the bottom side means that he will have to walk all the way to the top lane to get the Rift Scholar for their own. But RRQ, there's going to be fight at the top side right there. Exhaust, it's going to be connecting right here. One more poke, and it is going to be Hyde who gets the first blood in favor of RRQ as Jeth goes down. Well played.
Chef's kiss. He popped Ignite at the perfect time. And again, if you're Garen, you shouldn't force these fights towards Renekton. Make sure you will not give any other lead to Hyde. Even though Jeth,
Right.
he believed that he could have gotten first blood, but he forgot. He already used exhaust. Sure, he can use flash, but he already has Ignite. So that was just
Right.
very good timing and prediction coming out from Hyde. And that's the first blood going over to RRQ. Looking out at Dragon Lane. Marky though, down to the last 2 bars of his health. You also have Olaf lurking at the side, but you also have Ari making her way down at the bottom lane.
I believe this is going to be a gank, but BREN Esports will sniff this out. RRQ is just going to play safe at this point and will back away as Marky is already half HP down. That's a huge chunk of his HP. Already out for the fight, so this is bad. But so far, RRQ are in favor. I want to focus more on the top side later on, knowing that Hyde has the advantage already on the level, on the gold. So this Jeth is going to have a harder time right here and will be forced to not join team fights for BREN Esports sides. That's one of the win condition of RRQ at this point of the game.
That's true. And well, for BREN Esports side, they have actually 2 wards here at the top part, one at their herald side and one at the bush just to make sure that no one will have these ganks onto Jeth. So the Rift Herald and the first dragon is going to be up in 16 seconds. RQ, they could let this go and just proceed with getting that turret at the mid lane. But BREN, I guess they could try and secure the dragon for themselves. Bladed Ruined King being picked up by Hyde at the less than 4 minutes. But yeah, at the 4-minute mark, just again, the snowball coming out from Renekton. You can't not look at this. Let's see if RQ will be able to utilize that with the other champions. But BREN Esports, they can still try to force these awkward pickoffs or awkward fights to RQ just to make sure they will be able to come back from the deficit.
True. And I think what's happening right here is that BREN Esports, they know that RRQ is going to be prioritizing the Rift Herald, so that they just want to go for the trade, but RRQ is denying that. They won't go for the Rift Herald just yet, and they will try to capitalize on the advantage that they have. Renekton at the top side, you mentioned earlier, it's going to be very painful already because of the BRK available, so that they will be shredding this Garen faster. But Hyde right here in a bad spot. That's gonna be a pincer move right here by RRQ. They're gonna go for it. Renekton will try to run with the Dominus right there to become tanky, but the root connects, and with a little more poke from Rebenga, that is going to be BREN Esports win right there as Hyde goes down. RRQ will just opt for a trade and takes the dragon for them. Rift Herald is available as BREN Esports just goes for the top turret.
Hyde already used his flash. That's why it was a-okay for Akali as well as Rebenga to commit onto Renekton. They were able to get that kill, but towards the lower part of the map, RQ was able to get the first dragon, and now they have their eyes on this Rift Herald. Rebenga will just go back. Let's see if Hyde will be able to check him. That is they know, because Rebenga just jumped back into the turret's safety area. So non-contested Rift Herald. So far, the lead is in favor of RQ, but still first blood turret actually going over to BREN Esports.
Yeah, so basically, BREN Esports are back into this game. It was RRQ who looked like it was going into their favor, but with that kill on the Baron laner, they're back. But RRQ will get the Rift Herald. I think they can use this to create space for them for the next dragon, which is going to be very important, the Infernal Drake that's going to spawn next.
Let's see. Okay, that's going to be the Lens Egg already being picked up by Helios. He is sitting at a level 9. He has the highest level so far in this game. But looks like RQ, they have no plans to regroup just yet. They're just gonna hold their ground in their specific lanes. Even though there is pings all over the map. Hyde just gonna recover from the death that he just had earlier on. Hayes, he would just try to juggle with the fight. He still has perfect execution. But if you have 3-4 champions from RRQ making their way down at your lane, you're gonna have to ask help from MJan, and MJan, very good placement of the explosive minefield, was able to check if someone was hiding there, but apparently there's gonna be a no. Now Helios still has this Spirit Rush.
Oh,
They're not gonna
charm.
connect. Okay.
It's not gonna connect. Consi will be okay under the turret right here. As Hyde is gonna go for the top turret. But here comes BREN Esports. Exhaust is gonna be there to make sure that they get the kill, and Hyde has already died twice in this fight right here. Rift Herald is gonna be summoned right here by RRQ onto the mid, and mid turret will go down. A little bit more poke right there. So that's gonna be the trade-off for RRQ. But then again, BREN Esports will take 1 kill at the top.
Hyde actually overstayed his welcome. He knew that earlier Rebenga was literally right there, and he was willing to help Jeff to go with the kill. And again, yes, Hyde did die, but let's have a positive mental attitude. In his death, RQ was able to get 1 mid lane turret. Again, mid lane is the shortest lane for the map of Wild Jeff, so at least it just opens up the map for RQ a bit more. You know, but yeah, for itemization side, now you have Rebenga already completed. Let's try for Liandris as well as Lich Bane already available for Hayes. And I think that was that was an hourglass being picked up by Rebenga just now, so he will be able to jump in whenever he wants. He is free to do so. But you also have Marky already popping in with the hourglass. No actual commitments from both teams. Small lead from the gold side of RRQ. Hayes. Okay, so
good ward right there by Hayes, and he's gonna spot Hex as they wanted to set up for a kill right there on the Dragon lane, but BREN Esports sniffs that out. So well played right there. Veterans move by BREN Esports, but party over to the lower side of the river as Infernal Drake is going to be spawning in the next 10 seconds of the game. Let's see what setup right here is going to happen from both sides. Good ward right here. Spots Galio once again right there. Dragon already available. RRQ going to start it aggressively. Let's see. There are 5 champions here. Corky is on the bottom side though. Oh, Dragon's already half HP down. Up. Here it is. The Ziggs goes down early in the fight, and Olaf is already dead. So Chance and Helios down for RRQ, but they're gonna go for the chase right here, as it is BREN Esports who will fall short in this fight, as Lucian is gonna go down. Guys, Akali is gonna go down, and RRQ will go for the win. Will not be able to take the Drake right there, but that is going to be your Oppo team ace for RRQ.
Team ace of the game going over to RRQ. And need I tell you, that was just Marky being safe at the back lines. Hyde still did not have flash available at this point, but at least RRQ, they were able to just methodically just, take BREN Esports out. Focus on the damage dealers. Yes, you have Garen. You have a neutralizer. But you know what? If that's it or he's zone out, there's gonna be no problem for you. That is gonna be the jumping from Rebecca connecting, but RQ still being able to get the Infernal Drake non-contested now that they were able to give it a start this round 2.
Yeah, so that is Infernal Drake. That's big for RQ at this point, and they're now up 4k gold lead right here. Hyde is already starting on the split push right here, so Hayes will be forced to join to really go for this split push pressure right here. But RRQ, they have the mid side pressure right here. Charm is not going to be connecting on the Consi. Consi sends out the ultimate right there, but there is no follow-up from RQ side, so Consi is going to be okay. Bottom side 1v1 action right here. Hayes will be able to hide under the turret, but this turret will be a goner, as Hyde will take just that one definitely right away. Rebenga No, that's
That
gonna
was
be
too
too
close.
late. That was close. That was close. But yeah, RRQ on top of this game.
I held my breath there, but yes, Hayes did try to go with engage, but he did not expect Hyde to be that tanky, and he has quite the damage too. So if you can see, he did commit the full Akali combo, but it was no problem for Hyde, and we did see the item buildup from Hyde in there. Now RQ, they're gonna focus on objectives, but you know what? Taunts are gonna come through.
All right, there it is. BREN Esports are gonna be responding to this fight. And oh no, Galio is dead, and that is bad for RRQ. Let's see if there is going to be more, as two champions from RRQ side will go down. BREN Esports even things up on the board.
6-6 on the scoreboard. 3K goal lead in favor of RRQ. Third taking advantage is for RRQ as well. But now it is safe to say that BREN Esports, their damage is slowly lurking, slowly being a threat to RRQ. Plus, they have one turret. They took down one turret at the mid lane. Benga being chased by Hyde.
Let's see. They almost got another turret here at the bot side, but Hyde is going to be here to defend that. But that's dominance spent right there by Hyde just to defend that that bottom turret right there. So far so good. BREN Esports are starting to pull ahead in the momentum of this game, but RRQ still on top 2K at 12 minutes and 49 seconds in.
That is true. And anyway, so yeah, Hyde is gonna build up this very tanky champion, and now Marquis is gonna focus on getting that buff. 30 minutes into the game, Baron is still up. Teams not going there just yet, but RQ still holding on to their 3K gold advantage. Here comes Consi, here comes Rebenga. My problem here though is no one can duel up against Hyde just yet. And on top of that, Chaz is not even in the picture. This Olaf is quiet so far into game number 1.
Yes, definitely. So, RQ already on the momentum here. That's what I'm talking about Renekton being so strong, especially on the Baron lane. The split push is gonna be the pressure right here. Garen, I don't think Garen can mirror this one out. Hayes is going to be the target right here by RQ, but Hayes will go in, and that will be the trigger of the fight. Exhaust is going to be used right here, but Hayes is already dead, and they want more. Rebenga will have to Sassis to try to survive, but Rebenga is already dead, courtesy of the Olaf, and this is bad for BREN Esports, as this is a 2-for-nothing special by RRQ, and now they are already focusing on the push on the top side. Oh, Marky dishing so much damage onto the back lines. And so Consi will have to go back home, as he is in no condition to fight at this point. Top turret will take a pounding and will go down, and RRQ will get out and get sprayed.
That was a very good fight coming out from RQ. I literally just said Chaz, Olaf was quiet, but you know what? He actually got a double kill after that. Hayes overextended. He, I guess, underestimated the possible damage output from RRQ this almost 15 minutes in. Rebenga did try to save as well. I also have the Pulibel being picked up by Hayes. It was not available earlier on. But now looking back, Marky also, the Missile Barrage, it hurts a lot. BREN Esports was not able to come in with the follow through. Now BREN Esports, they are just gonna jump in. And looking back into the fight, Akali was not able to pop in with the Stacy.
Right, true. So that cost Akali's death right away in the early part of the fight. Here, this time, RRQ has already their eyes set on the Cloud Drake. There are two champions taking this, as they know that BREN Esports is not here to contest this at all. All the other teammates from RRQ, 3 on the mid side for the zoning, and this one is for free. Everyone is now headed toward the mid side. BREN Esports will not want to engage at this point of the fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna address the elephant in the room. RRQ, 3 out of 3 dragons, it's in their pockets. So that's a lot of buff, and that's a huge variety. You have damage, you have state, you have a lot of buffs in your pockets. How will BREN Esports come back on this? But now nice to see Jeff popping in with the judgment, but Hyde is just gonna survey his way in, but still he is gonna go back. Consi receiving a lot of damage then and there. Ultimates are available though for both teams, but now GA already being picked up by Hyde.
Right, definitely. This is looking good for RQ so far, and we are already in the doorsteps of the later part of the game. So these buffs are already very good. Remember that the buffs worked in a percentage-wise, but there is a fight here on the mid side right here. But BREN Esports will be able to avoid the clash right there. That would have been very bad for them if it became a full-on fight. So well played right there by BREN Esports. But RRQ, they're relentless. They're pressuring all over the map right now. They're now pressuring and threatening a Baron take right here. Rebenga is on the mid side right here, looking for someone to capitalize on, but RQ will not provide any opening at this point of the fight. And there it is. Gaio goes in with a flash, and the taunt is gonna be connecting, but that was on the Garen right there. Zig sends out the ultimate. Rebenga still on the backside, looking for an opening, and there he goes. Rebenga will just have to stasis because he takes a lot of damage as Chaz is already very low, is already out of the fight. Rebenga is dead. MGen is dead, and everyone is just not healthy enough for this fight. So RRQ will just go for the mid turrets. There's an opening for a Baron right here, but RRQ will brute force their way. This is a base now open, courtesy of RRQ, and the round 2 is on. And that Jet is already very low. Oh, Consi sends out the culling right there, but it's not going to be enough. No death so far for RRQ. And the punish is going to be on point. That GA is going to be popped right there, courtesy of the Garen. Garen will run away as Lucian is already dead on BREN Esports side, and they will take the Baron as their reward. RRQ on top of this game.
What an extended team fight. It all started when Rebenga already used his flash and RQ. They knew Rebenga was nowhere near toward the left side of that mid lane, which is why they were very much confident with jumping in with the initiate. That flash in taunt coming out from Galio, it was a game changer. Haze, yes, it's an Akali. Yeah, it's supposed to be a very slippery champion. It's supposed to dish out damage, but what will she do? Well, what will he do? That whenever every time rather he will jump into the middle, RQ would just burst him down. Hyde is just too much to bear at this point. On top of that, BREN Esports would constantly pressure RQ towards their base, and on top of that, they were still able to get Baron.
All right, but let's see at the bottom side. They're gonna be catching Hyde right there alone, but Galio goes in for the help, and that's the power of friendship right there. Galio, the taunt is gonna be connecting, so Akali goes down, and with Haze and Rebenga out of the fight, even Enjan, this is disaster for BREN Esports. RRQ, they now have their opening that they need, and they're gonna be marching towards their victory already. Bottom turret will not live for long. They have Charm even connects right here for the cleanup, and that's an Oppo ace as icing to the cake as RRQ takes game number 1.
That was a very good way to start our last series. RRQ really being the consistent team that they are known for. So this is something that Autolus told me. Early game, RRQ, they are very, very strong. BREN, they actually are a bit chill, as I like to call it, in the early game. They were not able to transition into the mid lane up until the late game. We keep on mentioning Hyde. He got first blood, even though time and time again he would be taken down by Rebenga or maybe even Jet. But he definitely pulled through. That was a 6-17 in the scoreboard. RRQ really utilizing the team fight centered fight that they had. Let's talk about the Zig support later once we look at the draft. But basically, this is RRQ showing up, showing us that despite the patch, they were able to adjust accordingly. Despite even the Kha'Zix ban, Chaz still has his Olaf.
Right, definitely. And there it is. You mentioned earlier, Hyde, even though he got caught at the top side a few moments, a couple of moments from BREN Esports with Rebenga ganging up on the top side, he did still come up in the later part of the game, and with that he became the MVP with 7-6 on the scoreboard. Well played by Hyde right here, well-deserved MVP. I love how RRQ is playing this. Maybe there is the Ziggs factor. We'll talk about that later as we look at Oppo A94 plays of the game. Please walk us through this, Yuko.
No problem, man. I got you. So again, the early game, RQ going over to hide even. This was a good response from both Rebenga and Hayes. They are trying to stop Renata from snowballing. And towards the latter part of the matches, BREN Esports, they're slowly trying to just, hunt for RRQ. But again, RRQ, they are all about the fights. They will come together. They will try to get the Jakes. Again, they got all of the Jakes in that game. And this was the fight that became problematic. Ziggs was caught off guard. Consi being forced at the far back lines of BREN Esports. He was not able to take anyone down. After that fight, Hyde just snowballed the living hell out of this game. And after that, it became an RRQ show. Hayes would always do this high risk, high reward kind of play. And you'd expect that from an Akali. But he does not have Hourglass. He doesn't have Stacy's. So Akali without Stacy's, I don't think that's gonna work, because whenever you're gonna jump in like so, you're probably just gonna get bursted down.
Right, then Rebenga, after the stasis right there, just got burst down right there, and as Ziggs goes down. This was RRQ's game from this point on. The Charm is gonna be connecting onto the Garen, but Garen sends out the ultimate, pops the GA of Hyde right there, but they were able to still do the cleanup right here. Here, Hyde was caught alone. But there it is. That's the purpose of the hero's entrance, protecting Hayes, and Hayes will go for the Akali, and that he goes down right there from Hyde. Sorry about that. But there, this is the icing on top of the cake. Charm is gonna connect, and this one's a cleanup.
Yep, Consi was not able to clear the wave then, and their match of the match is going to be Hyde on this. Renekton, 6.50 for the KDA. Damage per minute, 1,189. Crazy amount of damage. Again, he has Ignite, he has Flash. Looking at the chat earlier, there was someone that said, this player knows the limits of this champion, and that I have to agree with. He would always just try to push the limit with Renekton, and we actually know how strong he is. Looking back into week 1, day number 1, he got a triple kill, if not quadra kill, on this Renekton. I think that was a triple kill. Yeah, it was a triple kill. And it just, it just became a prevalent pick for this guy. Renekton definitely one of the champions in the meta, and the fact that we didn't see much highlight plays from Helios, but still the charms were on point. Or reception still just dish out so much damage, and it just became a problem that BREN Esports could not solve once the late game entered. He also has GA, so okay, you're gonna use a lot of resources on him. He's gonna pop Dominus. After that, he is just gonna be brought to life by the GA, and whenever that is gonna happen, you also have to keep in mind that Marky, the Corky, that hurts, is still at the back line with the Gatling gun, with the missile barrage, just shredding your life bars down.
Yes, definitely. That was a very good team play right here by RRQ. Very strong week number 3, but this is their second round robin. I think they got better after the week. So this is very, very, very revealing for RRQ. I love how the supports are coming in whenever their teammates needed it the most. Hyde was caught alone on the bottom side, but because of Hex coming in, they were able to really reverse things and won the game from that point on. There were instances that Hyde, I would say, was pushing it too much with aggression on the top side. He got caught twice. We saw that.
Yes.
But in the end, he adjusted with the gameplay of BREN Esports and basically took over from that point on.
I feel like that fight, or those 2 kills that went over to BREN Esports, it was part of the plan. Because after that, he got the turret. So, all according to Keikaku. But anyway, that has been game number 1 for our last series of the day. RRQ being able to get the first game. But for the fans of BREN Esports, do not worry, because this is a best of 3. We could possibly see a game number 3. But with that in mind, let's talk about the Ziggs pick. Okay, Ziggs support. We saw it internationally. It's okay. If you're comfortable with this champion, I'm gonna let it go. Problem here is Ziggs has a lot of poke, a lot of scare in the early game. But towards the mid to late game, if your ADC was not able to snowball, you're just another champion that is gonna need resources to actually snowball. Now, if you're gonna
Right.
notice, Mega Inferno Bomb, yes, it kind of hurts, but Renekton kind of hurts more. And
Right.
we're not even talking about Marquis just yet. Marquis' damage was up there, just very crazy. But yeah, apparently the Zig support is not working well for them. Maybe they could go back to what works, could go with Janna, Denami, the usual enchanter supports, or try to take Galio from RRQ because yes, on this champion, that flash in and then the taunts connecting, it just became the nail in the coffin for BREN Esports.
True. I've seen Mgen play. He is very comfortable with the Nami. I'm not really sure why they gave up the Nami on that in favor of the Ziggs. Maybe they banked on the fact that they thought that they can really snowball in the early game. But later parts of that game, Ziggs just became more of a liability, sucking in more gold for the team. If you don't need if you need the resources, you're taking it away from someone who needs it more in your team. So it was it bit them back in return. This Ziggs pick right here.
That's true. Also, can I just say that the win rate for Lucian today is not that high. So
No.
we're seeing the teams adjusting to this Lucian pick. And
Right.
I like the Rebengar pick. It makes sense. Problem is, you'd expect Rebenga or Rengar to just go with the flanks. Problem
Right.
here is, he is either the first or second champion to be bursted down by RRQ. Once Rengar is down, what's gonna happen next? I mean, that's gonna be a 4v5, right? Hayes, is he gonna jump in again? He did not have Stacy's. Whenever he is gonna jump in with a shuriken flip, he would just get boxed in. And then he's gonna say sayonara. And
Right.
Olaf towards the last part of the game, Ragnarok in, Undertow, the usual Olaf combo that we've been seeing in the pro scene. It was just a problem that BREN Esports could not solve. Jeff,
Right.
we usually see him on this Garen. That's okay. Obviously, it's a champion that he's comfortable with. But maybe switch things up. Maybe use the Darius this time around in game number 2. Maybe even use Renekton. I'm not sure if he is actually using the champion, but that's a possibility. Switch things up. And the Akali pick is actually a bit brutal for the side of BREN Esports. Why? You have 3 bruisers from RRQ. These are very tanky champions that even though you're gonna try to win the duel against them, you're gonna survive. And again, you didn't have Stacy's. How are you gonna survive
Right.
that one? Like whenever you jump
Right.
in. But yeah, Lucian Quancy, he would almost always be pushed towards the far end of the fight. Even though you do have the culling, most of the time it just did not reach. On top of that, you have Valkyrie, special delivery coming in from Corki. Marky was very much protected in that game. He was having
Right.
the time of his life. And yeah, Guy with the good initiates. Helios, need I say more on this player? That was a very good Ari game.
True.
But yeah, Renekton really showing up still. It's just a back and forth of who gets to be the highlight champion, highlight player rather. Is it gonna be Helios? Is it gonna be Hyde? Marky? So it's just this back and forth of master of the match. RQ really
Definitely.
being very, very good in that game number 1. But BREN Esports, a small adjustment on their draft maybe, but I could still see Garen in their lineup because they love this champion. Maybe again
Yeah.
go back to the enchanter support. The mid pick was okay too, but maybe try and get Ari, or maybe even I don't know, just shot in the dark Fizz. I don't know. Go with the be
Orianna-
crazy.
Orianna is good.
Orianna is
Yeah.
good too.
Right. I think, you mentioned about Rebenga's efforts. We saw that Rebenga had really good positions for going into the flanks, but he will need more help from teammates. I think he was banking on to the Garen going in and wreaking havoc into the back lines, and then also the Akali going in so that he can also go in and go for the kills. But it didn't happen for them. Corki was very much prepared for everyone who will go in. He has the disengage available. He didn't have to go in and go aggressive. And once he has separated, he just dished out so much damage onto the Garen, onto Akali, that everyone was just had to get out. And when Rebenga went in, he had no choice. He's alone in there, or it's either Akali alone in there. They just had the stasis, and once the stasis is off, RQ had the control everything to really clean up for the fight. So yes, you're right. This is BREN just got drafted in this game number 1. Hopefully we can see adjustments in the drafts BREN will be doing in game number 2.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing Jet on this Darius, just for the heck of it, you know? Yeah, this
not?
pretty much just confirms the thing that we casters have been saying. Early game is definitely a crucial part in every single game possible. And I guess that's one of the strengths that RRQ has, aside from the fact that they have a very good coach backing them up. So yeah, BREN Esports, let's see if they'll be able to push this to a game number 3. What adjustments will they do? Maybe if they want to still use Lucian, that's okay. But Consi has to be sure that there's no champion that's just gonna jump in his face and force him to go back. Because if you're an ADC, yes, you're supposed to be at the back line, but you also have to dish out damage, which he was not able to do in game number 1. Well, in retrospect, Marquis just really dish out a lot of damage. And yeah, I guess more early game power from Rebenga. He could still use the Rengar. He was good on that champion that game number 1. Again, like what Leoric said earlier, they were able to keep Hyde at bay for a handful of minutes. He died twice, so that's something. And just keep on doing that maybe. But BREN, they need to play the objective game. Yes, they got few turrets in. They were not able to get any Dragon at all. And when they did try to contest the Baron, they were just not able to. So it's a lot of buffs, a lot of advantage going over to RRQ, and RRQ being able to utilize that. But we're still waiting for BREN to wake up. You know, we saw them in their prime. We saw them in their element. I really want to see that in the team number 2.
Yes. If they really want to push for the Garen, you mentioned there's a possibility that they will still go for the Garen. Maybe ban the Renekton. Is that what do you think about that suggestion?
Okay, so that's a possibility, but I
think they're pushing.
Happen.
Yeah, because they're really pushing for the Garen. Darius would be better, I would say, because he will wreak havoc onto into the backlines once he's able to get in or pull someone into their favor, and Rebenga can do his thing. But if you say they will still go for the Garen, I would say just ban the Renekton out. I think Garen is no match for Renekton in this current meta of the game at this point. So that's something that they can adjust in, but definitely do not put Ziggs this time as support. Maybe it will work, but I think it's not going to work just yet on high-level games, as the teams are always prepared for that.
Maybe put Ziggs in the mid lane if they want to, and open Twisted Fate. I mean, Hayes is very good on this champion. We've seen him do crazy plays on this champion. Just make sure it doesn't go over to Helios. Just say it. So make sure, that guy is also a maniac on Twisted Fate. So you mentioned they could just take Karen out and replace it with a Darius. So let's see, will RRQ adjust something in their draft? If you were to be nitpicky, what are the things that RRQ should do or should adjust for game number 2?
Let me see. I haven't thought of that because they were very dominant in that game earlier. Maybe in their macro side, I think they took a while in taking the objectives that they gave out the first threat onto BREN Esports. That could be something that they will want to avoid. First blood threat is one of the most important objectives in the game. That's plus 100 gold to all of your all the champions on the opposite side. So that could be something that they will want to adjust on better for RRQ. I love their pick already. I think they're very comfortable with this. More into macro side, especially in the early part of the game. That's what I can recommend for them.
All right, so let's see if you'll be seeing that for RQ. And we already said their pieces to BREN. I'm actually looking forward to the fact that hear me out here. I kind of want to see a Twisted Fate in game number 2. But what are the odds of Twisted Fate being open in the next game?
Slim, or maybe 10%. If I'm a coach, I will definitely ban out Twisted Fate most of the time, because he just enables split push compositions in the early game. If it's too much of a risk in the early game. If ever your opponent gets the Rift Herald and is in a good position already, Twisted Fate can always join the split push. That Twisted Fate has very strong auto attacks with the passive and third skill. So it's either ban it if you know there is a strong TF player on the opposite side. there is none, maybe you can open it for yourselves if there's an opportunity. That's going to be a possibility right here. So we'll know for sure, and we know that I've watched A's. One of their unorthodox plays was really a Yasuo mid last week. So yeah, so I'm not really sure if ever BREN Esports is gonna go for a Twisted Fate pick right here. We'll know for sure later on once we go for the next game. But definitely RRQ, they have the momentum. On the first meeting, they have the confidence. They have beaten BREN Esports already. I think RRQ is gonna try to experiment a little bit on game number 2. There's no need to really spill out the beans of your strategies to the whole competition, not just BREN Esports at this point of the tournament. So yeah, I think you're gonna be able to see an orthodox RRQ for game number 2.
Hey, I like that. Especially the fact that you have Helios as your mid laner. I think, we saw him, Fiora mid. It just blew our minds. So maybe you're going to be seeing an Annie mid. I don't know. Jinx mid. Please don't do that. No, that was a joke, guys. Please don't do what I just said. But yeah, a different champion at the mid lane for RRQ. For Marky, though, in the summer season, we only ever saw him use Kai'Sa. And time again, we would say how much he loves this Kai'Sa. Now we see him in different champions. Still, we haven't been seeing him use, we haven't been seeing Marky on this Kai'Sa. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he tends to use Corki more. So Corki, I guess, is prioritized over Lucian just because you can reposition yourself a lot faster and a lot more. But now we're gonna jump into Champ Select, courtesy of Riot Go. First ban from RRQ is gonna be Twisted Fate. Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to see the champion, but apparently no.
There it is. So let's Riot Go. Ban off the bat is gonna be Twisted Fate. Again, Twisted Fate is just broken in this patch right now. I would rather see Lucian go out just compared to Twisted Fate. He just enables so much, and if you're an aggressive team like BREN Esports, yeah, you don't want Twisted Fate to be available for them because they can always rotate on the bottom side just at a snap of a finger. There it is. Lucian is not going to be available, and Renekton is banned this time by BREN. I like that ban.
You were just talking about Yasuo and the fact that maybe Hayes could pick that up, but I guess RRQ, they're one step ahead. No Yasuo, no Windwall, and I mentioned Darius, so it looks like that's going to be going over to Jet and a Jin Xiao, going over to Rebenga. Gragas is open though.
Yes, it's open. That's gonna be available right there. So I think they're gonna be picking that. Also, Ziggs is available right here, so that could be something. But yeah, I love this Xin Zhao. They know that they know that RRQ has the Corki. So Xin Zhao, at the very least, during the fight, can send out the ultimate right there and neutralize Corki's firepower. So I love that so far from BREN Esports. They have a solution for this Corki, which was a problem for them in game number 1. But this time it's Chaz on the Rengar. All right.
This is him silently telling Rebenga, this is how we use Rengar. And I was mouthing the name Galio earlier because Galio is still open and Hex was phenomenal in that support. They are going to pick that up. And we mentioned Orianna. You said this. Orianna fits the meta, and that is most probably going over to Hayes. A hover and lock in on side this time around. You have a self-heal ADC this time around. She also has the Feather Storm to keep herself safe. But looks like, okay, here's the thing. I don't know which champion is going over to the mid lane. Because, again, Helios uses Fiora in the mid. But, most likely Fiora is going to go over to the Baron and then Zed on mid. Because we did see Helios use Zed. Corki still going to go over to Marky. Galio on Hex. It's going to be the Lovebirds for BREN Esports. Saya and Rakan.
All right, so Chas Rengar on the Rengar just said it's gonna be chicken for dinner tonight. So let's see if that's gonna be the case right here. As BREN Esports has already locked in their last champion, and RRQ will have. I think there's a little bit of misrepresentation on the logos right there. And there it is. That's already a quick fix. Thank you so much, production. But there it is. Fiora is gonna be the last pick. There is a very strong split push pressure from RRQ, and I think that's the strategy for this game.
Yeah, and on top of that, we said this in game number 1. RRQ, they love their team fights. And the fact that Rengar is all about those flanks, which I think RRQ could pull off in this game number 2, it's gonna be a problem for BREN Esports. But this time around, BREN, they're going all in this kind of team fight centered draft. Let's see if that will be pushed through. But now you have the champions greeting Oriana, greeting Hayes in the mid lane. Hi, hello, clear, and then go back to your lanes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. RRQ is going to be on the blue side, BREN on the red side. Fiora is at the top side. So I think RRQ is going to go for the split push right here. The Zed, I don't think is going to be used for the split push, even though we know that Zed is very strong in split pushes also. I think the Zed is really a pick right here by RRQ so that they can focus on Consi on that Shaya whenever the team fight breaks out. So that will put Consi at bay and not stop dishing off the damage right there. So very interesting still. But here at the bottom side, BREN Esports are pushing putting the pressure onto RRQ's Dragon laners at this point.
Yeah, this is the power of love. Basically, from Sai and Durkan, they were able to push Marky and Hex towards the turret side. But again, that's a very tanky Galio. They're just gonna go back into the lane, and the true fight will happen once champions reach the level 4s, the level 5s, and that's gonna be Rebengas. Did Chaz get the steal? But that's gonna be no. Now hide those.
But Rebenga, you're in the wrong neighborhood, my friend, and he is gonna give up first blood onto Chaz. Chaz putting on a Rengar seminar right now onto Rebenga. So that's first blood at the top side. It is Darius who goes down first. Hyde, the bleed is not going to be enough. So Hyde is going to survive this one. Another win for RRQ, and that's 2-0 at the 2-minute mark. That's big for RRQ.
That's Fiora being able to take down a Darius. And Jeth went all in. So the reaction time from Hyde is crazy. Pair that off with a very duelist-centered champion. You have the MJ jumping in with the... Okay, great entrance, but apparently even though it did connect, it was him being boxed in. Consi was far away. Sai not being able to do anything there. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, Chaz also being able to secure the first blood, keeping Rebenga at bay. So far, so good. RRQ, they want to turtle this out. Again, the power of this team is very much visible in the early game.
Right. Rebenga is going to be here, but it's going to be spotted right there. So that's one of those very, very efficient wards for your team. So this will save Dragon laners at this point of the game. Still, at the bottom side, here comes MJan once again. Sorry about that. 3-0 already in favor of RRQ. So still, bottom side, it is BREN who will have priority.
At this point of the game, they need to wait for Hayes to have this very good shockwaves. They need Rebenga to be in the fights. They also need Consi to snowball, which is gonna take a handful of minutes because Saya, she is locked into the late game. And once late game enters, guess who is also online? You have Zed, you have Corky, you also have Fiora at some point. So not Rengar also gonna be very powerful in the late game at some point. But yeah, BREN Esports, they should just focus on getting their power spikes.
Top side, all that thought. Fiora will just go for the dive as he knows he is gonna go down in this fight. But Fiora takes one down successfully here in the mid part of the map. RRQ goes in for the aggression and will take another champion down as Hayes will be erased off the map. 5-1 on the board. RRQ are in a good position for this Cloud Drake and Rift Herald. They're gonna go for the Rift Herald though.
Yeah, they're gonna focus on just going in with the turret push. So I guess they're not really a fan of this dragon because in game number 1 they did get the dragon. Now there's gonna focus on again the Herald, and they're still yet to get first blood turret, honestly. But 4 minutes in, 2K goal lead in favor of RRQ, and High just really stepping up. Rebenga, he could just keep on assisting Jet here on this Darius, but the problem is Oriana is pretty much vulnerable in the mid lane too. So a lot of responsibilities just resting on Rebenga's shoulder. Okay,
top side,
maybe.
Yeah, top side. Oh, I like this from BREN Esports. They're gonna force the issue. They will want to trade this dragon out for the first turret of the game, but RRQ will be here on time. So it is just RRQ who will get the Globe Dragon Stain moment. That's a Cloud Drake right here with the Rift Herald right here. Let's see, it's gonna be a race for the first turret. Oh, it is BREN Esports who will get it first, but a good trade right here. It's still RRQ on top of this game.
Now they're gonna fall back. Let's be the roots connecting from Consi. Hyde was able to survive that small skirmish, and Hex, I'm not sure if he's gonna jump in, but at the very least, Taunts will connect.
Alright, Taunt is there. Shia will send out the ultimate to avoid Marky's skills. So he's gonna be okay. The lovers are a-okay. Mid-turret will take pounding for a little bit. But on the top side, Zed, I thought it was gonna be Fiora who will be doing the split push, but Zed, why not? Zed is already almost finishing this one up, and with Hex right here, I think this is gonna be a very successful split push.
Ariana making her way on the brand side, but it's gonna be too late because Helios is already securing that turret takedown. Now the Lovebirds are still together. BREN Esports, they're still banking on the peak of power for this Saya. Jeff.
Alright, Chase is onto Jeff. Jeff, Grand Challenge is gonna be casted right here. Also, a little bit more, and they're gonna be successful. Hex is even there to really make sure that they get the kill, but he was not needed. RRQ all over the map at this point of the game, and they are up. How much? 4K, 6 minutes and 30 seconds in.
That is true. So now he'll also be able to get that Rift Scutter. So a bit of a sad rack there for Rebenga, maybe for Consi. That is EXP and gold not being given to them.
Zed sends out ultimate, but there are a lot of champions focusing on you right now. But with the dance move, Zed is gonna be okay. But at the bottom side though, the Fiora will be able to take down one turret. So split push on the side lanes. This is amazing for RRQ.
That is true. A lot of advantage still going over to their side, and they were able to utilize that. They're literally not giving anything to BREN except that one kill and that one turret. That's it. That's just it. 7 minutes into the game now, Chaz is still being able to secure his buff. Looking at the junglers, the 2K gold lead going over to Chaz. Now it's a 3K, almost 3K gold lead. Just goes to show how Rebenga was kept at bay. He is now forced to use his Xinjiao. And looking at the ADC, roughly 500 gold lead in favor of Marky. For the mid laners, 1K in favor of Helios. It's just a lot of lead and item advantage for RRQ side. But now, BREN Esports, they can still force the full on 5v5. Just make sure that Helios is not in the fight. But if he is not, he's probably split pushing somewhere. So it's a situation of pick your poison at this point.
Yeah, if you're gonna focus on Helios, like what happened earlier, they almost got the Zed, but man, Helios with the moves was able to juke that one out. Fiora just split push on the bottom side, so this is headache for BREN Esports at this point of the game. And you mentioned they want BREN Esports will want to take a 5v5 for them, but RRQ is not gonna allow that. But here at the mid, Chaz is already very low, but he's gonna be okay. But he's in no condition to fight at this point, so RRQ will disengage.
That's two ultimates used on Chaz, and Chaz was still alive. On top of that, Hyde will be able to steal the buff. Rebenga, even if he's gonna try and check his buff right now, he's gonna be in a tad bit too late. Next dragon is gonna be up in 3 seconds. RRQ, they could position themselves in the dragon pit, or they could go to the mid lane and go with the pickups. They're gonna go with the latter. Gatling is gonna push through. Helios getting ready.
Look at that poke from Marky. That's
Scary.
painful already. Just one rocket took around 1/4 of Consi's HP. So that is trouble for BREN Esports at this point. Dragon is already being started right now. And wrap this one up and put a ribbon on it, because it's another gift from BREN Esports. And Flash is going to be used by Jeth right here. That was close. But RRQ still in control of this game.
Okay, I did not feel Darius in this game, honestly. Helios, though.
Helios. Oh no, Oriana. Haze is gonna go down at the top side. So everyone will go there from RRQ as there's an opening for another turret take. Rebenga is gonna start the fight out with the ultimate. He is gonna be quite tanky, but the Grand Entrance is gonna be there to help everyone out. Quickness will be used here also. So Chaz, with his HP bar down, RQ is just gonna disengage, and that's been the story of RQ. They don't really want to force the team fights, and they're winning because of it.
That is true. And now IE is available for Fonzie. Maybe you just wait for one more item for Saya to be the scary champion that he is. On top of that, you have the Triforce already available for Chaz, and Triforce plus Blade of the Ruined King already available for Hyde. And yeah, jumping back into the game, we are almost at the 11-minute mark. Baron is up. RRQ still holding the lead that they have in the early game. Now, Chalice Reaper's next target is going to be Fonzie. Will he survive?
Fonzie, a little bit more poke, and Fiora will get one kill off right there. Rebenga will try his best to protect their ADC, but he's going to be a bit too late. And with that, once again, RRQ have the advantage in the numbers game, and they will take this mid turret on top of the one kill that they have. 8-1 on the board, and they're now up 10k at 11 minutes in. This is going to RRQ's side. Let's see if BREN Esports, are they going to be able to open up a fight? But once again, RRQ doesn't want to give them an opening for a team fight, so RRQ is still controlling this game all the way.
Yep, not giving BREN Esports any room to breathe. I was waiting for one good quickness from MGen, but I realized if he does jump in, he is just going to be shredded, because you have Rengar, you have Fiora, you also have Zed. So it's going to be difficult for BREN Esports to actually penetrate the front lines of RRQ. They only have hope on Darius, and looking into the almost 12-minute mark, Jeth was not able to snowball with this Darius because Hyde getting the kill in the early game. Chaz targeting Rebenga still.
Chaz hunting Rebenga right here again, putting on a clinic right here onto Rebenga, and Rebenga will be able to survive that one, but will be forced to go back home at the top side. Hyde with the split push once again sends out the grand challenge, as everyone is going to be entering the fight, but Jet doesn't want to commit on this fight. Here comes Cavalry, and Rebenga is in a bad spot right there. Good pull right there by Jeth, but Galio will be able to escape, so they are going to be okay. They just settle for the red buff here, and I think they're going to go for the top side turret maybe, but no, I don't think so. They don't have a wave right now. Fitness is going to be casted right here. Let's see. Porky will be okay. That Hero's entrance, it's not going to be on point, but everyone's still okay on RRQ side. RRQ, right, Chaz will spot the bird right here, and again, chicken for dinner tonight. One more, and another one goes down onto the side of BREN Esports, and it's going to be Rebenga this time. Another chicken for dinner as the Rakan goes down. Top turret did already go down. RRQ are just on full throttle right now, coming from everywhere. 11-1 on the board, 13 minutes in.
The cat was able to get chicken for dinner. Chaz had an obnoxious amount of damage when he targeted Consi. And obviously, Consi is one of the main damage dealers, or at least 30% of BREN Esports' damage is going to come from Saya. The fact that Chaz can just pick this champion up, it says something. Plus, RRQ, they are able to get the Baron. Plus, again, 2 dragons in their pockets. Chaz already has Stacy's, so if ever he's gonna jump in, whenever he is gonna try and surprise BREN Esports, he has this safety net. I mean, look at the item lead here of our champions comparing to BREN Esports. But one of the things BREN Esports could do, though, they can still play that objective game. Turret takedown kind of objective game. And just prolong the game more. Wait for Consi and Hayes to have their footing. Wait for Jess to go online. But with RQ, let that.
Look at that. Chaz on the hunt once again, and that's Jeth going down, and without your Baron laner, how are you gonna defend this? Rebenga will be a good answer right here, but here comes the push. That mid turret is taking a pounding from this carriage right here. Porky will use the package just to escape that one, and look at that damage. HP bars on BREN Esports is not looking good already, and the fight hasn't even started yet. So that's how good RRQ is the team fight for sure at this point. Let's see, they're gonna slide at the top side. Quickness is gonna be used right here with the grand entrance, but this is not gonna be on point. So RRQ will be able to evade that, and with no quickness at all, how is BREN Esports gonna fight this team fight? Top inhibitor turret is already down. Nexus is already next up here with the only 3 champions left to defend this. This is going to be RRQ's game. Winner, chicken dinner.
That's gonna be 2-0 for RRQ. Really showing us this, we labeled Final Adversity as a team that has controlled aggression. Apparently RRQ, I can say the same for them. BREN Esports, this is something that we noticed in game number 1. They were not able to secure any dragons at all. They were not able to even get Baron, at least try to go with the steals. I was looking forward to the Darius pick because one of the win conditions for BREN Esports is to actually let Jet go online. I mean, there's the front line with the Noxian Guillotine. It's gonna jump straight at maybe Marky's face, maybe Hyde's face, but we did not see that. Instead, it was RQ being able to stop Rebenga from snowballing. On top of that case, he did have the Rabadons available, also has Stacy's, but there were no groundbreaking shockwaves. On top of that, the Lovebirds just got fried by the cat. I guess that's dinner. That's gonna go over to Rengar. RQ just doing a lot of things right for them. And to give you a recap of what happened in game number 2, here are the Oppo A94 plays of the game. So here we go. Again, the outplay by Hyde. Apparently, this player is all about the outplays, and I'm very, very much surprised. This was a good jump in and a good initiate from Mjan, but he forgot. Once he jumps in, he will be greeted by a taunt. And I guess that's one of the reasons why Jet was not able to have successful pulls, because most of the time, if he is going to go with the pulls, he is just going to be greeted by a taunt. Charms connecting as well, but there is no sufficient follow-up. Why? Because the damage dealers would just get bursted down by RRQ in that point of the game.
Right.
Looking back at the post-game match, BREN Esports only had 1 kill, and that 1 kill was actually secured by Rebenga. Other than that, it was a no-show, and these were the moments that Helios was just able to burst Oriana down, and that was the scene that made me yell what, because I was expecting Conci to survive that one, but apparently Chaz just really hurts a lot. So BREN Esports, I guess this is just a maybe. I guess they just want to play the team fight, the 5v5, the fighting game in the early game, but that's usually not how you win in Wild Rift.
Right.
Early game, yes, kills mean a lot, but you also have to be very wary of the dragons, of the other objectives in the Rift. Master of the match is going to be Chaz on this Rengar, KD of 9.00, damage per minute 1009. Here is his itemizations, kill participation 60%, and Leoric. What are your thoughts about Chaz now using this Rengar?
Man, Chaz just put on a clinic right here on this Rengar. You mentioned in the early fight, the early part of the game, that you said maybe Chaz was going for a lesson to Rebenga, showing Rebenga this is how you bring Rengar, and he was successful at that point, holding off Rebenga with just 1 kill. And overall, the team with just 1 kill, not just the kill. The turret count, only 1 was given onto the side of BREN Esports. He was all over the place. There was no safe place for BREN Esports at all with Chaz playing on this Rengar. So yeah, man, definitely a well-deserved master of the match tag right here.
That's true. And I guess it's not BREN Esports playing poorly. It was just RRQ in their element, in their prime position, but Apparently, we're not going to be seeing a game number 3, pretty much like in series number 3. Our teams, they're mad, okay? They just want to rest ASAP. I mean, it's been 2 weeks since they last played their games, and they are really stepping up. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what more does our teams have in store for us. But for series number 4, the last series of the day, it's still going to be a 2-0 in favor of RRQ. To the fans of RRQ, huzzah! Celebrate, because the team that you're rooting for is still high in their leaderboards, in their group's leaderboard. But for the fans of BREN Esports, please do not fret. There is still chance for BREN Esports. Let's hope that they'll be able to get their footing.
Yeah, have faith in Rebenga. I'm a big fan of Rebenga. I was even rooting for them in game number 2 because I made a video about Rebenga playing Xin Zhao in the early parts of Wild Rift, as when Xin Zhao was really OP. Yes, but yeah, this is one of his comfort picks, so I thought it was going to be an easier game for BREN Esports, but lo and behold, RRQ just took the fight onto BREN Esports. They just showed us the gap in the preparedness right now by RRQ, so very, very good game by RRQ, but BREN Esports, I still have faith in them. Maybe tomorrow and day number 3, we will see a better BREN Esports. Maybe it's just the cobwebs after the 2-week break from the team, so that could be something.
Also, you said cobweb, so I kind of was reminded of Renger's skill when he throws a net and then the target gets rooted. I guess that's what happened to BREN Esports today, but do not worry, they will still find they're in the zone. They'll get to focus on their next matchup, because it's still the number 1 of our week number 3 into the Icon Series PH. Really looking forward to what more does RRQ have in store for us, because again, Coach Kaigu really being able to adjust quickly in the recent patch, and looks like even though there were changes here and there, RRQ is still standing up pretty strong. Are there any more picks or champions you want to see from either RRQ or BREN?
Yeah, this is going to be very challenging for BREN moving forward. But then again, if there's one team I really want to shine, it's BREN. I love their effort as a team overall. I've seen their hard work, and this time they are already in PPGL C Icon Series. This is their chance to really prove to everyone their caliber of a team. But then again, it is what it is. Valiant effort from BREN Esports. They just fell short in this day number 1. And with that, all right, we have come to that point where we will be sending you off to our panelists once again. But before that, again, Yuko, this is Yuko and Yorick for your casters this evening. That's right, go to a break and we will come back. Don't go away.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings.
gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome everybody to the panelist desk. Rico here with Otluz and Asire. It's us again, don't worry. But what a match we just witnessed from RRQ versus BREN Esports. The rivalry has been settled, well, at least when it comes to the round robin. And it was a dominating finish. It was still the same result from what we've seen rather since last week. And RRQ still the king of kings at Group A. And it's just such a really huge statement. And we would like to check out the highlights once more, because I'm pretty sure Otaluz and Osiris are very excited to talk about, you know, this gap that RQ has built for themselves in the standings. This is, you know, they're setting this stone. They're setting the, what do you call this? This standard here for at least Group A. And Otaluz, let's start with you. What are the key points in this battle that made RQ such a dominating team?
First off, Coach Kaiku sends his regards to Ravenga, because that's just, you know, how you control BREN Esports. RQ again, we have discussed this prior to this matchup, that RQ has a very solid objective control, especially the first Dragons out of the 8 games. 8 out of 8, they're the first one to secure them. Even with the added element of having Rift Herald spawning at the same time, feels like the RQ really gets their hands over to the first dragon of every match. Now, on the first game, I did highlight that Haze will go for some flashy plays, but not like this, right? I want the Katarina. His Akali, I know he has been very well in terms of performance during the past 2 series that BREN Esports play, but in this particular matchup, no Zonias or no Hourglass Engine just means that RQ can really punish him. The only thing that sucks for me though is that we didn't see the Rengar versus Kha'Zix, but overall it was a very entertaining 2 games for me.
Yeah, and we saw it on game 1. It always has been the 3-man rotations. They dive most of the games, and they know that they got their backs. If there's also a bait play coming in from high, that Hex will pop off. And then, of course, the Triple H making their way once again, showing that they are the hammers to put the nail into the coffins of BREN Esports. And yes, I mean, yes, BREN, they got this kind of improvement. It's just that you gotta respect RRQ, because they are the best team right now, and it feels like there's a big gap with the teams. They are undefeated, and it speaks a lot for the reason that they just know where to go. Going back to the point of Autolus, that the objective play is crisp and solid. So at that point, it was just RRQ playing RRQ style. There's nothing more to digest at that part. They just mowed down everyone.
Yeah, it's looking pretty scary too, because I know we still have 2 more days left, and it's starting to look like RQ could exit the group stages with an undefeated streak, and I feel like that momentum will infinitely play a huge part when we talk about the playoffs. But yeah, Chaz was everywhere. He had the whole jungle to himself, basically. Claimed his territory, even Rebenga's jungle,
Mine.
as his.
Mine.
And mine, this is mine. It's crazy. This guy is absolutely insane. So cannot wait to see more of his matches for sure. Of course, with RQ in the following days. But of course, that is our last match of the day. And it has been a wild ride. I mean, when we look at Group C and D, there were a couple of upsets here and there. But I feel like for Groups A and B, there are a couple of expectations that have been met. And looking forward to as well take a look at the recap of what happened today. And just in case you just managed to catch the last portion of the stream, who are the victors? Who were the ones that need to catch up at points as we take a look at today's results? So we started off with, Team Secret versus Action PH, and it was Team Secret still dominating with that 2-0. After that, it was UCFC Esports winning that 2-1 over Galaxy Racer. Match number 3 with GrindSky, though unfortunately not able to win that one game, but Liyab is able to 2-0 them. And the match that we just witnessed, it is RQ still in their undefeated win streak. How about you, Ataluz? Any of your favorite match that happened this far, or so far for today?
I still believe that the most implications is the match number 4, RQ versus BREN, because now we are set up with a tie between Liyab Esports and BREN Esports. So we could see a potential tiebreaker, or in the next matchup that we will probably see tomorrow, BREN versus Liyab is a do or die for Liyab. Because if BREN wins that one, I think they have the upper hand and they will go straight to the playoffs.
Yeah, and as for me, I wanted to go, of course, with UCFC and GXR for the reason that they are the only two ones. This is the closest one that we've seen so far, and what Rico told us, it's pretty decisive right now, or we are looking some solid results. This is pretty unexpected for their runs. So at this point, UCFC and GXR really proved that this is the closest game that they can show.
Yeah, the teams have been growing as the weeks and as the days go by. In particular, and I think the first team that comes to mind is Action PH. They were able to, match Team Secrets, 5v5s, their team fights, and the early game. But let's take a look at what the standings look like, what the leaderboard looks like for the Globe Cup points. See where the team stands for Group A and B as we check out, of course, Group A first. RQ, we mentioned, 4-0 with 300,000 Globe Cup points. Liyab follows after. That's 2-2 with 150,000. The same goes for BREN, so they're tied in second place. Followed by GrindSky Esports, who have yet to score a point, but that's okay because there's still 2 more games for them to win those 75,000 Globe Cup points per series. Moving over to Group B, though, we've got UCFC, Team Secret, tied 3-1 with 225,000 Globe Cup points, followed by Galaxy Racer with 2-2, 150,000. And Action PH, same with the situation as GrindSky. They can still win Globe Cup points with 2 games that will follow on Saturday and on Sunday, and it's looking to be such a close group. This is the group where we could possibly see tiebreakers and everything and all that spicy and all the picks that we haven't seen before, because it's a do or die situation. Of course, you want to get as much Globe Cup points as you can. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, though. Still have Saturday and Sunday for sure towards the weekend. We will kick things off tomorrow with match number 1. UCFC Esports versus Team Secret, followed by Galaxy Racer versus Action PH. The third match will be BREN Esports versus Liyab. This is something definitely that I feel like is going to be extra spicy, because I'm sure Liyab wants that revenge after their loss against BREN in the first round robin. And to cap off the night, it would be GrindSky Esports versus RQ. Ataluz, I gotta ask the panel. I'll start with Ataluz first. Which match do you think will be one of the spiciest for you?
I agree with you on this one. It's going to be match number 3. Because again, just doing the numbers, if BREN Esports wins that match, then Liyab Esports' chances of reaching the playoffs is very, very low. And if Liyab Esports gets to win that matchup, though, we could be in for a tiebreaker at the end of the group stages. So really very interested in a match number 3.
Yeah, and this might be another potential of a 3-way tie if, of course, UCFC will lost to Secret. Galaxy Racer will score a point to Action PH, there's a huge possibility of it, again, them having the same score. So I think, of course, this will be another round for them. And we still got 2 days. So who knows if there's any tiebreakers. But so far, these 2 days will be the ones who's going to dictate their destiny. It ain't luck.
It is. They need luck. Everybody needs luck because remember what happened in the first round robin. It was a triple way tie, especially at Group B. So this is going to be very dicey, and I'm sure this is going to be a scary
dicey,
portion for
what
the
else?
teams. Yeah. Dicey, nerve-wracking, suspenseful, everything in the dictionary that is synonymous to those words that we just mentioned. Yeah, this is going to be an exciting Saturday and Sunday for sure. But of course, all this, everything that we just witnessed and everything that we are experiencing right now wouldn't be possible without our amazing sponsors. Thank you very much to Globe Telecom, Mineski Philippines, and Riot Games for hosting and organizing this tournament. For Globe, with Globe Telecom rather, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with a new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill bobbles, and a whole lot more. Get it now and download it on your phones via the GCash app and Globe One app now.
And the best phone to have is Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 inches Full HD plus AMOLED screen display. So many jargon, sorry. 4,310 milliampere and 30 watts VOC flash charge 4.0 victories. And ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with Oppo A94.
Well, I was waiting for you to say Helios P95.
Yeah, I was about to. I was saying.
Of course, if you have a Riot Go, andito naman ang on the go ng mga gwapo. Andito na din ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit kung araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All in one, bring your clay game with Master, sikreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, we have the official gaming chair of the Wild Rift Icon series. You got Secret Lab. Help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab, outfitted with built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrests, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace, secure the wins, and secure those much needed rank games in, especially when we play Wild Rift. But yeah, thank you very much again to our amazing sponsors. But looks like that's it. That's all we have for tonight. That's it for day number 1 of the week 3 of the Wild Rift Icon Series Philippines Fall Season Group Stages. Again, my name is Riku. Together with me is Osiris and Nautilus, and it's been a pleasure bringing you all the spicy matches today. Join us again tomorrow for more Philippine Wild Rift action from Group A and B. Same time and on the same channels. Good night and take care, everybody.